kitty. Cool. Hi, kitty. How you doing? How is our cute little Mr. Mitten kitty? Doing well, it seems. You're a very fluffy little guy. Yes, you are. Oh, thank you, Mr. Kitty Man. Who's a good, loving kitty? That's you? That's a you? And we love you, big kitty man. Okay. Excellent. Okay.
That's what I think of this seed.
Kitty wanna lay next to me? You got it. Who's a good little kitty man? Hey, 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 dog fox, welcome on in. I see that the kitty cat has determined, how dare you speak with your voice and make sounds. I'm going to jump away. Whoa. And of course, then another kitty has jumped off the bed, but you know, such is life. I have no doubt the kitty will return. How are you doing, dog fox? I hope you're doing well. And I should probably run, like, yes, keep these settings, sure. Kinda well. I mean, that's fantastic to hear. Let me run a 1-minute ad so that the people filing in don't have to deal with an ad. And yes. And I will be back in 1 minute. Full of water, eh? Ha ha. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's see here. Okay. The very serious question remains of whether this wand should have whether or not I should have the accelerating shot on it. Because I still can't quite figure out if the accelerating shot is making it better or worse. Actually, never mind. I think it's making it better. By quite a lot, in fact. Boy, howdy, yeah, that sure is a lot of explosions and a lot of damage. Hell yes. But you're full of water, being hydrated is very important. And I had my second favorite type of sandwich that I get once a week. So I'm feeling pretty satisfied. I had a pretty good breakfast. And so I'm feeling pretty darn good, all things considered. Yeah. Yeah. Doing pretty good. Oh my shit. My goodness. Well, I guess I need to get up and grab my delivery, the pound cake that I ordered. It has arrived, and you know, of course, because it's perishable, that means I have to get up right this second. I'll be back in like literally a minute or two, and I will have pound cake. Which I don't know about you, but I think that's fantastic. I think that's great news. I thought it was gonna arrive before stream, but no, it arrived the moment I started, it would seem. Very good. I have gotten my pound cake. I get to have my pound cake and eat it too. Very exciting. Alrighty. Rock and roll. Okay. Do 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 do. Very good. Okay. Yeah, I think this wand is, I suppose, about done for now. I suppose I can test other things out on it later, but meh. I don't need to do that right this second, I don't think. Whee! Okay. East Tower, you say? Very funny. New Game Pluses, I tell you. They do the strangest things. Okay. Alright, so this wand. Let's grab this guy and we will just put the things. Actually, here's a great idea. Yeah, that's it. Lovely. Let's put the things I'm not gonna use onto this wand. As much as I want to do the oil trail or the water trail, I have no doubt in my heart this would be a terrible mistake. Hey, Bayou, welcome on in. T. This pop-up button won't just won't go away. Valid, yeah. Understandable. Well, now I'm glad to have you, and thank you for the streak. But yes, and thank you for being a real viewer, Dog Fox. And let's see. Oh gosh, Bayhu. So I watched the video you recommended. It was pretty alright. It was pretty interesting. I found it rather fascinating. Yeah. Am I quiet? Give me a second. I can fix this. Do this. Let's go to the OBS. OBS. Oh wait, so so it's still good? Okay, so that fixed it. Let me see. I also should just scooch over a little bit closer to the microphone. Yes. That ought to do it, but I'm gonna mute it for a moment and bring it even closer. There we are. Now it ought to be even closer, even louder, much better. And let's see about the video. Yeah, I watched the Doom video. It was pretty interesting. I especially found the more technical aspects of the of what they were able to accomplish pretty darn interesting. Like with the I didn't know that in Doom, you know, you couldn't have like stuff like layered right on top of another thing. I didn't know that. Oh, and the storytelling was pretty good for sure. And no, there we go, perfect. Yeah, I find that really interesting. Let's see. Yeah, loads of technical issues. That's very understandable. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, like, it's very hard to do all of the technical things correctly, and even Blood the Games, Dune and Duke Nukem 3D or like 2.5D. I see. That's actually pretty interesting. Is it because there's some type of like technical limitation to doing it, or is it that it drastically increases the amount of like RAM required, or like? Because I'm not somebody who would understand very well like what exactly the limitations are in that respect and why they exist. Because I sure as shit don't understand it. Huh. A somewhat peculiar bouncy explosive bolt. Well, I would like to actually solve that problem of the nature of this particular spell. So let's go ahead and just let's see what we can do about odd fireball or firebolt. Let's see if we can make it a bit less unusual and a bit more usable. Because I've always wanted to make that particular spell a lot more useful, but I've yet to do so. So that's one of the things I plan to do for right now. And hey, a Bob without a hat, I'm glad to have you. And let's see. So, it's engine wizardry. Wasn't real 3D back then until Quake. And you think, and just artists and pros working in unison to make it feel like it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it tracks. It's a me, a Lasiachi. And let's fetch just one of these random ones. Let's grab one that does not have too terribly much going on. Not the always cast duck. That's way too much going on. Not that guy. That's a semi-functional dealio. Yeah, it's got too damn many spells on it. This? Eh. Sure. Why not? Okay. Odd Firebolt. We'll also, let's see what happens when we toss some light, some chainsaw, and in particular, the bounce and speed up modifiers. I have a feeling that the bounce modifier will be especially consequential here, though I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Here we go. Let's start with this. Vroom. Let's go over into the testing area. I like how Steam suddenly exists again, even though there is no Steam in the world, because, you know, the Leviathan is dead. And let's see, does the game think it's Steam? Let's find out. No, it's aware that it's worm blood transformed. That's very funny. That cracks. Oh, well, come on in, old man Windbreaker. I'm glad to have you. And our squish power grows. Oh, yes, I did, in fact, approve your sound redemption. In fact, by all means, use it. I gave it a... I can't remember what the... I gave it a cooldown, but not like a huge one or anything. But yeah, it should theoretically work. Right now, my speaker is charging, so I can't hear if anything is working correctly. I believe it's just red. Yeah, I think it is simply the color red.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
If it does or doesn't, be sure to tell me. Oh, it works? Oh, good. Because yes, like I said, my speaker is not currently functional. You felt your testosterone levels increase. That's extremely funny. I am thoroughly amused. Excellent. And you are quite welcome, Bayou. I was doing all of the, you know, technical work to get, or all of the, adding of the sounds just a bit ago, or yesterday. And, yes, I figured I would do that. Ooh, fun. Ooh, actually, this... Oh, this actually works exactly how I expected it would. Ooh, delicious. What's so terrible about Bob without a hat? Is it the sound? Or what's so terrible? Do tell. Now, what happens if I toss an explosive projectile on you? Just one. Actually, yeah, what? Man, these things last a while, don't they? Which kind of makes them a relatively ideal sort of homing projectile, I would think. Yeah. And I also have no clue what that thing is. A Bob without a hat. Is it a face? Is it a... I see. Okay, but let's also see what happens if I add this. Okay, so it makes the bubbly bounce actually is gonna trigger plenty on this particular thing, so it's very significant lifetime. But I don't necessarily think that's even a good thing, because, you know, the bubbly bounce is just not very good. not very good at all. It's absolute simple. We tried to recreate it in symbols. I see, I see. Okay, so I suppose actually, what happens if I add anti-gravity to odd firebolt? Less than I expected. A lot less than I expected, actually. What? What? So it must be that it's got some type of Lua script happening? Okay. Well, let's disable the Lua script with chaotic transmutation. Because that should theoretically render its strange behavior a non-issue.
I don't need this, you mimic come. I don't need your mimic come. Mimics come.
That's a lot of acid. As fun as that is, I should probably go a little bit further away from my base of operations to test this one out, since it's got the chaotic transmutation. Okay. So that's very so the fact. So, if I'm not mistaken here, this thing just kind of like, not just like impacting a surface, but maybe even partially being at rest on a surface with a tiny amount of like velocity might well count as a bounce. So if I were to add explosive bounce to this, I think this could be a little bit heinously destructive, but we're about to find out. Yeah. Just need to get the right angle. And then it is, in fact, yeah, just like that one there. Heinously destroyed. It keeps exploding. Yeah, okay. Oh, and hey there, Dodgy. Welcome on in. Hey there, Coitus. Welcome on in. Glad to have you guys. Let's see. Corner and think about what you've done. And how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. And I love the cat kiss emote. It's a great little emote. But yeah, how are you guys doing, Dodgy and Coitus and everybody else? I hope you guys are doing well. Tee. Dodgy is stalking you, Mayu. Oh no. Tee. You tried to go into hiding into your own stream, and he's found me there also. Oh no! Oh yay, cat kiss! Wee! Wow! It's a great one. It's a great little emote. I love it. Thank you. D. Yeah, that would be pretty crazy if like you somehow managed to arrive in an offline chat. That'd be very funny. I would be thoroughly amused. Okay, so what if I remove the chaotic transmutation once again? Oh wait, no. Oops, I fumbled it up. There we go. That's better. Oh, whoops. What exactly is going on here? What exactly is going on here, eh? What is going on here, you? What are you doing? That's what I want to know. Also, Ren and I cooked up a very funny character that I'm gonna toss into D&D next time. And they're gonna be ridiculous. I'm thinking they're gonna be like some kind of ranger barbarian multi-class or something, and they're gonna be a very silly character. And oh yeah, that's pretty good. This I like how synergistically this works with the strange characteristics of Odd Firebolt, with or without the chaotic transmutation. Wait, did I take it off? Yes, I did. No, I did not. Fuck. I can't yet determine whether it works better with or without the chaotic transmutation in terms of its bounciness, and like, I'm also really shocked that nobody else seems to have gone out of their way to really mess around with all of the bouncy things, because sure, it's not like the most efficient or like effective, but it's a whole lot of fun, and it lets you shoot around corners pretty effectively. And like, you know, it also makes clearing easy base a breeze. So I'm surprised it doesn't, nobody was messing around with it sooner. Let's see, scooch this over, and there we go. Okay. You're trying to solve your PoE build instead of just playing the game. That's pretty funny. Relatable. You have chat archive ready? We'll aggregate today and set up a database to aggregate it repetitively. Interesting. So something I was curious about is what manner of like actually wait, you're doing this for PoE? Huh. Bizarre. And yeah, I'm also kind of interested in the database setup, truly. And a SQLite type of thing, that sounds nice. That sounds lovely. I do love me a good, you know, cute little database. Speaking of, I should probably make something of this nature sometime soon. I wonder how well rotate towards foes would work on something like this. So I bet it rotating towards the foes would maybe let it like scooch a bit closer to the enemies. The real question, however, is how much better would homing make this build? I know it would make it better, but how much better? And also, what the hell would accelerating shot do here? This sounds like the type of thing that would become unhinged very quickly. I was right. I see that accelerating shot is maybe one of the most powerful things you can have with any of the bounce modifiers, because over the lifetime of the projectile, it seems that it renders the initial drop in speed irrelevant. Yeah, definitely. You begged for an updated wolf leaderboard from Lazzy's channel, and Dark Fox went right to working on it. That's so fantastic. I love everything about that. You go, Dark Fox. That's amazing. Funny thing about last Saturday, streaming a premiere evolution from a simple cat picture era to PNG tubing, frame tubing era, but it was riddled with technical issues. There's 75% of the stream was tech troubleshooting. What a crock. So here's my question. So what were you using to like make the PNG move? Did you get that part working? Because right now, I've heard a few things about, I believe it's called PNG Tubi or something. Because I've been wanting to make it do stuff, but also I'm not Veto Tube Mini. And did it work well? And it was suggested by Woat. Woat does tend to have realistically very good suggestions, and Woat's suggestions have yet to let me down. Only has 4 frames? I mean, that's pretty great. Okay. You know what? I will, copy that. Paste it in a new tab, and do that probably later. Paste. Very good. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay, so I did start my timer for when I need to have another half an Adderall. Very good. Why should I have more frames when I could have fewer frames? Yeah, I'm mostly kidding, but like, you know. Yeah, I don't know why I would do that, because frankly, my PC has enough issues as it is. Yeah, like as I thought, Electric Arc just cannot manage to make that shit work good, I don't think, with this setup. But that's actually, wait a minute. No, I was mistaken. No, I was not mistaken. The OG picture, but Roska did the art for the mouth open and the eyes closed and combined those two. That's nice. That sounds pretty useful and lovely, yeah. And I've been considering, like, I want to make, so okay, what do you guys think the next emote I should make is? Should it be an angry slime? Should it be like a slime with a plasma rifle of some kind? Should it be who is just like standing there intimidatingly? Should it be that, except they're standing there smiling at you with a like large, you know, energy weapon of some kind? Or should it be something like a sleepy little slime, like indicating that you're sleeping and lurking and whatnot? That's Jan indeed. Ah, those would be, you know, those are good. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. And it never really occurred to me till just now, but I suppose I could also do, like additionally with other things, I could do, hamper evil, hamper good. Yeah, that would be pretty good. Yeah, yeah, I like this. This could be pretty good. Cause yeah, like, yeah, that's actually a great idea. I love that. Very good suggestions. If anybody else has any other suggestions, I am certainly open to them. Now let's see. Got the chaotic transmutation there. Got the pentagonal. We've got that fella. Now, which ones of these? So I should keep the electric. That's probably one of the more essential ones there. And I suppose I could also add, if I really felt like it, an energy orb, but I don't really. I love me my energy orbs, but I don't really think I need that right now. Let's see, so I've got the avoiding arc there. These fellers. Let's move the chainsaws together so at a glance I can see what's on the wand. And there we go. Very nice. So now let's move over here and let's deposit this particular wand over just in the holy mountain. And grab another one because there are several other wand builds I wanted to work on in addition to this odd firebolt silliness. Actually, you know what? I know just the thing. Well, actually, I think I'm just gonna move these guys right to here because they are part of the silliness. Excellent. Because I want to get this entire build working. So I saw somebody else who was streaming do something similar to this, but it didn't work very consistently. I want to get it down to a science of a sort, because I want the idea is basically I want it to be some type of projectile that fires out, and then with upwards and or downwards larpa, it deploys a bunch of explosive crates. Yeah, that's basically the long short of the idea. Okay. Let's also drink all of the berserkium because it used to be polymorphine. Yeah. Nom 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 nom. Yeah. D. Oh, you think I should have a clapping emote? Or just clap in general? D. Because to me, I don't know. I feel like it could be kind of funny to have, like, part of the extended lore of, like, the Eldritch Slimes be that, like, a lot of Eldritch Slimes may feel like, so, mostly sub-emotes, but they would also be the types of emotes available just like while you were in the stream as well. But also, like, which ones would you guys find the most useful in general? Like, yeah. So for either and or both, and specify which of them, because Peel. Oh my god, that's actually extremely funny. Oh, that is so funny. That is actually one of the funniest things I've ever seen, yeah. Oh my god, that's good. That is really, really funny. I'm gonna open that up in a new page. Because it's funny as shit. Okay. So let's start with... I would like to... Let's start by making this particular nonsense wand. Maybe just... So it's got the downwards LARPer built in. Well, actually, maybe the double trigger was the call? I don't know, man. Let's go with the normal spark trigger this time. Okay, so that time it worked. Ah, it's perfect. That's exact. You see, now that's exactly what I envisioned, right? The trouble is, I don't think it's gonna always work the way I envisioned it, right? Although it's suddenly working way the hell more consistently than I've seen it function before. Oh, that's beautiful. Maybe actually it is done. I'm gonna have to do a stress test it a little bit more, but let's see how it works firing like downwards into things. Fine. What about upwards? I mean, it's definitely where its big weakness is, but it's not like not working, so I guess that's fine. I find it interesting that explosive detonator did not immediately detonate all of them, but it took it a little bit. And then it deleted all of the sprites for them, and then the explosions only happened later. That's pretty weird. Fascinating. Huh. Okay. Huh. The real question is, would large explosive box be better to use than the small explosive box? Because the large explosive box is a lot more mana drain. Hi, kitty man. Welcome on up, little snuggly buddy. Do you want to make sin biscuits? Yes, we've got a sin. Kitty, why are you just immediately making sin biscuits and mowing up a storm? Kitty, you're being ridiculous. Indeed, yeah, I know, right? I agree. The kitty just jumped up and went. Oh, and thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much, Bayu. It means a lot. Hell yeah. And I agree. Boo autocorrect. But yeah, I very much appreciate that, Bayu. It means the world. But yeah. Okay, so the real question with all this, so this setup actually might straight up kind of be done, except the trouble is, okay, so actually wait, if I can make this detonate with the second shot, then it's done. 1, 2, okay, it is actually done. 1. Well, if I miss, it doesn't work. But I do still have my teleport wand, which destroys all the projectiles in the vicinity, so I guess that works. It's a new sub! Oh shit! Well, I appreciate it. Hell yeah. That's great news. Now let's see. It was 30% off, and you thought about it. And you only sub to Dunk because you budget for it. And you throw random gift subs and bits around everywhere because you also budget for them. But constant monthly expenses have been budgeted around. This was the minus 30% for this month. So what the hell? Well, hell yeah. Rock and roll. And let's see if it would help you out. Like, I've also been looking to conduct a few experiments, so maybe next month let me know when you're about to do the thing and I can start one of the promotional things to give you a discount on the thing. I need to, like, because I'd like, and then I can compare it with this month, and because I want to know whether Twitch basically has the promotional like doing the sub thing, and they take the money away from the creators, or whether they take it away, whether it's like just a thing where it gets taken away from Twitch and not the creators. Because I'd be very interested to know the answer to that. My assumption is that it would be that the creator just gets less money, but I wouldn't be able to verify unless I tested it myself, right? I would then also be interested to know if it differs for somebody like, I don't know, Dunk, right? Who is a partner? Yeah, I have no clue though. But yeah, I guess that means this particular one is just straight up done. Rock and roll. I did not think that particular wand build would be that easy to get sorted. But thank you so much, in any case, Bayou, I appreciate it. It means a whole lot. Because, yeah, it's very helpful. Hey, hey, hey. So I definitely read that as high thighs first, and then I reread it. And then I read thick thighs, and then I reread it again, because I was like, neither of those is correct. And then I was like, oh, I see. High highs. This is what we call in the business dyslexia. Oh, God, that's silly. I see. So that's just an explosion on slimy build. I get it. Ah. That's right. The purpose of this particular wand, I recollect it now. It is coming back to me. The idea was actually to move it to a different wand, but someone does. Yeah, it's true. To run us. Yeah, that's very funny. I am thoroughly amused. Assumption is that they try to tempt people into subscribing to streamers they follow with a lot with a discount they pay out of their own pocket, and then after the first month is back to full price, much like the first month subscription services for streaming. That's also my bet, but I'm also I certainly have nothing against. So basically, the way it works on my end is that I have like at this stage I think I have 5 instances of promotions that I can do, and during those promotions I can cause like the thing to be like X percentage off. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly my thought process, right? Because that's exactly what I would like to do. I would like to, like, that would be the best case scenario for me, in which case I would just have everybody who wants to like subscribe do it at the same time of the month every month, and I would just like trigger the discount, and then everybody would just do it at the same time of the month, and then yeah, just get the thing, and everybody saves money, and we all get the bag, and it's fine. Right, like that would be how I'd want to go about that. But you know, in any case, I you know, it's fine either way. Get the bag easy. Because I'm very much like an efficiency. I love efficiency. It's one of my favorite things. Why? I don't know. It's just something even when I was a kid, I loved to economize efficiency. If that doesn't tell you I was a huge nerd as a kid and still am, I don't know what will. Okay, so this wand is... It's just, as far as I can tell, I just meant for this to be a storage wand, really. So why don't I guess, make it more storagey? That's the technical term, storagey. It's true, yeah. It's true. I feel like everybody do know that I'm a huge nerd. It's not really a secret. Ah, yes, here we go. Grab this one. And here's what I'll do. I will put up the fun little odd firebolt wand that works surprisingly well. Grab this guy, and then we will run back out to the testing area because... Oh, whoopsie daisies. Well, that was a bit... not like, I'm not going to say disastrous, but that was definitely not what I wanted. Okay, let's put this guy back up here. Well, actually, let's grab the octagonal bolt bundle and swap it out for the Giga Holy Bomb. Yeah. Lovely. Okie doke. And then... Yes, I shall do this. The tentacle to this timer. And the first thing I want to test is tentacle timer with dropper bolt. I see they're not going to make this easy. Come on. Okay, if you're gonna be that way, then be that way. I have other ways to make this thing be more cooperative in this respect. If they're gonna make this difficult, that's fine. We can do this. We can do this the hard way. That's fine by me. I'll just put this up right here. And then I'll grab some projectile area teleport. You just watch. I'm just going to grab some projectile area teleport. And they're just going to have to live with it. That's just how it's going to be. And whenever you can, you like to support people that you like, and that bunch isn't too big. You don't often get to do this because you're such a stickler for net positive, or at least net plus or minus 0 per month. I mean, that's very big valid. I mean, I'm like, back when I used to have the idea that I would be able to, like, be actually making money in the future. I was way big into budgeting and stuff, and well, actually that's not exactly the full truth of it. It's that I still am way into budgeting, but I was way more into budgeting because the whole budgeting process was more applicable to my life. But like, I haven't really stopped being into budgeting. I still love budgeting, but it's just not as applicable to my life as it yeah, it doesn't feel the same way that it'd be. Exactly. Yeah, I did budgeting as a hobby back then, and now it's more of a necessity type. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. Because some of the time I don't phrase shit well, and by some of the times I mean very often. And some days it's worse than others, and I frankly I think it must just be something about how my brain is wired. I just some days I'm just like, it's as though my brain says, oh wait, did you want to phrase things good today? But I planned on doing a terrible job today, so because I'm the one that gets to make that determination, that's just what we're gonna do. And that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. But hey, that's alright. But yes, somewhere else. Really hope that y'all to get some better PCs. Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense, yeah. And the nice things in life in general. And no, that's perfectly okay. I mean, I love that shit. I approve of people being open and honest, and I try to cultivate a space where people can be open and honest about not merely things, but also stuff. And I try, like, I want to cultivate a space where people can just, oh, that's right, I wanted to test out Matter Eater with the summon wall. I look forward to testing this out and seeing if that works. Hi, kitty. That's right, yeah, the kitty did jump back up and decide to snuggle instead of just mowing up a storm and making us in biscuits. Oh, who's a fluffy man who loves the scritches? It's you. It's you. But yes, and I just try to cultivate a space where people can be open and honest, and where we don't hide from the realities of life, but that we also have a sufficiently escapist space that it's still fun. Because it's important to have a balance of these things, I think. Oh? This is a much better balance of the speed. However, it does appear that it is doing that strange thing that it can do, where it duplicates the payload at the feet of Mina, which I guess isn't a huge problem for Dropper Bolt in particular. But I want to make sure that it's actually delivering the Dropper Bolt payload at all. Like at the other end, or whether it's only delivering the payload beneath Mina's feet. It might only be delivering it to Mina's feet. And I suppose that's fine. But that is very weird. I see that the Dropper Bolt, even less useful than I thought it was going to be, which is very funny. Actually, wait, no, wait, I got this. Toss the decelerating shot on. That should do the job. Huh? What am I looking at? Dropper Bolt 1. And then what is this nonsense? What the hell? What's going on? What? Sorry, like, I'll catch up with chat in a sec. It's just... What? I don't... What is it? What is that? And why is it like that? Okay, whatever. That quote, the tree is in the eye of the behold of the drunk driver. That's right, yep. God, that's a great one. That one really cracks me up. Let me explain. Do you know what a croissant is? Okay. Anti-aliasing is absolutely nothing like a croissant. That one really gets me every time. And I know, right, what it, like, you see, this is like the beauty of a good quote, right? Do what must do, then they do. Yeah. The bear favor is from a 17th century French fable, or a poem, where a bear is trying to smack a fly off its master's head with a rock, but ends up killing the master, which is rather morbid. Thank you, unless he says otherwise. Oh, I live for nonsense. It makes the world go round as opposed to flat. Red blood mist. Makes sense, yes. What doesn't kill you mutates. Mutates and tries again. True, though. True. That is so true. Like, let's also not ignore the fact that, like, heat stroke, it does not kill you. I mean, if it doesn't kill you, that is. Then it just makes you thirsty all the time forever. Right? And then you just, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, what if? What if? Well, actually, this one is like far too tiny. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just put this wand right here. And then I am going to grab out any number of, like, literally any other one that has, like, more slots, because this is just the number I got, right? Okay, this one I think has, like, does this have one more slot or the same number? Same number. Well, actually, you know what? This one is a fantastic option because this lets us test out the really fun thing you can do with the tentacle. And the, you know, and the plasma. Because, yeah, you see, guys, it's not harming me. Not that that would be an issue, because of how much HP we have, but a fun thing about the plasma beam orbit is that it does not, when it's on a tentacle of some variety, but, like, be careful not to, like, make it too many removed from Mina. Yeah. Heat stroke equals yes, yeah. Like, unironically, Sunadire, yeah. Like, heat stroke is one of those things that, if it doesn't kill you, does not make you stronger, it just causes you to be thirsty for the rest of your life. Like, I got heat stroke, many years ago, like a decade now, I think. And, there has not been a day, there has not been a minute or hour in which I have not just been thirsty ever since. Like Tantalus, except you can still drink the water, it just doesn't really satiate the thirst. Yeah. It's how it be, man. Oh yeah, I mean, but that's sad, like, unlike many people, I tolerate thirst and hunger a lot better than a lot of other people. Ren gets very grumpy. But I think it might just be part of my autism, right? Just how I be, right? Oh no, it's a literal thing, Isunadire. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can pull up some information about it. Give me a moment. Let's see here. And I'm just gonna hold down the button so that it keeps making the cute little things for a bit while I'm looking for this, because it's fun. Yeah, actually, that's Grumpafila, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty great one. That's so good. And that is true, though, yeah. Yeah, that is so true. I'm gonna copy paste those things in a sec. Ah, here we go. This one looks delicious. This is a systematic review of long-term outcomes after heat stroke and heat exhaustion. Delicious. Let's see. Do do da do 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 do. Okay. Fascinating. Oh, that might be. Oh, well, this is actually quite fascinating. This might well be a pretty big part of why my Oh, I had no idea. That's crazy. So, control study conducted by such and such observed that electrocardiographic abnormalities, it's a thing you do to measure the heart, occur with a high frequency in patients with heat stroke and heat exhaustion with sinus tachycardia. Now, what that is a, it's basically, now, sinus tachycardia is, think of it this way. It is your heart rate being way too goddamn high with no accompanying obvious reason for it, basically, is the thought process and, like, what it generally means. Yeah. But usually there is a reason, but the medical profession is unaware of it. But in the meantime, they usually label it as sinus tachycardia. S-I-N-U-S, sinus, as in, like, your sinuses. Why is it like that? Don't ask me. It is that way. But yes. And I'm glad that you believe me, but it's also fun to hear the thing. Because it's neat. And basically, their mean heart rate, their average heart rate was 120 beats per minute, plus or minus 24 beats per minute. Which, mind you, that's an extremely high heart rate, and fun fact, that's about what my average heart rate is 120 beats per minute, give or take 24-ish. So that actually explains a lot. I didn't actually know that. I am saving this article. Let us download it, because this is lovely. You bastard, I was trying to download and then keep reading. You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! Making me scroll back down. Motherfucker! Yeah, this would be the perfect time to do the hamper magi mode if it existed yet. But yes, so basically the thought process is that like one of the ways in which the heat stroke does not make you, it doesn't kill you, doesn't make you stronger. Yeah. And my heart rate has just been at 120 to like 140 beats per minute for most of my life. Yeah. But it would not surprise me if it, like, maybe it was gonna be lower at some stage, but then, like, the heat stroke kind of solidified that. Yeah. Much like Chu for the condition to being very likely to sneezing when looking at the sun or a bright light out of nowhere. Actually, yeah, I have heard of that condition. That is a really funny one. It's very fascinating. So you suffered a heat stroke at 11 and have had an unquenchable thirst ever since. Really? So it's not just me. Yeah, it's very fascinating. I thought so. A squirt is the best thing you found, and the industrial Kool-Aid stuff they give you in factory or outdoor. Oh yeah, like I think it probably has something to do with like some kind of like electrolyte deficiency. Yeah, like, and basically I think it probably impairs your ability to like absorb electrolytes or some shit, and so you need like from normal water and whatnot. Man, the tentacle like thing about this thing is so fun and pretty to watch. It's fantastic, honestly. I love the hell out of this. So here's the real question. Actually, wait, no, it's not even a question. I know what to do. If I add this, it should not impair the functionality of any of this, but it should make it so that everything fires faster. Indeed, that is the case. Marvelous. So then, the last thing I should need Like, if I had a wand refresh on hand, I'd use that, but then, because I don't really have a wand refresh on hand, yeah, it's fine. But I'll just put these guys right up here. And then I'll put this wand away for the time being. Give me a sec. Oh yeah, I remember this wand. Because I really want to mess about with it, because it's very interesting. It's got a 10 cast. And I wanted to do some funny shit with it, to see what would happen. Got the damage field, and what the hell was the point of this strange wand? Oh, it was for egg. It was to test out how this worked with egg as the delivery thing. Okay, so what we do is we put hollow egg. And inside the hollow egg, more tentacle. How dare you, person with lawnmower? Wacky. Huh. I love that, the way it just kind of like sits there for a long while. It's very handy. I can't tell if when it's like actually goes off whether or not the second tentacle fires. It's kind of hard to figure that out. I'm having a hard time noticing. Actually, here's an idea. Here's a great idea. Flip-flop these. And then fire the egg. And if the plasma fires off in a place I can see the damn thing, then it's working correctly. And I am not able to see the thing, so I don't think it's working correctly. Oh, no, I guess that worked. Sort of. Kind of, maybe. Yeah, okay, here, that's right, and here we are. I was doing this shit too. I was reading crap, but then I got distracted by other things, including the lawnmower, which has finally left the immediate vicinity for the time being. So none had ischemic changes, that is to say, none of the heart, like cells died, which is good to know, but, like, yeah. That's fascinating. But they all had consistently higher, like, heart rates. They had tachycardia and whatnot. Now that's fucked up. So apparently people who get the, like, heat stroke and shit, have more, in addition to the sinus tachycardia, I don't know what a conduction defect is, but they had QT Hey, Schleifu, welcome on in. We're talking about the long-term consequences of heat stroke. QT interval prolongation, diffuse ST-T changes, I don't know what that is, as well as ST-T changes localized to the distribution of the coronary artery. Again, I don't know. I know that the second half of that, but what is ST-T changes? I gotta look that up. Let's find out. ST-T change. Yeah, let's go with abnormality. Let's go with that. Okay. Oh, it's an abnormality in the heart's electrical cycle, the ST segment and T wave. They can signal serious conditions like a heart attack or myocardial ischemia, but they aren't necessarily always those things. But they're frequently non-specific, meaning that they're benign or stress-related or caused by other non-cardiac factors. Fascinating. The kitty is also clearly a bit upset about the lawnmower. Interesting. Who's a fluffy mitten kitty? It's you. Okay, so we got that one sorted. We know what those words mean. But then we gotta know also what the conduction defect it means. And I agree, way too hot today. Oh no, I'm straight up just reading like research. Yeah, I'm reading research to you guys. Yeah, because it's interesting, and like I had no idea about this, so we're learning together. We gotta learn what the conduction changes in the heart means. Abnormalities in the electrical system that controls your heart rate and rhythm. When they're blocked or slowed, it causes it to beat too fast, too slow, or irregularly. Fascinating. Okay, so the cardiac conduction system is a network of nodes, cells, and signals that controls your heartbeat. And each time your heart beats, electrical signals travel through your heart and they cause different parts of your heart to expand and contract. These actions regulate blood flow throughout your heart and your body. And let's see. The conducting cells carry the electric signals, and the muscle cells control your heart's contraction. Yeah, that tracks. Makes sense. And it basically sends a signal to start the squeeze part of your heartbeat, and then to contract, then to relax. Ideally, it should keep a steady, even heart rate. But the steps of the cardiac conduction cycle go as follows. Your atria, the top heart chamber, tells it to contract. The AV node, the atrioventricular node, delaying the signal until the atria are empty of blood, and then the bundle of HIS, interesting, center bundle of nerve fibers carrying the signal to the Purkinje fibers. And the Purkinje fibers to your ventricles, which are the bottom heart chambers, which causes them to contract and deliver blood out to the body. Okay. Yeah, it's been a long time since I looked into this shit. Yeah. It's been so long. It sounded so much like I was reading a chat comment. That's hilarious. The mitochondriasis. Oh, that's so funny. The mitochondriasis is the powerhouse of the cell. And the streamer goes, "Well, I get what you mean. Yeah, that's totally reasonable." As if it was never a chat message. Speaking of heat, you had some dude telling you wet bulb temperature, so not thermodynamically possible. Even after napkin calculations and going through the 4 laws of thermodynamics, they did not believe you. Let's see, wet bulb temperature. What is a wet bulb temperature? Let's find out. Let's see. Lowest temperature can be reached by the evaporation of water under current ambient conditions. Assessing heat stress. Ah! How we understand a combination of heat and humidity. That's really funny. That's so funny, Coitus. That cracks me the hell up. That they were having, telling you that they were just not possible? That's ridiculous. Oh! That's super fascinating. So it's when a wet towel to a thermometer, and that's the temperature it shows, which means 100% relative humidity. That makes total sense, actually. Yeah, that tracks. But it's also really, really fucking hilarious that they were trying to tell you that that's not possible. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know, some of the time, people are very funny. And they do very funny things, and they say very funny things. Yeah! People are fucking hilarious. During season. So humidity is a massive factor in how hot. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, the air feels, but you feel like humidity is constant in local regions, while temperature is a changing factor during seasons, of course. I think it varies. I'm not sure. I need to think about it more. But my brain is currently not fully equipped to do that kind of thinking at this specific moment. Because my brain is in Noita thinking mode, doing Noita thinking, as opposed to other kinds of thinking. However, if I attach these two, I should be able to fire this hull way the hell faster. Yup, I was right. Hell to the yes. Now this makes this entire setup way the hell more practical. That said, it's still pretty dangerous because, you know, Tentacle is just pretty likely to yoink various types of, projectiles back into your face. But actually, here's a question. If I remove this, what happens? I'm not noticing a huge difference. Yeah, I'm not noticing a gigantic difference, I wouldn't say. Let's see. Shade fan being in shade, nothing works as your body overheats. That is very true. Interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Massive fat. Yeah. And when wet bulb temperature is 35 degrees C plus, you simply die in a few hours. Honestly, that makes total sense. Because, yeah, that, like, it totally fucks up the entirety of, like, the evaporative cooling system of the human body, doesn't it? Because, like, you need less humidity for that to, like, work at all, right? And ideally, the air should be cooler than your body. Otherwise, other parts of the cooling system of just, you know, radiating heat off aren't going to work right. D. Oh, you're right. That's right. You need to scroll back up and copy these several. Grumpophilia was one of them. Because that is super funny as all hell. And then... let's see. Then we had Hamper Madge. So good. And then... but also Isuna Dara, you definitely have my my sympathies with also having had a heat stroke. Cause fuck that shit. It's terrible. It's not great. I tell you. It's not great. Hamper, huh? Wouldn't. You know, you're so right. So, yeah, like the eyes squinting, right? And, like that little squintier eyes. Like, and then, like, maybe, like, one of the eyes, like, or the eyes, like, looking off to the side a little bit. Like, this is sus as all hell. Yeah, that could go kind of hard. You're very right. But honestly, yeah, this wand is actually, technically speaking, entirely done. It's not a very complicated build, but it's a lot of fun. Okay, now there's the strangeness of a spiral shot that we have to deal with. So spiral shot is a very weird and fucked up little spell, let me tell you. Like, my big question about spiral shot is, why does it be like that ways? Like, why does it just stick to things like that? That's not right, man. It shouldn't do that. That's not right, man. That's not cool, man. Okay. We'll put this guy right there. And then we will grab... Is this the guy? No, it's the other one. Well, although maybe it wasn't this one, it's fine. Because I wanted to try out what happens if I put Matter Eater on the summon wall. Because I think it'll be funny. It definitely did not consume charge. Did that destroy any? I can't tell if it chewed up any material. If there's less of this little island here, then it will, I will be sad. Okay. It did, in fact, chew up an extremely tiny amount. My god, that would be some of the most painfully slow digging ever. What happens if I put ping pong path? Let's find out. Nothing obvious, or no obvious ways, simple, no obvious solutions or simple like ways to interpret that one. So you could have some ambient temperature, something like 50°C, and wet bulb temperatures of 37°C, which would be fatal. This is one of the big concerns of climate change. Valid. 27°C today. Permanently lightheaded, dizzy. Yeah, that's fucking terrible. And yes, the hamper evil and the hamper good. Yes. Very good. You are right, also. Water. Water. Mm-hmm. I'm in Kansas, so it's the middle. Oh, I see. Asking coitus. I see. Makes sense. Yep. I like Kansas for several reasons, one of which is that, you know, it's flat. Gets hotter there than up north, but the temperature change between night and day is massive, so it's good to cool down. I see, that's rough. It's good to cool down the room during the night and keep. Yeah, that would be rough on me personally, because yeah, that shit would be. Yeah, correct, Bayhu. Yes. Now Kansas is it's honestly a pretty solid place for a lot of different reasons. I meme about it because it's flat, and that's just kind of funny. But like the nicest thing about like Kansas, in my opinion, actually has to do with the legislature. Although they have a lot of issues, don't think that they don't. They do. They're basically lazy bums. So they don't do anything, like, ever. Right? And it's extremely rare for them. It's like, oh yeah, this is my Eldritch Sawblade experiment. Or, oh yeah. But yeah. And as a consequence of the government, like, being extremely lazy in this respect, basically, so, okay. The reason I am partial to this type of thing is because the over-eagerness to do stuff and to have the appearance of having done stuff is precisely how all of the laws that drastically hurt people with chronic pain were passed. It was explicitly because they were too eager to act and put an insufficient amount of forethought into doing so. Wait, did I just drop? I think I just dropped this wand and it just went falling. Or not. Maybe I did put it correctly up. Who knows? Maybe I accidentally put it into the... Who knows? I don't fucking care. It's fine. But yeah, so basically the over-eagerness to, like, try to have the appearance of solving a problem rather than actually doing something to, like, improve the situation, it is a big part of what produced all of the issues for chronic pain patients. And as a consequence, I am particularly... And it's part of why Kansas is one of the only states that still has, like, reasonable laws in this respect. Do what must do, then they do. Absolutely nothing like a croissant. Shitty winter. Winters actually kind of hate it. Proper winters. Slushy and wet is your preference. Winter is the main reason you... It makes sense. Let's see. I love full winter. You hate the soggy mid-season shit. Something about the freezing night and the slow snowfall is just calming, silent. I mean, that does sound kind of nice. Like that feeling too, but when it's been 3 or 4 months of -10°C and lower temps, you get grumpy. I mean, that's valid. That's super valid, man. I get that. -10°C rookie. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like... Yeah. So... I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad and actually seriously contemplate how to answer your question. Because, TBH, the climate and the temperature and the weather in Kansas is complicated. I will answer your question after having thought about it for a moment. I didn't need to think about that. That was an instant obvious. That shit, instant obvious ad because the emote fantastic. But yes, so okay. Here's how I would explain this. Kansas. So some people make a funny ass joke about it, and they say something about like Kansas being somebody's something or other like they say because Colorado sucks and Missouri blows or something. And the idea is basically that the weather from all over the United States kind of ends up meeting in Kansas. And so there's these really drastic extremes that come and go. So basically, okay, how do I explain? So the past, like, several weeks has been some of the most consistent each evening because there is conditionally unstable air, which is to say, actually that doesn't matter. Just know that conditionally unstable air results in thunderstorms when there's a temperature differential. Just that's all it's important. Has to do with moisture. But yeah, basically, there are a bunch of different temperatures and levels of humidity that come and go in Kansas because the giant, like, air masses just pass us by because we're flat. There's nothing to impede that airflow, right? And so basically, you can in the Kansas you can experience snow, you can experience tornadoes, you can experience thunderstorms, you can experience sweltering humid heat, you can experience bitter negative. Let me look up what the temperature is in Celsius for you. Actually, let's go with coldest day in the past year, Kansas. -13 Fahrenheit. Let me find out what that is. -13 Fahrenheit in Celsius. -25 degrees Celsius. Yeah. So basically, yeah, there's a lot of fucked up mixes of different types. Like the winters in Kansas are incredibly bitter. Generally speaking, they are some of the worst winters you can really have in the U.S. without being way north. And that they're very severe. However, the summers can also just be swelteringly horrific, but they don't tend to usually be over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, give me a sec. 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius. 37.7. They will usually be a lot less than that. In fact, it's not very common for the temperature to rise above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. 90 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. 32. So it's generally below the temperature where the wet bulb heat will just kill you. But you are likely to be miserable, not insignificant amount of the time. However, lately, as in the past, since global warming really picked up, Kansas used to say, so before global warming was a lot more serious and was more advanced, shall we say. Actually, I'm gonna catch up with chat real quick, and then I'll tell. Well, before that, it was gray, or no, it was like most of Kansas was a tan, dead grass color. Most of Kansas these days is green. It's very different than it used to be. I actually rather like that change, but mind you, I don't think global warming is good. But yeah, silver linings and all that, you know. Yeah. You know, Kansas is basically the center of the United States. Yeah. Finland's on the same latitude as Canada, but we go even further north than that. Yeah, makes sense. Kansas is in the tornado zone, yeah. And, yeah, that's part why it takes place. Yeah. Literal Arctic sun. You lived on a literal Arctic sun. You don't remember what it means precisely, but you know it gets cold during winter, yeah. Good shit. Tsundere storms. That's so funny. Such a good vibe. I mean, I also really love thunderstorms. Thunderstorms are gorgeous and beautiful. And yeah, the trash bag of all the weathers. Throw it all in there and let it mix. Except hurricanes. No hurricanes. Yeah, no hurricanes and no hurricanes, which frankly I am delighted about. No tsunamis. I never have to worry about that shit, which is nice. And someone told me that 6 feet is tall and 100 degrees Fahrenheit is hot, and that's where the cutting points. I mean, that's part of why I look up the Celsius for you guys. Had 25 degrees Celsius winter. Yeah, it makes sense. 24. 100 degrees Fahrenheit is hot. Is more used for body temperature. Yeah, I mean, well, so I'm not exactly sure what it is in Celsius, but for the human body, I know that it's 98.5, and if I'm not mistaken, in that Chapel Roan song, when I think they say 188 degrees, it's because it's 98.5 multiplied by 2, or like you add that together, two people's body temperature. I think that's what they're referencing in that particular song. But mind you, my song interpretation abilities are terrible. Like, I would dare I call it notoriously so. In fact, it's so bad. In fact, like Ren and I were very seriously considering for a while doing a TikTok series of my wrong song interpretations, right? Because I so badly interpret songs and their lyrics meaning, like, and it's just so utterly incorrect that it doesn't just border on the hilarious. It is just fucking hilarious, indisputably so. Let's see. Stream takes off. You want to bother just converse imperial units to met. That would be awesome. Like, that would be a great. Actually, is there a way to do that easy? Like, is there like some? Tell me somebody's already done that, because that sounds like the exact type of thing someone has already done. Give me a sec. I will. We'll look into it later. Convert Fahrenheit to Celsius and vice versa bot command thing. Hi, Fidgy Mitten Kitty. Who's a good fluff and fluffle? Who's a good little pufferoo? It's you, Mr. Kitty. I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of Chapel Roan. Chapel Roan, pretty fucking amazing songs. You got one that's so bad on its own. Is that so much you? That's pretty funny. The one has bomb, and quadruple spell, and bomb. It also has always cast no explode. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I really enjoy it when, but welcome on in, Machu. Glad to have you. I really love it when Noita hands you a fucking hilarious joke like that, you know? Oh god, I got a very funny, really good one the other day, but I don't quite remember what it was. Freedom units just make no sense. Like 6 feet is 182 centimeters, 5 feet and 11 something, and it's under 79. Why does it go above 11? Well, it stops at some point. It makes no sense. So think of it this way: 12 inches, 1 foot. So actually, so you know 12-point font? Actually, this is a great way to explain it, TBH. It was out of a chest, too. Oh, God. That's really funny. But yeah, so there are, 12-point font, right? So there are 12 points in a pica. 6 picas in an inch. 12 inches in a foot. And 12... Or no, yeah, 12 inches in a foot. Yeah. And that's really what you need to know. And then, about 1 yard is basically a meter. It's 3 feet. Yeah. Hey, Meatball. I mean, don't you worry, Meatball. It's okay for being late. We all sleep in sometimes. I mean, Dunk, he decided to, skill issue his internet. I kid, it's ridiculous. Like, what does that even mean? Skill issue his internet. That's. Oh God, that's good. That is so silly. Oh yeah, a ton is 2,000 pounds. I don't even know how much a metric ton is actually. 0.3 pounds is Oh, actually, I didn't know that. That's a good one. I will try to remember that one actually. 0.3 pounds is about a kilogram. That's very useful. Oh God, yeah, like the miles, nautical miles, and like the Roman miles, very different. Yeah. And I agree that Bayhue is Bayhue, the metric system is better. You'll never find me arguing differently, TBH. My trouble is that my brain is in fact wired more to deal with freedom units than it is for like metric. It's not that like as far as liquids and volume are concerned, I do liters. But as far as weight and like I can pretty accurately like look at a person, and I developed this skill when I was younger. I can look at a person and generally know how much they weigh in pounds because I wrestled for a long time. And this allowed me to like know who I was going to be wrestling ahead of time. It's a useful skill in that respect. However, I do not need these decoy. But yes, it's a yeah. What calculator is very detailed? Metrics, yeah, yes. Let's see, kilogram. Wait, what? It's 2.2 pounds. You know this from work, really? Oh wait. Oh, and so I get it. So, okay, so 0.3 pounds is 1 kilogram, but wait, we got 2 different numbers. Oh shit. 3 different units for gallon. Don't get me. So I think that the thing that like is the most criminal about the freedom units is their liquid measurements. I'm not like, frankly, out of all of the measurements from that are for like all the freedom unit measurements, by far, in my opinion, their liquid measurements are the most utterly useless bullshit trash that, frankly, they're just not useful to anybody as far as I can tell, right? Like, some people, like, okay, I enjoy the gallon and the half gallon, and the pint. But if you ask me how these things relate to each other, I have to pull up a reference chart, right? Because I don't know in my heart of hearts, like, how these different things relate to each other. Because the system is bad. It's hard to, like, keep track of, and it's not a very, like, cogent or useful system. And as a consequence of this, fuck that shit. Yeah. Because I hate it. It's awful, frankly. Because yeah, it's just it doesn't work well, man. It just doesn't work well. It does not work well at all. The reason you know 1 mile is 1.6 kilometers is because you remember that 1 mile is 100 Minecraft chunks, and that one chunk is 16 blocks across, and 1 block is 1 meter. That's so funny, actually. Yeah, the only reason I know that 1 mile is 1.69 kilometers is because nice. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So a metric ton is 1,000 kilograms. Oh, okay, that's nice. So 1.2 that's very useful. 1.2 centimeters is 1 inch. That does sound, that's pretty nice, actually. That's pretty good. I like that. But yeah, in Kansas, the weather is honestly super duper complicated, but in general, like, if you're living near a relatively big city, the sizable buildings will disrupt tornado winds. Yeah. And make it so that you are less likely to ever have to deal with a tornado. Not guaranteed, but less likely. Yeah, like one time, I saw this utterly gigantic tornado, like it was something like a half a mile across, I think. No, actually, no bigger than that. I think it was about 3/4 of a mile across. I think it would be the highest category of tornado if it had actually, or maybe it was actually the highest category. I don't really remember. I don't really know. Don't really remember. Don't really care even. It was a pretty unremarkable moment in my life. So I remember I looked out the window at it and I was like, huh. I swear if that shit hits me and where I am, I'm gonna be so pissed. Was all I could really think about it, right? I was just dryly upset at the tornado. Because I was just like, I was not having their bullshit. And as a consequence of this, I was just it was a big ass tornado. It did leave a sizable swath of destruction behind it. But on the whole, it wasn't like a huge deal in my eyes, because, you know, a lot of tornadoes just kind of, they come and they go, and they're not a huge deal. Ren takes them a lot more seriously than I do, right? Which is understandable, because tornadoes can be pretty serious. They can be pretty darn serious, and that's valid, but my thing is if the thing doesn't look like it's literally, there are certain indicators that it's going to be barreling directly at you. And I guess for most of my life, whenever something terrible was about to happen, I had a very good sensation of it. I knew before it was going to happen, the terrible thing was going to happen. I've never actually been truly blindsided by a horrible happening in my life. I usually get like this awful sinking feeling in my stomach, like about 3/4 of a day before it happens. And so if I did not get such a sensation, I'm just like, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. You're 6'3" and 220 pounds, rounding, but it sounds better to be 190 centimeters and 100 kilograms. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a little light, isn't it? For that height? That means you're probably pretty, like, kind of rail thin, doesn't it? Well, actually, maybe that's not true. I think my friend might be 6'1", and then he's 180 pounds. So maybe you're, like, actually just exactly normal. Yeah, that sounds about right. A liter of water weighs exactly 1 kilogram. And you see, that's part of what I think is wonderful about the liquid measurements, especially for like the metric system. It's gorgeous. It's lovely. It's a 99.9% of humans have 10 or less fingers. It only makes sense to use scales divisible by 10. That's a very funny reasoning. I kind of love that. That's delightful. Much you say that you only know one free unit on how to remember, and it's in the weirdest way possible. You have blocks of meat at work. Let's see. At work, that weighed 27.2 kilogram. You always wondered why it was that specific weight until you read the label, and it was 60 pounds. Oh, damn. Interesting. U.S. ton is 907 kilograms. Fascinating. Don't get me started on the U.K. Oh, don't get me started on that fucking shit. I hate that. Do not... Yeah, like, I'm about to say, don't get me started on the measurement that is the stone. That is one of the most diabolically stupid measurements ever conceived of. Right? Like, I don't remember, like, what it is, but it is interesting, and I think it served a purpose at some point in history, but I don't remember what it is. But these days, frankly, I really don't think it's that useful. But there's something that makes me upset about the stone as a measurement. I'm just like, what? Like, watch how most people look at a gallon and they get upset. That's how I feel about the measurement of a stone. And I agree that the Minecraft thing is fantastic. Mm-hmm. So, you weren't here at the beginning of the stream. You forgot to ask. How am I? I will answer that in a second. I'm good, though, in general. Right now. Heard the story of the 4-minute mile? It's called the ghost mile in your language, which is more applicable, I think. Why? What? No. Wait. Give me a sec to look up, because I almost set a record at my school. I'm not going to look into it. I don't give a shit, actually. I was thinking about looking up certain things about it for a sec, but then I was like, actually, I don't give any shits about this. Why should I look it up? And so I'm not going to. Now, let's put this one away. Well, then again, no. I want to use this ridiculous combo here as part of a very stupid wand, because it sounds hilarious. This could work. Do this. Actually, if I just do... This might be able to work. I don't know. Maybe, though. I'm not going to do the math ahead of time. It's not the worst. Gee! You know, I kind of love this. This is kind of great. However, I should probably just get some other thingamajig. Actually, you know what? A double might be fine. Oh, wait. You can't handle the mana cost for realsies? 1 and 2. What about like this? No. No, you cannot. What about now? What? 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 Okay, I'm gonna figure that shit out in a sec. But I would say that in general, I'm feeling pretty aight. Just expect the worst. So here's the thing, but I have lots of things to say about that type of perspective. I say don't expect anything. Have no I think that a much better like alternative than expecting the worst is to simply expect nothing and be pleasantly surprised all the time. Or, you know, not particularly surprised when something bad happens. Because nothing in particular you weren't expecting it. Like, you just kind of accept all things as possible that are, like, remotely likely to happen, and then you're just kind of like, eh. I personally have an easier time like that, but, you know, I think I'm not sure everybody's built for either way of looking at things, TBH. Ren certainly is not. They like to hope for things. But they also deal with disappointment better than I do. Yeah. Everybody's different like that. 10 kilograms overweight. So, Bayhue, I want you to understand something. Most concepts of overweight and the body mass index are fundamentally flawed. They do not take into account women, tall people, or people who are built to be both tall and wide. They basically do not take into account the varying kinds of like body types, which means that the concepts of overweight, obese, and morbidly obese, A, are fundamentally discriminatory towards women, and B, and tall people, and B, don't actually have much grounding in science. Ren will tell you about the specifics of this at some stage, I'm sure, because Ren has a better background in the understanding of these concepts. But the long short of it is as I just explained. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Eat. And yeah, Matthew, I would just say the exact same things I just said to in respect to those other things. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about such things. Gee, that's a good joke, Machu. That's a really good joke. The one way you like to annoy Americans is when they say, "Wait, however many pounds." You ask them why they count their weight in English currency. You know what? That is funny enough that I think I'm actually gonna put that in the quotes if you don't mind, because that's funny as shit, and I love it. 10 out of 10. It makes me smile, and I think that it's a special little great thing, so I'm gonna add it if you don't mind. And if you do mind, then I will simply say anonymous chatter. Let's see. And then we do this, add another quote. This. Machu. You don't mind, very good. Machu 53. Excellent. I have added it. Now we have it. Marvelous. Beautiful. But no, I've never heard the story of the ghost smile. Let's see. Hey, stop that. Computer doing things I'm not telling it to. Grumble. Or that I tell it to, but then I'm gonna pretend like I didn't. Also, I very much love the nanometer. It's a good measurement. And I rather quite like that the scale goes exponentially, by the way. It's lovely. The 4-minute mile ghost mile was a theory that no human could ever run a mile in under 4 minutes. It was considered practically impossible. Many people tried and got close, but no dice. And then there was somebody, then when someone confirmed to have done it, records started popping up like flies. It's a theory that just because everybody thinks it's impossible doesn't make it impossible, yeah? Yeah, it makes a lot of good logic sense. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, like, had I known ahead of time that that I was going to need to run the mile a day or 3 beforehand, I would not have made the mistake of eating a bunch of gummy worms and drinking a bunch of soda in the 2 days prior, because that like affects your your body's conditioning quite severely. So like, yeah, if I had known such a thing ahead of time, I would have just not done that, and I probably could have managed to get like a 4-minute, 15-second mile. And I'm still a little bit bitter that I was deprived of this opportunity, because the thing was, I nearly kept pace at the extremely fast rate at which I was running, but it was only during that last minute that I could sense that my conditioning from like having eaten those things was affecting things. It's really unfortunate, but you know, such is life. You know how it be. Was not meant to be. Also true, Meatball. Also true. Also, yeah, those that say something's impossible should not interrupt those doing it. True enough. True. But you believe it, it's 100% impossible. That's funny. It's not a belief by some people that going faster than 50 kilometers per hour is impossible. That's funny. It's be impossible to inhale air. That's hilarious, actually. I love that. Oh, that's very funny of Bob without a hat. Expect nothing. Like the end of the world? Very funny. Adding another sound effect, are we, Shlifu? Ahoo! Oh, you wanted an ahoo, I get it. Off work, starting your 6-hour journey home in tornado warning. Yeehaw! Good luck, and I hope you're alright. You don't have to comfort me. But I'm not trying to comfort you, Bayhue. I'm talking shit on body mass index as a measurement. It's a fucked up measurement that I think should not have ever existed and is fundamentally flawed. But that don't get me started on the fact that the only people that were used to design the metric were men. Meaning it doesn't take into account women or their tits or their ass. So like, let me just it's not a legit measurement. It's closer to pseudoscience than it is science. So, I am not saying this to comfort you, Bayhue. I'm talking shit on pseudoscience, which is one of my favorite activities, you should well know. In particular, pseudoscience that harms people. Yeah. So, Bayhue, something that struck me is that you definitely talked like somebody who had body dysmorphia like type issues of a sort, in terms of like your self-image, in terms of like exercising and whatnot, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. Let me just tell you this. What matters most is that you accept yourself as you are, and you don't necessarily like judge yourself for being the way that you are naturally. And that's easier said than done, and it's a very hard thing to do, but it's also something worth aspiring towards. And I think so, Isunadara. Yeah, it's or maybe I think a hair might actually be a few, like 1 or 2 nano, like maybe 1.5 or 2 nanometers or some shit out. Although it very much it varies a lot. Already in the Discord, you say? You getting faster at cutting the sounds? Hell yes. Tits and ass, tits and ass. Valid, Bayhue. 5-week holiday coming up after tomorrow's workday, and so you have time to change things around if you truly wish. So time will tell. Well, that's certainly a good thing. Because, yeah, it's just important to be taking care of yourself. But let's also take a little quick peek at the thingamajiggeroo that Schleifu has left in the thing. The Discord. Man, some days I'm just not very descriptive. But it's fine. Anyhow, that's right. I took my Adderall like a while ago, but I don't know how long. It's probably been 20 minutes or so, so I'll just set a 27-minute alarm. And after that, that means I can have snacks. Okay. Very good. Goodbye. Ah! They're both very good. Oh my god, water is so good. Delicious. And yeah, those are very good sounds. I will add both of them soon. That I approve of. I certainly approve of the goodbye and whatnot without an issue. I will add it when I add more things. If there's any audio containing them, or you use a clip of the original video, you use Reaper to cut it to the desired length and convert them to MP3. I mean, yeah, isn't Reaper like aren't you like so happy that like so I'm the one that told you about Reaper, right? Because I know that Woat and Synthetron are the ones who told me about Reaper, and I am so happy they told me about Reaper because it's so good. And man, it's so much easier to edit like audio with that shit than like other oh my god, I love it so much. Also, something else I was thinking about the other day is like I wonder if I should like I wonder if it would be remotely appealing stream content, probably not. For me to like edit like my music audio on stream, but I doubt it very much. But yeah, it's something I've thought about. You had a dark joke, but you will not make it. Understandable, I get it. I get it. Let's see. And you got everything you already wanted, like the program, you clip, cut, down YouTube with. I see. In your power fans, you take a trip to Finland. You will get blown away by Finnish tap water. How pure and clean it tastes. That's very funny. That's fantastic, actually. I'm delighted by this. Water is so nice. Because, like, often, so, like, I don't think I'm not sure whether I've, like, said it yet, but to put it in perspective, I have so incredibly much, whatchalls it? I have so incredibly much. Actually, wait a minute. What if I do this? No, not that. God damn you. Well, actually, here's a thought process. What if I do this with a double? That almost works. Almost. Yeah, I think it's just not quite got enough of the things that it needs. But yeah, I don't think I have necessarily made it entirely clear that I have like something approximating like I think it's like 1,000 or maybe at least like I think it's 800, but maybe if I'm being super conservative about the amount of time, like 2 to 500 hours of like recorded piano music that I've written, and I just need to you know, cut out various parts of it, like where I'm just, you know, either making a ridiculous number of mistakes, or I'm just sighing and groaning in pain. Yeah, and I have a lot of both of those happening when in a lot of the things, and so basically what I need to do is I just need to like, um, yeah, like here's the thing, Bayhu. I'm not a good piano player. Um, I am a mediocre piano player who is rather very good at writing piano music. Like that, but there's a big difference between those things. um, and like, yeah, it's a whole thing because like, let's put this guy there. Good. Now those are the most dangerous spells off of that wand. Behind a wand, refresh, nice and safe. Okay, but like, so I'm kind of in this weird spot where like, I've done most of like the hard part of the writing of the stuff, but I need to like actually sit down and like snip out the useless portions of the audio files and whatnot. And if that's just like a rather lengthy kind of process, you know, and it's just, oh god, it's a whole ass thing, you know. And sometimes I just wonder, like, what is the, like, is this the, like, what is the right way to go about this? And I don't know the answer to that question. You love listening to a piano player, but yes, yeah, it's good. It's good as shit. But yeah, I have questions about what the right approach for such a thing is. I have never played Baba as you know. Really, you think I would get it? You think I would like it? Because here's my thing about, so I like a good puzzle, but I don't know if I would like a puzzle game. I don't know about that. Puzzle games sound like a lot of brain power. I'm like, every time I want to do a thing that uses a lot of brain power, I gotta ask this very sincere question: does it deserve my brain power? Mm-hmm. Do it deserve me brain power? And you know, sometimes that's a hard question to answer. You know, because some of the time it's easy to figure out, right? Other times it's a highly abstract question with no obvious answer. Um, you know, it's kind of a problem. And that is true. I do have a knack for thinking outside the box. That said, ask me to think inside the box, and I tend to fail miserably. Like unironically, I get pretty unlike Ren, who is very good at multiple choice questions. I'm always able to remove the first two options that are obviously wrong, but the distractor and the right answer, I always can think of justifications for both, unless it's like an obvious thing like math. Yeah. Now that could work. I think, yeah, like, I'll ask Ren if it's the type of thing that Ren would enjoy doing, and if so, then yes, this sounds fantastic. Because I would love to do something like that. That sounds cute and adorable and fun. And let's see, so now we just got these fellers, these, so yeah, now the wand is, that's not all the things, but, and like the wand's not quite full, but that's okay. That's okay. Put this here, and now we're going to yoink it, stab it. Stab it. Stab it. Okay. And now we're gonna grab this feller out. Not that guy, actually. No, that one's a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem, child, there, one I tells you. He just never listens to his elders. He just... Yeah. Some days I feel much more full of nonsense than others. Today it seems to be a day where I feel very full of nonsense. Okay, so what actually happens if I do this? And then I basically do an ad. So if I do an ad trigger, what is like one of the most expensive things I could talk, like expensive to thingamajigs I could add onto here that like would be remotely worthwhile, I guess. Like homing's not a terrible pick. Like just ordinary ass homing is not a bad pick here. But what else would be a good pick? Unsure. Unsure. Oh, that's right. Oh, it looks like my speaker has finished charging, which means I can get up and put that into the plug it back into the computer. Very good. I will do that here in just a few moments. So then I can enjoy the cute little sounds, because I love listening to the fun little sounds, because they're cute, they're fun, they're goofy, they're nice. I say they're nice. So yeah, what it would be. So I could go for something like lightning. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. That sounds funny and delightfully dumb. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put lightning thrower and plasma beam thrower on this on this wand. Although, let me see, how much is this? You know, this might actually be able to afford this, and I think this could be rather interesting. I will certainly think about it, and I will let you know if we decide that it's the type of nice thing. But yeah, frankly, if there was like, yeah, yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's fine. Let's fire off this one and see what happens. Okay, you know what, that is exactly what I was hoping it would do. Now I just need to find the plasma. Oh, that's right. I think the plasma beam thrower is over on this wand over here. The red wand with the always cast plasma beam bounce. Oh, this is the wrong wand, it would seem. Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch, I don't remember where I put the goddamn thing. You know, there's something about airline foods. Something airline foods and something or other. I can't appreciate the modern marvel of airline food. I don't think you missed much. I was just yapping about nonsense. Wait, is that what? That's it. I think. No, it's more lightning thrower, but you know what? That's fine. I can use that one too. That one should do just fine. Okay. We go and grab more lightning thrower. So that way this will be a very lightning themed wand that takes full advantage also of the fun and delightful nature of energy orb. But then at longer ranges it will have lightning thrower like that. Fuck yeah. That said, it definitely does better with the concentrated mana, I think. It's not quite enough where it can sustain, but that's honestly not like a huge issue, I don't think. Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait, no. Instead of this, I want a double. This is actually what I want. That's right, that's much better. Yeah. Good shit. Delicious. I am extremely pleased with this wand. You used to play CSGO, and you had some skins, and apparently they went up in value like 10 to 100x ever since, and you have no problem with Steam, but damn, son. Nice. Frankly, if there was anything like if there was any game that or anything I really wish I had, it's the Anomaly DLC for RimWorld, because I have every other DLC, right? And yeah, it's like you know, yeah, I wish I had that, but it's you know, one of those things. Because like one of my favorite things about RimWorld is all the fun like options and the mods. And there's a lot of mods that have like the Anomaly DLC as like a dependency, right? You need to have the Anomaly DLC to make the rest of the shit work, which is a bit frustrating. It makes them just like, come on. But yeah, but it's just one of those things. Yeah, you know, one of these days. Because I love RimWorld. It's such a good game. I don't have 6K hours in that game for no reason. It's because it's one of the best games ever made. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they I'm telling you, they cooked with that game. That game, peak fiction. Wait, what happens if I put upwards Larpa on a holy lance? What does that even look like? Very weird is the answer, with lots of right angles. Wait, no, just one? Why? There's only one? What? Okay, well, maybe I need to put decelerating shot on here. I gotta know. Actually, wait a minute. No. Accelerative homing might slow it down enough. No, it did not. Son of a bitch. Not gonna trust a third-party website. D&D, what kind of characters did you make? Tell me. I want to hear about it. You had a lot of fun with your friends. I mean, hey, that sounds a lot of fun. Yeah, that is a good question. Where do you see that? I actually have no idea. Like, not that I would have anything. And great question. You may cook at rest sites. You go to the right and you click wallet. Usually next to username, top right makes sense. Your interwebs. Fuck, your Steam is having constipation. Oh, view my wall. I see. You wrote a monk character. You never played monk before, you think? So here's the thing about monks. if you're allowed to start at level 5, they're fun. If you can't start at level 5, don't play a monk. Simple. Like, level 5 or higher. Because here's the trouble. Like, monks have this issue. It's called, they have a D8 hit dice, and they want to be in melee. Unless, of course, you are the gunk. The, gun monk. Now, if you, so, hilariously, in particular, the Kensei monk can select as their monk weapon a gun. Like a musket. And funnily enough, it actually, the DPS on it is quite high, very effective, and you're not in near as much danger as you would be otherwise. Or, alternatively, multi-classing with something such as, like, what do you call it? With Rogue is exceedingly beneficial for Monk. Monk gets an unbelievably significant buff, in particular in speed, from taking 2 levels in Rogue. And if you'd like a little bit of extra damage, take that extra level to get to 3rd level, and then, you know, you can get the subclass features for Rogue, right? As well as some other things, right? Like, if you want pure DPS, you can go with, what do you call it? Shit. Words. If you want pure DPS, then you can go for... Don't worry, I'll find the word in a sec. It'll arrive. Oh god, why is the word hiding? The assassin subclass. What the hell, man? That took a while. Too much clutter in my brain, I tell you. So yeah. So here's the thing. Now, okay, wait. So let me see. But, well, okay, it depends on what you mean by the most faithful, but most likely you're thinking of Baldur's Gate 3 question mark? But you could be thinking of the other Baldur's Gate games. Like Neverwinter Nights and things, but yeah, like, they're all good. From what I hear, they're all very good games. And then there's also some of the Planescape games, like, Planescape Torment, I think, is one of them. But yeah. And, but in any case... What personally for me, one of the things I find most fun in D&D is actually just having a very effective and fun character that lets you, like, impact the world in significant ways. And I find that having an incompetent character is it saps the fun directly out of the game for me personally. But I can understand that some other people, like a lot of other people, will not share this same issue. But yeah, like that's often how it be for me. Let's put this guy here. And this feller right there. Oh man, this would be one of the most hilarious payloads to be fired off from a wand of all time, actually. Allow me to fly some distance far away from my base of operations. And then I would like to see what happens when I fire off this wand, because this sounds very funny. Well, bam. Oh, come on. Okay, fine. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, that is too good. God, that is so funny. Yep, I was right. This is very humorous. Tee. Hiya. Hiya. Tee. And there we go. And that's a lot of all of these things, isn't it? I am glad I went as far away as I did. Yeah, I was also very right. This is probably one of the funnier payloads I've ever cooked up. It is so funny. And it was, of course, after just a bunch of, like, you know, spitterballs with timers. Like, that's so funny. I love it so much. That is so much fun. Factorio, something. Import speedrun. World record holder or something guy is playing Noita. Oh, really? Damn. That's crazy. Really? And you're saying if you want to try something, I'll game what? I see. I will let you know. And I will look into it. I will look into this game to see if it's something I would enjoy. Or if the RAM would enjoy. But I will certainly ask.
I don't need this your mimic come. I don't need your mimic come. Mimics come.
Let's see. So for me, perfecting the build is the fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty disgusted with the whole situation.
Right. So to me, part of what makes D&D really fun is having an effective character with a really lovely build. Now, perfecting it, not so much, right? To me, like, one of my favorite things is to have a bunch of movement. One of my favorite NPCs
But I've seen
that are
Danke perform.
it's actually an
It may have been in my
obscenely
dreams that I was like conjuring it up.
weak character,
any
like
good?
mechanically, from like a pure DPS output type of perspective, but I gave them 2 magic items that basically allows them to convert their gimmick into damage, which single-handedly turned them. They're unique items, and as far as I'm concerned, they cannot be reproduced easily. But basically, the character's name is Mortem Aria, death from above in Latin. And basically, he's an Aarakocra, who I basically maxed out his speed stat. He's a monk, rogue, barbarian multiclass, with a few levels and a couple of classes that give access to certain spells, and he's got some magic items to let him use certain spells that give him extra speed. And so, essentially, it's up to the point where he can travel at a third of the speed of sound, easily, consistently, with no extra bits or bobs, and it's extremely funny. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe for short periods of time, about a minute, he's able to travel at exactly just above the speed of sound. I'm pretty sure, yeah, just narrowly just above it, and it's extremely hilarious. And yeah, like, that character at base, when I made him, had very few damage options. However, you also couldn't easily hurt this character because he could move so far outside of the scope of battle. Oh, that's right, the rest of his levels were Warlock. Yeah, so basically, he he used the Eldritch Spear, Invocation, and Spell Sniper to be able to ping away at bad guys from like well over 1,000 feet away. Yeah, he's a pretty nasty boyo, but essentially, he's one of my favorite builds. And the thing is, I really enjoy tweaking that particular character to be able to like travel so fast. To me, that was a whole lot of fun, and he's not optimized in the least, in the sense of he's not optimized for anything but speed. So I think that, like, for me, a lot of, depending on what version, like, a lot of people get different things out of the game, right? And a lot of people enjoy different parts of character creation. For me, one of the things I find most enjoyable is the actual process of making a mechanically rewarding character that is also fun to roleplay, right? Because to me, I wouldn't find it worthwhile to do anything else with the character if I didn't if I didn't find the mechanics of the character rewarding, right? So if the character's got very little going on for me, like mechanics wise, it's like that is fun, then I'm not gonna find the character rewarding in the long run. Yeah. So everybody finds different parts of the character creation process very rewarding and fun. That's one of the beautiful things about D&D, right? First-person shooter game that you stream right now. It's Warhammer 40k themed. It's a boomer shooter. Has D&D mechanics. Really? Weapons having strength levels, enemies having toughness. That's interesting. Dragon Age Origins. I have heard good things about this game. Let's see. So, funny power-up items. See if a character is played well, but is underpowered, or played bad, but overpowered, then the DM might have to find a way to buff. Here's my thing. So here, I'm gonna keep yapping as I get up and plug in my speaker. Give me a second. But here's my opinion on the topic of, having an optimized character. It makes my job harder as the dungeon master if a player comes to the table with a poorly optimized, weak character that will get murderized by a bunch of monsters, right? I much prefer that they come to the table with a properly optimized character that can, do a good job against CR appropriate enemies. Because for me, I'm running a level 17 game, right? So the party is well and truly past the point where I need to be worried about them keeling over and dying suddenly from somebody rolling a critical hit, right? It's pretty likely that a critical hit, if somebody's already missing hit points, might kill somebody, but nobody's gonna die from one hit usually, unless I basically optimize an enemy to that be their whole deal. Then it's not really gonna be an issue. And so, if I have to buff or nerf a character because the player didn't, especially if I have to buff the character because they didn't bring their A game when optimizing the character, it's just making more work for me as a DM, right? It makes my job harder, Let's see. Grab the speaker, plug it in, turn it on. I also need to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna run a quick little 2-minute ad, and I will be back. See you guys in a jiff. Tis rather humorous. Ren got up to like go to the bathroom right as I was getting up to go to the bathroom, and so that was inconvenient but funny. And that's, that took a little longer than expected, but yes. Let's see. Disgusted. I see, they ended their stream. I see. 300 meters per second, I see. Hi, kitty man. Hey. Love the character. So I can understand, like, to me, the character writing and playing them is very important as well, right? But to me, like, for me, what helps the game really, like, helps the verisimilitude of the game in my eyes, it basically, you kind of need, like, to me, the mechanics support the role playing of the actual character, right? Because you got, like, for me, like, the verisimilitude of the world is harmed when like a high level character is unable to, like, enact sufficient changes given the, like, level on the world around them, right? Or like which is part of why it's important to, like, optimize the character correctly. Or when the dungeon master acts as if the low level characters are somehow remotely special in some respect, but then get absolutely trounced by functionally speaking nobodies. And it's just like, why were you acting as though these people were special when they just got utterly wrecked? Why is it these people cannot do basic tasks? Like, how are they failing so hardcore at very basic things, right? And yeah, it's one of the things that it doesn't jive well for me, especially when I'm playing as a player, 0 degrees Celsius and dry air, 331 meters per second. 23 C, it's 343 meters per second. So very close to 3 seconds for a kilometer, plus or minus. Some change. One of the more morbid facts you heard is, if you hear the sniper shoot, you are already safe. That is quite funny, actually. That is rather interesting. For estimating the distance of a lightning strike, that's enough accuracy. Interesting. Most sniper rounds are subsonic. Really? Well, I guess actually, yeah, unless you're using like a 50 caliber, or like a, pardon me, a 50 BMG. I think those are more than, they're above subsonic, right? They're supersonic rounds. But it could well be the case. The sound ride's just before them. Interesting. That's fascinating. It's kind of hard to say realistically, but yeah. So you'll perceive the sound just as it enters your skull. It's pretty funny. Let's see. Okay. I've seen Dunk perform. It may have been in my dreams, but I've seen it. Perceived sound. You disagree with that, Sleep. For which aspect? I don't have time to reflect on the matter. That's fair. So much fire supersonic bullets. Yeah, absolutely. But it must have been some sort of thing you read about when I think about it. And like most things, the accurate answer is true enough. He wants to see the sniper's muzzle flash before you're already dead. Yeah, fair enough. Like put it in the first perspective. Yeah, it depends, but you know, that makes even less sense. Some sniper rifles have flame arresters. You mean like the muzzle brake itself, right? Or yeah, muzzle brake. Yeah, or like flash suppressors. I guess there's a lot of names for it. Actually, come to think of it. So you'll see the flash before you die if there is one. The light will travel faster. Yeah. So of course you did a dumb thing. And fun fact, in some media, light is not the fastest, and that is also true. That is true in some media. That is the case. Yes. And if you're into role playing, you'd love Dragon Age Origins. But one, you don't think going into a blind would make for a good. Yeah, I believe that honestly. I would probably not go into a game blind. I would not go into a game. What does that even mean? I mean, I don't mind getting backseated, TBH. You might explode. Yeah, that's actually my bigger concern, is that the computer might explode. Right up my alley. Dragon Age. So you are actually the third person to tell me that I would like this game. Meaning, I will write it down. Dragon Age Origin. Might like it. Because generally speaking, I wait until 3 people have recommended the same thing to me. And then I consider it. If it means anything, but you want to say this. If you ever correct you, it's never because I want to have an argument or something. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. And no, absolutely not. You never imagine it that way. You throw us all kinds of random stuff, not because they might be accurate, even true, but this is giving out some fun facts. I see. Pointed out the typo already. I will never do it again. You can read past type valid. You are the typo man. I mean, to be fair, typos, they happen all the time, you know. Man, talk a lot of fixes are working around the modern machines. That makes sense. I see. But yeah, like, do tell Shifu, which aspects do you not agree with? I am curious. So for me, I actually find it very easy to build a character I am deeply unsatisfied with mechanically. Find it pretty easy, actually. Like in a lot of different systems too. I only tend to really enjoy spellcasters for the most part in the long run. Like, I don't mind having a martial character, right? But if I'm gonna have a long-term character, and it looks like I'm caught up, hell yeah. If I'm gonna have a long-term character, it's basically gotta be a spellcaster. Otherwise, I'm just not gonna be having a great time. You can't think no. I mean, I wouldn't worry about that. Bayhu, like. So here's the thing: if you're like struggling with certain creative applications for some things, right? If I'm gonna be real with you, a rogue could be a lot of fun because you basically just need to think about how am I going to deliver sneak attack damage, right? Because rogues are arguably one of the highest damage dealing classes in the entire game, mostly because there's no restrictions other than you deliver your damage once per turn. Well, in the 2014 rules, so it's once per round in the 2024 rules, which I fundamentally disagree with. I think it's a lot more fun to be able to like try to set things up so that you also deal your damage like on a different person's turn, so you can deal sneak attack damage twice, so you double your output of damage, right? It's a lot of fun. It's an engaging little bit of minigame within the game. World of Warcraft back in the day, but that was so long ago. It was like preteen. The others just follow their example. I mean, to be fair, that's the foundations. Really, you've got sufficient foundation to do Dungeons and Dragons. In terms of role playing, as long as you know how to do it even remotely, you're in a much better place than a lot of other people like who may well like have never done it or not feel comfortable doing it and whatnot. Yeah. I'm sorry, little grumple fuzzle mitten kitty man. Have I upset you? Have I impugned your honor or something? Why do you go wrong? Cute little kitty. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, here's the thing about like world. So I already have a singular MMO game that I currently enjoy playing. That MMO game is Fallout 76. And the thing is, you can't really pick more than one MMO to be playing because of how much time they tend to take up, right? And so, yeah, definitely none of that. Yeah. Yep. It's actually one of my favorite games. I have met some of the most, like, lovely, wonderful people when playing that game. There was just one really nice fella. He was the game is made by the people who play it, not actually the game itself. I'm going to make that very clear to you. It has so many issues. That said, it is so much better than it was at launch. It's not even the same game anymore. Right? It's a totally different game at this stage, and, you know, it's not even... Like I said, it's not even comparable. But, basically, one of my favorite experiences I had playing the game is, like, I remember I was just selling various, like, relatively, like, high-tier weapons, like, for the end game sort of stuff, and, you know, it was, like, the middle of the high tier of, like, weapons. And I had a lot of fun doing that, and I sold them at a very reasonable but below market price, because I wanted to, you know, always have goods moving, because I didn't have the Fallout First thing. So so I didn't have unlimited carry capacity, basically, and to some extent, and yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, like, here's the thing though, like, how many other games are you gonna find a 76-year-old man playing? I met a guy who was 76, who had played the original Fallout games, who had played every fucking game. So there's like 10 different games, is that so, really? Right? Because here's the thing, though. But are they all gonna be nice to you? Because basically everybody who plays Fallout 76 is really nice. Main draw for me was that everybody is nice to everybody else. Like which MMORPGs? Do tell. Very good. Okay. Now we got this feller. Scoochity scooch. Scoochity scooch. Scooch this feller over to the end here next to the triangle. Lovely. Who's a good fluffy mitten kitty? It's you. Let's put the gold to power over here. Scooch it behind the wand refresh so I don't accidentally waste a bunch of gold. And sure, green glimmer. And then I think I can actually put this wand away. Good shit. Oh, excellent. Loved portal, you say? Maple story, what is this? What is... I'm gonna have to look up some of these. Give me a moment. Quake 2. Now, Quake 2 sounds like a lot of funny. Or a lot of funny. What the hell? That was quite a word set. That was a set of words, wasn't it? Well, let's look up Quake 2. Let's start there. Quake 2. That looks like fun. Also, yeah, that sounds pretty kick-ass. I will screenshot this. This sounds like a lot of fun. Let's see. Let's see. Guild Wars. Let's look at this one. What's the deal with Guild Wars? Let's see. Which one are you? It's that one. I see. Okay, I have seen this one before. Like, it looks okay. EverQuest. Yeah, because here's the thing, like, one of the things that I'm lacking most is time and energy. So I need something that's fundamentally an easy game, right? Which is what I love about Fallout 76. It's fucking easy. It's not complicated, right? It's simple, it's easy, it's chill. Not a lot of, like, this is not... the EverQuest does not look very appealing to me, personally, but I will look a little bit closer. Yeah, no, that does not look very appealing to me. What is OSRS? OSRS. No, not OSRA. No. Not RuneScape, no. Maple Story. What is Maple Story? Maple Story. What? What am I looking at? What is this? Ren might like this, but I wouldn't. Yeah, like here's the thing. So like, here's my thing, right? I love a good first or third person shooter, right? Fallout 76 for that. It hits exactly that for me, right? It's a great like first or third person shooter, and it's got a reason. Like, it's not like the game itself is not fundamentally difficult unless you engage with the more difficult end game content, right? And that's part of what I like about it. So if I'm looking for a challenge, I can have a challenge. If I'm looking for an easy, chill experience with nice people, and like where I can just live out my I want to be a wasteland vendor who sells things at reasonable prices dream, then I can just do that, right? Which is actually one of my favorite things about it, is I like being a vendor. No, Bayhue, I don't. Do I like puzzle games? But no, I don't get easily addicted to games, no. But puzzle games, it depends. What is an example of a puzzle game, actually? Just, if you tell me what an example of a puzzle game, I could actually easily answer that, I think. So I just don't know that I actually know of many, if any, of those. Right, but not like aside from Papa Is You. I haven't played that one. Neither, Meatball. So it would. So let me throw out one of the things that makes Dark Souls an unattractive game to me. I can't pause. Being unable to pause for me is a bit of a deal breaker. Right? That's one thing. Another is, so like, in Fallout 76, it doesn't matter because I can just jump with my goofy, like, marsupial mutation that lets me jump super high, get on top of a building, crouch, hide, and be fine. Or hop in my power armor that has ridiculous, like, modifications that makes it reflect damage to anybody that hits me. So the odds that I'll die are very low at that stage, right? So to me, being unable to pause is irrelevant at that stage. But it's never irrelevant in a game like Dark Souls, right? Yeah. My ST, what is that? Let's look it up. I also like gremmeling things. I like hoarding things in games. It's a lot of fun to me. Mist, you say? Let's take a look. What is this? Mist games. Interesting. A 45-second example, for sure. Riven. Let's take a look. What is this? What is Riven? Awoo indeed. I agree, Shlifu. How weird. I have never heard of such a thing. It looks interesting. But if it's not got a lot of replayability, eh. Abduction. I agree with you. I agree. This is the last one I'm looking up for right now. Oh, it's got mystery. Oh no. Like, it looks kind of pretty. Like, I do enjoy looking into, like, lore and stuff of like, what's going on in a game, right? Oh, hell no, Bayhu. That's a fucking... Oh, God, no. I would never do that. If we're talking about, like, World of Warcraft... Oh, God. Oh, God, no, man. Oh, wait, so you're talking about World of Warcraft with that one? So here's the trouble with World of Warcraft, right? Yeah, no. Yeah, no, it's a big deal breaker for me because I've said, people think I'm joking when I say that if you want to call me bald and washed, that's fine. Cause no, I am like super not that good at like things that like have a really high skill ceiling and like might require a whole bunch of my attention long term. Because the issue is I will just stop playing it, right? The game, because like my biggest trouble is most often that like I simply do not, I don't play games, so I can't handle stress. Yeah, you see, like, so here's my biggest problem is everything revolves around this central. You can call it a flaw, you can call it a health condition, you can say that I'm bald and washed. I don't care. I cannot handle stress at all. Stress fundamentally, like in real life, in video games, bald and washed, yes. Stress in video games, in a very literal way, or just in life, in the most direct and literal interpretation possible, it cripples me. It makes me unable to do things. For a good example is if somebody like tries to pressure me to do something and I can't just like ignore them, or I must do the thing they're pressuring me to do, it basically triggers my fight or flight response, which, because of I have already reached allostatic load, it just causes chronic pain. It just causes the chronic pain to hurt more, and it causes me to suffer. It's not very pleasant at all. So in any gaming experience that I have that is pleasant, I am avoiding stress in it. So it must be a game where I am capable of avoiding the stress while playing it, right? Otherwise, the game is not that useful to me as a game. Yeah. Outer Wilds, stressful, yeah. Stressful. Now, what's that Zelda game that's, or is that the Zelda game? Wait, no. Is that the one that Dunk played? If that's the one that Dunk played, I would cry. I would cry. That's like that game with like the suffocation mechanics and all those other things. I would cry unless I had a mod that lets me just like ignore that. So here's the thing with Noita, right? No, not Zelda. No. So are we talking about Zelda, or are we talking about... So, actually, you know what? I'll just look it up so that I'm not confused anymore. Outer Wilds. Yeah, no. Outer Wilds is not the Zelda game. Yeah, okay, I see, yeah. I would cry. So Outer Wilds is this very strange game. I wish I had a better description. It's a big world. There's too many things happening, and it's kind of stressful. And I think he may have started playing Zelda, maybe? And then he stopped? Bayhue, do you remember? Because I feel like Dunk did play one of the Zelda games at some stage. So the puzzle games you suggested are zero stress. Okay. So here's the other trouble. So this may seem weird and paradoxical. I love fast-paced shooters. But I'll tell you which ones are my favorites throughout the years. Gears of War. Gears of War 2. Halo, Halo 2, Halo 3. Halo, the Black Ops. One of my favorite games of all time is Red Faction Guerrilla. If you guys have played this game, you will understand it's one of the best games ever created. Full stop. The leveling journey is as fun as the destination. The end game. I see. Interesting. Indeed. Now, the other trouble is that with like WoW, having to deal with other people is stressful. Right? Because I've said it before, but think of it this way, right? I'm a big old super introvert, right? And most of the time, okay, how about this? I need 3 times, whatever length of time I interact with another person, I need 3 times that length of time to decompress. Due to how stressful it was. Yeah. And so, yeah. I see, not that old of a viewer, I got you. I think, Schlifu, I think he did at some point. I'm also not that old of a viewer, but I vaguely recollect him mentioning something about it. Actually, I think I'll just move all of these things. I'll scooch them. Leave a spot open for the other 2 decelerate. Move the firearm. Move the bobbly mounts. Because if this wand is ever to be useful, it needs to have 2 add manas. Yeah, that would give it just enough sustain. Not really that much, but it would be, I suppose, technically speaking, just enough. But really, I'm probably not going to use this wand. So I should probably just scooch this wand up to here. And then grab this guy. Here's the sheep wand. I wonder where it went. And that way I can do this. And then, you see, I can simply dispose of this wand and toss it with the other high capacity, low mana recharge. It's even got the same sprite. Would you look at that? It sounds to me like online shooters without the stress of having to be there every day, but with the fun of occasionally catching a friend. Exactly. Yeah, with and shoot the breeze with. That is precisely it. Yes, that's exactly the type of shit I love. Like, yeah, one of my favorite things I ever did in terms of like, you wrote a D&D dungeon. It was very inspired by one of your favorite Zelda games. That sounds like very fun. That sounds like a very fun and cool dungeon, TBH. That sounds delightful. 10 out of 10. I would love to see it if you have any type of thing I can look at, because that sounds kick-ass as could be. Let's grab this guy, but also I wanted to see which of these are here. Nothing that interesting, which is why I wanted to re-roll the perks here. Oh, is that faster? I think that's faster wands. It sure is. Fantastic. Okie doke. So what that means, I'm gonna put these guys right here. Put that one there. Let's see, which one are you? You are that guy. But that one, not that special, really. Put this fella right here. Now I'm going to womp out the fantastic wands that I have been crafting to be the most Giga Chad of wands ever to exist. Not these guys, not this one. Not you. No. Maybe this one. This one might be okay. Not you. Eh. This one could work. Maybe. One moment, chat. Maybe on this guy. Probably on this one. That's right, and I did. This guy is perfectly optimized and good in the way he needs to be. Which is superb, really. I'm quite pleased about that. Because that took some work. This always cast copy trail wand with the 270 mana max and the 1415 mana recharge. That thing, I think it used to have like a 0.87 recharge time. I had to use so many perks to get that working right. I do know of the Legend of Zelda's Majora's... yeah, the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I do, yes. I never played it, but I do know quite a lot about it because I had a friend who was super duper 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 into all of those things. And basically, I don't know, they just, they told me an absolute metric fuck ton about them. So I happen to know quite a lot about it. And this one, that seems a bit excessive to do the faster ones on that guy. Could do it on this one, but I don't. I don't know. I just don't know. No, it's kind of hard to say, chat. Who could say if that's the right choice in the situation? I certainly don't know. I don't know everything there is to know in the world. No, I'm just one person. I'm just one person, you know. You understand how it is, chat, yeah? Oh, that's funny. I could always put it on this guy as well. Because this one definitively kind of needs it, yeah. So does this one. Shit. Okay. By comparison, this one does not need it. This one, on the other end, does. And stands to gain a great deal. So all of these stand to gain a great deal from a faster wands perk. Let's see. Faster wands. Fuck yeah. Now let's see. How did this one turn out? How did this batch of faster wands turn out? Superb. I mean, it got rid of a solid amount there. Like 0.1 something. This one got quite a lot. This one got a lot more out of it, which I'm very pleased with, really. Yeah, that's fantastic. I want to be totally real with you. Oh, we finally zeroed out the recharge time on this Wand of Multitudes. That is fantastic. That is great news, actually, yeah. Wow, why did that slow down so much? What exactly did I put on here? Was it the concrete? Surely not. The log refresh, maybe. But surely not. Yeah, actually, I don't know. What the hell was I even cooking with this abomination? I actually don't know, but you know what? It's so bad, I'm gonna put it in the 4 category. Actually, no, this is a, like, this might be one of my earliest wands that I built that makes, and I don't think it makes any sense, actually. So much so that I'm just actually pulling it out of the rotation so that I can deal with this. Because frankly, like, that is just, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no kind of sense. Now let's see. You could do this in plenty of constant world games with no worries of any levels of pressures having to perform. Just level up characters. That does sound like a lot of fun. That does sound nice. Grocery store. Have fun at the grocery store. I like stories. Stories good. Ask you, but played for a bit. Don't know. It was interesting. But to Nintendo for your life. Yeah, like, so that's another kind of thing, right? So, you know how, like, I was telling you guys earlier how, like, something I would love would be, like a legit Pokemon, Dark Souls game? Part of what sounds so appealing about that to me is the fact that it would be so very much less stressful than like a normal Dark Souls game, and that it would probably like, although it would like ideally, of course, it would be pretty gritty, but it would not be so terribly like gritty and like difficult that it would not be still fun to play, right? Yeah. Yeah, because I really would love to be like some halberd wielding lunatic in the world of Pokemon who just like goes around hunting a bunch of like dangerous Pokemon way back before the invention of the Pokeball. That sounds like a fantastic fucking time, right? And like then you like roast all of the Pokemon to like gain their powers, and you become some evil monster over the course of the thing. And the final boss is somebody else who did the same thing, right? And then, you know, it became a monster, which is why people sought a different way forward of coexisting with the Pokemon. Can't you just see how what a great like fucking like a video game that would be? It'd be amazing. And very good. Extra wand capacity. Fan-fucking-tastic. There we go. Now, just to select which wand I would like to use that for. Really, this one kind of needs it badly. Very badly. So this guy is actually all maxed out in that respect, so I need a different one for that purpose. And actually, I kind of need to go all the way back around to find that extremely, extremely good wand with the, I think it was 900 plus. Like, ideally, I would find the 1300 plus mana maximum wand. Because, yeah, like, that thing's got a lot going on. It's a strong wand, let me tell you what. Let's see here. You're already maxed out. So are you. As are you. Yeah. Man. That one could definitely. That other guy there could use some more thingamajigs, but eh. This guy's pretty good. This guy would definitely benefit from more like slots, but I think it's already fine just the way it is. This guy, strong contender. You know what? Much stronger contender than this one. You get put back into the place. Now, don't worry, I will catch up at the chat in just a moment after I figure out which of these guys I want to use for the extra wand capacity. This is my favorite perk. Or rather, it's the one I've been looking for. This guy. No, you're at 24, son of a bitch. Because, yeah, this is the highest mana maximum, like, wand that I possess. And it's the only tier 11 I think I have here. Yeah. Okay. Infinite damage wand. Let's see, this guy. Also pretty good, but you could definitely use some more capacity if you can manage it. This one, already maxed out. Eh. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna set down this fella for a moment. Because it's certainly good enough to be the target of the extra wand slots. I'm sorry, not focusing in on this for a minute. It's an important decision. Aw, cute little twitching kitty. He's dreaming. Oh, cute little guy. Sweet little man. Okay, so most of these, except for these two guys, are reverse mana charge wands. I think these are good choices. Okay. Go back up here. Now let's catch up on chat. Dungeon was inspired by that game. So as soon as you set foot in the dungeon, you'd start aging at a super fast rate, and every time you died, old age, you reappear at the entrance. Damn, son. And there were zombie versions of the party where they died, so they need to get through the dungeon before being flooded by. And that's pretty interesting, actually. Made a lot of narrative sense because they represent one of the main demons you wrote for the mythology of the campaign. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's dope as fuck.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
In the game Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, amongst various clans or groups, there's two. One's freedom and duty. Mortal enemies and shoot each other on sight. Now, usually the player has the option to join one of the two, separate from whether they join one faction, not the player's reputation. Each faction changes depending on the action. Interesting. If they take a duty mission to ambush a team of freedom members, instantly become hostile. Repeating any mission for either faction instantly makes the other hostile. No way of forgiveness. In your playthrough, however, you somehow managed to make both of the factions friendly towards me. You have no idea. Let's see. No idea what kind of sequence of actions led to that. So something really funny is one of my favorite things to do in Fallout 4. Oh, cute little sweet little baby, good little kitty man. Is that like one of my favorite things to do, just full stop, is there is a specific series of like actions you can take in the game that will lead you to, instead of having basically you only have to kill one faction. And I love taking that series of actions because it's very fun to have the end state of the game be like a peaceful Commonwealth. And that's fun. And it's cool. And I dig the hell out of it. It's dope as fuck, you know? Yeah, little cute swizzle whizzle. What's up, little Mr. Kitty Man? Oh, you gone, Beef? Did you have a bad dream? Is that it, Kitty Man? I'm sorry you had a bad dream. Don't worry. I give you scritches. You a big old loved, cared about kitty. Don't you worry, Mr. Man. Oh, he's such a sweet little happy looking guy. Such a good little man. But yeah, there's basically there are certain missions in Fallout 4 that you cannot complete. Otherwise, as much in the same way, you end up locking yourself out of certain things. And you end up not being able to... You'll piss off certain factions, and they'll be very unhappy with you, and all that shit, yeah. Actually, yeah, what the hell does this wand even do? Oh, I get it. That's how it works. It's to take full advantage of the octagonal bolt bundle interaction. With, wait a minute, what? What? I take it back. I have no idea what I was doing with this. So much so that I'm gonna just try to figure it out here in a minute. So, I have mixed feelings on the Mass Effect games. I had fun with them, but I think I played Mass Effect 1, and then I played through most of Mass Effect 2, but then, I had to return it to the library. Yeah. And, that was that. But, yeah, just... Mass Effect 1 was fun. Reasonable amount of replayability, but after a bit, I found the mechanics a bit shallow. And lacking. Yeah. Just didn't produce enough, like an adequate amount of dopamine and whatnot. So how does this differ from when I fire this off? It looks damn near the same. But why? What's doing that? Oh wait, okay, good. I was about to say. Oh, okay, thank God. I thought I was going crazy there for a minute. I figured it out, though. Okay. That said, I guess... This is just so much warm blood, right? I guess I'll just have to make this difficult decision of, do I wish to just entirely, like, ditch that particular wand and wand build, or am I fine with this? Let's make a bunch of concentrated mana and deal with it. Later, I mean. Yeah, you're not gonna pass me by giving WoW some thought. You've already done so many nice things. Oh, don't you worry about it, Bayou. I will think about it. My biggest problem is that, like I said, I just don't have the time for it, right? Like, because if I had the opportunity to get into WoW when I was younger, maybe. I think I would enjoy it, right? The trouble is, I don't think I... Yeah, I just don't think I had the opportunity, like, I think that ship has sailed, right? It's basically the vibe. Yeah. Yeah, it just kind of seems to me like that particular ship, gone, done, sailed. No, don't fall into the concentrated mana. Just drink it. Just drink all the concentrated mana. Oh, Fallout New Vegas, also one of my favorite things ever. Just full stop. Oh yeah, it's a good sound command. I dig it. Really, Bayhue, you can't? I am so shocked by that, frankly. Because it's one of the best constructed, like, role-playing games ever made, in my eyes. Now, I guess if you're like getting too caught up on not wanting to make like a choice, I mean, it would have helped to know that every single last one of the different types of skill tree investments are viable, right? Go with the cowboy weapons. That's viable. Go with snipers. Viable. Lever action. That counts as the cowboy weapons. Viable. Pistols. Viable. Like, all of it, you can make an extremely powerful, viable build, and you can kill the game's hardest enemies by the end of it. They can still kill you, mind you, if you're not careful. But by the end, and my favorite, however, is always melee or unarmed, and or both. Yeah. Shotgun's also a very, very powerful build. Yeah. Yeah, like, there's not really a wrong answer, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, Mass Effect is okay. It's okay. And yeah, and I agree that, like, 1 was mostly RPG, some action shooter, and I agree with that, yeah. What I liked about 2 was that it was about fitty-fitty. My problem was mostly that it didn't... Oh, poor kitty, man. He stretched and then fell off the bed. Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty. Sweet little baby. Yeah. That's very funny, Meatball. That's understandable. Now, Warcraft 2. Now, that was a game that I think I played the demo of, maybe? Let me check. Let me check. I want to be sure. Maybe it was Warcraft 1. I don't know. It was some Warcraft or, like, War something or something game, and it was very enjoyable. I had a lot of fun with it. But I never had the opportunity to actually play the full game. Yeah, but I will say this. Fallout New Vegas, for me, it might be my, like, it is in my 10 most played games. For sure, for sure. Especially if I take into account my, time on the PS3 playing it. Yeah. However, it might be 3rd or 4th place, if I'm being real with you. Yeah. Yeah, there's a good chance I have it at least as much time, possibly more than I have in RimWorld. No, probably more like 2,000 to 4,000 hours. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I mean, I still occasionally find something new about the game, by the way. It's like, it's a fantastic game. Ah! Meatball respect points. That's delightful. It's awful trash, but you can't let go. That's very funny. Interesting. Does it not expect some skill from you? Well, what if it were to be start Dota 2 in complete secret? Make a friend group called 2.0 just to find the. Oh my god, that's funny. Just to call it dunk and just to find dunk in each and every game. And just pound his ass to oblivion and just spam go code every time. Oh god, no, that's so mean. That's so funny, but that's so mean. Humorous, but unacceptably mean. It's funny in imagination land, for sure. Top 10 most liked and played games. But you understand what makes Fallout New Vegas great, and you understand what makes Mass Effect great. It makes it not appealing to me, I see. It makes a lot of sense. That's a big valid, yeah. Oh yeah, the DLCs, by the way. Here's my thing though. The DLCs, like, they are what make Fallout New Vegas amazing. So, Bayhue, let me explain something about Fallout New Vegas to you. Fallout New Vegas is a labor of love. Every single, yes, Bayhue, they do. So that particular one is the Gunrunner's Arsenal. It's a good one, but it's not the best one. Now, ideally, you should have every single thingamajig installed at the start, right? Every DLC installed at the start. You probably do. Like, if you have the game on Steam, there's a good chance that you have all of them. You know, it's definitely called the Gunrunner's Arsenal. Yeah, that's the name of it. I promise. Oh, but if you're thinking about the I don't remember Honest Hearts is the other one. Is the really good. That's actually my favorite because I really love the crafting system. Gunrunner's Arse, yes. And yes. And you know, like, legit, it's a really, really good. It needs the DLCs because every single part of the game. So yeah, there we go. What's a good way to phrase this? There's the really important one, the fucking with the divide. Oh fuck, the hell was it called? Lonesome Road. That's it. Lonesome Road. Lonesome Road's also one of my favorite. Really, I can't be asked which one is my favorite, but I can tell you that Dead Money is the most stressful and the least fun to me specifically. But I'm not gonna say it's the worst because it's not. It's great. It's a great DLC. But it's always the one that I do either last or I do it really early on. Right? Like, it's one or the other for me, right? Because, like, there's just a lot of things about it, realistically, right? Yeah. It's a very punishing type of thing, 110%, right? And for me, that, like, the beeping of the radio collars, Meatball, will forever immediately put me on edge and make me want to run out of whatever situation I was just in. And I hate that shit. If anybody tries to redeem that as a sound effect, I will always reject it. Just so you know. Under no circumstances would I allow that. Yeah, like, I hate that shit. The radio collars. God, no. Fuck that shit. Oh, hey. Welcome on in, Dawn. Glad to have you. Let me just give you a little shout out. Thank you for the raid. Oh, the radio collar beeping sound from Dead Money. Let's see. Shout out. Shout out. Lay underscore Dawn underscore 99. Maravilloso. Ha ha. Excellent. And oh god. I do, yes, I have already followed them. Very nice. Lovely. Be sure to give Dawn a follow, because, you know, it's very difficult being a little streamer. Getting those first follows makes a big difference, especially algorithm-wise, because Soda's running ads, but, you know, I'll do that later. I don't really feel like doing it right now. Because it increases your discoverability. I'm pretty sure it pushes you directly up in the search algorithms as far as what I've been able to figure out. Also, I wonder how much extra damage this one is really doing, TBH. But that also, something else I wanted to figure out. So, if I just flip-flop these, what is it doing in this instance, then? Nada. Fascinating. In that case, that actually means I do not need this wand at all, and I get to reclaim that, which I am very pleased about. And I can toss out this octagonal bolt bundle. Yeet. And actually I can just get rid of these intense concentrated lights. Don't need them. Actually, wait a minute. No, fuck. I messed that up. I gotta grab one of them. Son of a bitch. There we go. So I gotta keep exactly one of those. For this wand. Good, 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 good. And I can put this wand away because this wand is frankly just done. So it did the thing. Your favorite thing to do is to use alarm or alert sounds from games in real life as alarms on your phone. One of your favorites is the dive, dive, dive alarm horn from submarines. I've never heard that one. Very loud, very obnoxious, very ear piercing. Yeah, that would work. That's not a bad one. Honestly, I'd talk about either, really. Ale gore rhythm. That's pretty funny, actually. I like that a lot. I'm delighted. But yes, how was your stream, Dawn? I hope it was nice. I hope you had a good time. But I also understand if you simply must raid and run. But yes, let's toss this fella. Don't need that. I think I actually have enough cluster bolt I can do without. That's so funny. That's ridiculous. Let's put this guy down here, and then scooch. Or wait, no, flip-flop. We go on flip-flop these guys. And then, let's see, what is this? Oh, that's really nice, actually. Being able to sustain a freaking concentrated light thing for that long, that's impressive. However, really, I think it might be better on, like, a reverse mana charge. No, yeah, I know it would be. No doubt about it, realistically. And actually, I'm not sure that I've made a sustained wand of that variety, right? Actually, this might be able to do it. Let's give it a shot. And 4. Oh, hell yeah! It can do it! Now, the other question. What about this? Oh, I see. It doesn't man. Oh, interesting. So it needs that other chainsaw. Huh. Cool. Well, I'd also be kind of interested to know what happens if I do this. Ooh, can still manage it. But also, what kind of difference does that make for the comp? But also, ooh, there's a fantastic idea that I just had. Actually, never mind. It's a terrible idea. I'm not going to do it. The idea was that I wanted to put the the concentrated light bounce spell right there, but no need for that realistically because, oh, also, I could put a heavy shot because it's entirely unaffected by that shit. Good stuff. So this simple homing rock build, I should probably put it on something that, you know, it's not entirely wasted on. Let's find something. Okay. I wonder what the right choice here would be. I actually don't know. Because it's not like the most like slot intensive type of build, I guess I could build it into a different wand as like a secondary like thing. Because really you only need two things. Oh, actually there's a ooh, I've just had a very solid idea really. I know just what to do. I know just the thing to do, guys. I know just the thing to do. Boy, howdy. Okay, so is there rotate towards on here? Evidently not. Oh well. What I will do is I will get the rotate towards. I will get the other couple of things. Ah, yes, the accelerating. Yes. This is necessary. Okay. Let's see. Fourth stream, trying to get a good run going for all the moon quests, and you finally get. Hell yeah, you go! Though you can't, for the life of me, find a spark trigger despite looking 2-1 Martin for that's brutal. Right now, you don't have a regular schedule of streaming more. Most when you feel like it, but you'd like to eventually get something going. Probably once you've edited and uploaded the backlog of recordings you built up before you started streaming. That tracks, that makes sense. Very tough to both stream and then both edit and upload those by yourself. It's a lot of work, true. Yeah. That tracks. Yeah. It's good shit. Yeah. Because here's the thing, it's like, yeah, it's difficult crap to like do all that. Like, part of why, like one of the things that really made me less likely to stream for a long time was that I really didn't want to have to like edit stuff. Because if I'm gonna be real with you, the editing process, it has never really appealed to me. It was always this awful thing, and like as far like in my heart of hearts, right? It's just not something I found fun. I respect people who do it because it's exceedingly difficult work most of the time, right? Yeah, it's not easy work. So yeah, you certainly got my respect. Because yeah, it's brutal shit, I tell you. Now let's find out. Can this shit bounce? And if so, okay, so can bounce, but what about can it explosive bounce? And if so, how well? Reasonably well. Reasonably well indeed. Now, what type of lifetime are we looking at? That's another question. Not the longest, but not like super short or anything. How much damage does Spiral Shot even do? Not a lot. What if I give it a whole bunch of like speed and I make it go zoom 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 zoom? And what if I also give it the acceleration? That's pretty funny. I enjoy how so many of these builds are like ping pong, like, or just like a pinball machine, I mean. Interesting. Now, what about without that? Honestly, it doesn't seem like this one was near as much of a difference. Fascinating. What if I... put the divide by 2 on the speed up? What then? Interesting. It doesn't seem to take well to the other speed. What if I fire it with a Lumi drill? What? Excuse me? Are you for real? Okay, now it's suddenly... Wait a sec. It's hard for me to figure out if this is like producing additional explosions or what precisely is happening here. It's unclear. You've got more unique viewers popping in and even followers after you have enough usual viewers and followers. Really is a snowball effect. Your last stream was an absolute shit show, but apparently still made a record of unique viewers. No rate or anything, just when you were just fucking around. Maybe the PNG tuber did it or something. Yeah, like, so here's the thing. PNG tubing, I don't understand it. I think it's partly that it like helps because human beings do a lot of anthropomorphizing, right? They just you know, they look at people and they like they look at things and they say, "Oh, look at that person." Like it's built into the nature of people, right? They do shit like that, and it just kind of be that way. And so it's, you know, taking reasonable advantage of such a thing is totally, I think, valid and understandable. I think that the PNG tuber thing, it do stuff. It's important. Also, phasing does weird shit with pinpoint of light, let me tell you. It's strange. I do not fully grasp why it do these things, but I do hope to figure it out someday. And I think I'm not sure if I don't think I did this on stream. I figured out like a few very strange things about chain bolt and like the ways to optimize chain bolt, and I found that I think I also added something to the chain bolt wiki, I think. I'm not sure, but let me just buy this chain bolt real fast. Chain bolt. Now, because I learned something really neat. I'll show you guys. So, having one bounce does wonders for chain bolt. It's crazy. Like, look at this. It makes it easier for it to do its extra bounces, which is incredible. Streaming cat pics. Having this sort of identity, and you got so many random viewers by doing that. Interessant. Let's take a peek. Let's take a little peeksy-boo. I also need to run a 2-minute ad to get rid of pre-rolls, and I will be right back. See you in a jiff. Let's see. Ah, this is much better. This is far more what I was thinking for this wand. Wha-bam. Wha-bam, wha-bam. Wha-bam. Yeah. And then the only thing I need to grab is Burst of Air. It should be all good. Where is Burst of Air? I have it laying around here somewhere. Let's grab this. I can also put anti-grav. I think I have. Do I have enough? Yeah, I think if I just flip-flop these, anti-gravity should work. Yeah. Double. Then I can put this up in here. Let's see. Where is the burst of air? It is here somewhere, I know. But the where exactly is a big. It is an important question. Yeah, that is a not small uptick of viewers, it looks like, yeah. Wish you on your alt device, that is so funny. I am thoroughly amused. Let's see. Now where exactly? Come on, where did I set the thing? Surely it's here somewhere. Indeed, I agree. Awawa. You speak the truth. Okay. Oh, there it is. Found it. Got him. Got him! And it was on the second always cast bounce wand. Fascinating. What an interesting coincidence. Okay. Alrighty. Huh. Interessant. Can you attach Matter Eater to All-Seeing Eye? I would like to try it later. Because that sounds like fun. A bob without a hat. A woo indeed. Confess something. When you first talked to me, you had the impression you were a stiff, angry person. You don't know how you got that impression because you never said anything to indicate something. You remotely like that. Now you know you're a decent, nice fellow. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. I mean, like, it's very easy to... Here's the thing. In life, some of the time, you drastically misjudge people and things, and, you know, that's just how it be. it's really easy to, you know, fuck shit up like that. It's not very hard at all. Right? Like, just in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty easy to make a mistake like that. Now, let's see. So we got these guys. But really... Okay, that's fine. No, I don't need this extra rock here. That one's not. That is a superfluous rock. However, what should I do regarding... Actually, you know what? That's also a superfluous acid ball, I think. I do not need that guy. Unnecessary, I say. Unnecessary? Let's move this divide by 2 back onto this wand as well. Now let's scooch these two things closer together. Indeed. A Bob without a hat's going to sleep? Have a lovely sleep. I hope you have a great evening, Bob without a hat, and some good, nice dreams. Yeah, good stuff. Toodaloo, and see you soon. Okay. Now let's also move this plasma down to this one. And take the spark trigger up to here. And because it would be kind of fun, I would like to have a quadruple here. then do this. See? Boing, 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 boing. However, let's also then, if I can manage it, put an explosive bounce on there. Because then, I think it will be... You never stream sober, that's quite funny. It is very amusing. That said, personally, I only ever stream sober because I'm generally only ever sober. I certainly don't judge, mind you, it's just, that's how it be. Well, I understand. In any case, most of the time when I laugh, don't misinterpret it for me genuinely necessarily always finding it funny. Ren and I both do this. We frequently will laugh when we don't quite know what else to say or do. Just how it be. There's the plasma beam thingy I was looking for earlier. Oh well. I do not feel like redoing the whole wand build at this particular stage. Or finding whichever wand it was on. Oh, there's a second copy of that. Good to know. Okay. Huh. Interessant. Okay. Got these guys here. And we've got a tau and a gamma if I need to use vacuum bounce or matter eater on stuff. But I question what really A needs those things and B would benefit most from it. Because I'm not sure. But also, boing boing. It go boing boing. It's fun. I like it. It's a good wand build in that respect. There we go. I was looking for you, monsieur. Yeah, the explosive bounce really does make or break that build. But yeah, something really nice about the just if you have just the bounce modifier and nothing else except say chain bolt. Look what it does for you in terms of chain bolt. Like you see that shit, right? Like look how much more useful chain bolt becomes. Right? It doesn't have any of its extreme like problems that it normally has. Right? And look at this. And that's without the that's chain bolt without it, right? You need open space for chain bolt to really do its thing. It is great. So, Coitus, I totally understand. I totally understand. For example, my kitty cat, if we give him water from, like, the water bottles we fill for ourselves, right? He feels like it's special, special water. And some of the time, we, like, as a reward, we give him special, special water. That is to say, we, like, fill our own water bottle and we pour some of our water out into his water dish. And it seems to make him very happy. He's a very cute little guy like that. Actually, you know what? Because I'm feeling a bit mischievous, I would like to spawn a couple of Tychosovas. I want some more, what do you call it? Explosive bounce. Oh wait, no, I have... Well, I do have some more right there, so I guess that's good. Maybe I don't need to. I didn't realize how much I would be using explosive bounce, if I'm going to be real with you guys. Like, I didn't realize that explosive bounce was possibly my new favorite thingamajig. Oh, also, this wand build is very strange. And I just realized now. It could greatly benefit from just a single bounce. I will have to do something with that later. But yeah, that's very cute that your kitty cat only drinks milk from your glass. That's adorable. It's just adorable. It's so cute, really. Alcohol, literal poison. Indeed, true. I don't know about cats' preferences, but I do know that the best something you can do if you care a lot about your kitty cat's health, or a little, just caring about it in general, really, is that you can, and something I highly recommend people do is that they use I've got this. I know how to word. That you use. Oh God. Copper, tin, or in particular tin is a good option. Or brass, or bronze for the bowl. But also it needs to be a low down, as in low down to the ground, because it's a lot of work for a kitty cat to get to the bowl, right? If it's not low down to the ground. Like, so you need a shallow dish. That's important. It's less convenient for the owner, but it's important all the same. And so basically, they just need... yeah, the shallow dish is very helpful. But then... something else, fuck. Yeah, so it being made of those materials kills, like, it ruptures the cellular membranes of bacteria before, like just very early on in the process. So, like, it's much better for your kitty cat in the long run. Yeah, it's much good or better for your kitty cat. Only had little milk, so he couldn't reach it. He was pretty annoyed. That's so funny. That's so cute. You have cats and thought transparent. They prefer running in general. But if you can't, then transparent, even slightly simulate natural water. They drink it regardless. I mean, yeah. Now you fine, Bayhue. You fine. It's okay. I certainly ain't gonna be judging nobody. Got to be talking mad shit for me to start really properly judging people. Let's see. Okay. I don't think I need this many pinpoints of light, if I'm gonna be real. It's like too many. That is better. Okay. There's one of these Taikasova wands. No, this is not the actual Taikasova one, it's just adjacent to it. Hey, 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 Genschleifer, how you doing? Yeah, you fine. Let's see. Ah, here we are. This very peculiar wand I made to summon Taikasovas and slay them at the same time. All in one go. A one-stop shop Taikasova machine. I want more explosive bounce, god damn you. Give me my explosive bounce. I demand more of it. I enjoy explosive bounce, even though it's a very silly thing. I love it a lot. It's great. It's fun. It's silly. It is very enjoyable, I say. Ooh, I like this. This one looks rather delicious. Let me see, this one.
I don't need this, you mimic come. I don't need you to mimic come. Mimics come.
That is delightful. Utterly delightful. True, Schleif. Here's the thing, though. Like, Explosive Bounce has so much potential, right? Like, I don't think anybody really fully grasps how incredibly powerful this spell is, right? Because I think that it would not have gone unnoticed as long as it has, like, through the life cycle of people playing Noita, if, like, it were not, like, the type of sleeper hit that it is. But the thing is, this is an incredible spell. I think it could probably save all sorts of people's nightmare runs. It could do a lot of like kick-ass good shit, right? And like I want to be able to demonstrate that with a lot of copies of it, right? Let's see, that's aiming on. I don't need that. Let's see what was that. What's this? Nothing. It's not as nice as more Lumi Drill. It's not what I'm looking for. Perish, fools. Perish. Perish, foolish Taikasovas. Perish! Okay. Very good. Now, where are my explosive bounce? Damn. Nuke orbit, you say? Nuke orbit. Nice. That's not a totally seriously, problematic one that could delete a lot of terrain and cause problems. Totally impossible. That could never happen. Honestly, I do approve. Oh, was that sparkly or explosive bounce? That's right. Because I will be using this homing later, I will grab this. Same goes for this. But otherwise, you gonna be put away there. Lovely. It's true. It's true. Okay. How do I set up TTS? Oh shit. Well, don't worry, I will read it to you. So, I will pretend to be TTS. I've got this. Observe. Observe, I've got this. So the topic I wanted to avoid was that, to the best of my understanding, cats are lactose intolerant. They can't handle stuff like milk or dairy without having serious diarrhea. It's stuff like Tom and Jerry, which are ancient, taught us that, hey, cats like milk, yeah. Well, obviously, they're mammals that drink mommy milk, but they can't just consume all sorts of dairy. I know I'm not perfect, TTS. Streamlabs? Oh, fuck. Oh, man, that means I would have to, yeah. You're right, I need to read it flat as all hell. Okay, let's give it another go. Let's give it a second try. So the topic I wanted to avoid was that, to the best of my understanding, cats are lactose intolerant. They can't handle stuff like milk or dairy without having serious diarrhea. It's just stuff like Tom and Jerry, which are ancient, taught us that, hey, cats like milk. Yeah. Well, obviously, they are mammals. They drink mommy milk. But they can't just consume all sort of dairy. I love it. Yeah. And it's true. True. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't actually know, like, what is the basic, like, I would want the basic TTS. Yeah, thank you. I hope you enjoy the laugh, Dawn. I hope you like it. Don't scream like that, you say? Sure. No, and I appreciate the bits very much. Thank you, Bayu. Which part, like, which laugh, actually? Because, frankly, all of my laughs are pretty unhinged. Yeah. We have TTS at home! TTS at home! Yeah, like, because honestly, I would have no problem setting it up. Like, I'd have no issue with it, like, and, like, setting it up and stuff. I just don't actually know precisely, like, which program would be a good one to do it with, right? And I want to do the thing, but I don't know how, or which one I want to use. I don't know, and, like, it just sounds like a bit of a pain in the ass to, like, figure out. Right? No, darn it, it's Sparkly Bounce. How could you, Sparkly Bounce? How could you do this to me? How could Sparkly Bounce do this? I question their commitment to Sparkle Motion. I'm really beginning to question your commitment to Sparkle Motion. Oh, God. And if any of you guys haven't seen Donnie Darko, I don't necessarily recommend it. I don't necessarily unrecommend it, but I also don't really like legit recommend it because it's got some issues. Shameless self-promotion. Really for? Yeah, it's exactly what it's for. Yeah, no, like it's for shameless self-promotion. And I agree, Coitus. Donnie Darko was a really strange movie. Like, I'm not gonna, like, it's so fucking weird. I have so many different, like, thoughts about it, and, like, it's, like, what it was meant to mean and shit, and, like, what it actually means. Because it's, like, such a fatalistic outlook of things, and I'm just like, I don't know that I approve of this film and its messaging. Right? Like, it's got a few too many problems for me to, like, want to genuinely, like, recommend the damn thing. Because, again, it's just, like, it's a fairly nihilistic type of, like, everything about it's, like, really nihilistic. I don't know that I approve of that. Right? Because nihilism is not necessarily something I even remotely approve of and shit. Right? I'm just like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this shit, man. Sure, I'll grab some more Looney Grills for giggles. I also did kind of want to know how. Actually, let's figure this out here. I want to know how the hell. Actually, wait, no. I gotta scooch everything over one more. Oh, actually, I don't. Fine by me, actually. This is perfect. 2 and 3. And then put these guys over to here. I want to know what this looks like when I do this. Fascinating. That is so weird. Huh. Weird. Interesting. Okay. I have not seen A Scanner Darkly, but I do remember some of the ads that I watched for it. They made it so that I wanted to watch it, but then I had, like, I was really young at the time, and my parents were like, actually, maybe not. And then I was like, okay, I don't really care one way or the other. So I didn't really care one way or the other. Yeah, it was not terribly important to me at the end of the day, so I didn't really push too hard on it. But yeah, it was just one of them things. But it's fine by me. It might have been a good... Like, I like the animation style, right? Like, the animating over the physical action and whatnot. It was very cool. But yeah, I would very much like to have a TTS thing set up. I just don't know how. I just don't know how. Because, like, I guess I want to have as few overlays as possible, like, inside of my OBS setup, so that it eats up as little RAM as possible. But, frankly, it's not super practical, but ideally, I would like it to be the kind of thing where it would jive well with something I already have, or plan on setting up. Like, if Mix It Up has it, that's great. But yeah, like, we'll see. We'll see. And of course, I don't like nihilism. Nihilism bad. Oh no, is Bayhu laying down? Oh, well, I hope you get some good sleep, Bayhue. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for being here. Thank you, and I hope you have a great day. And hey, Sunadar only got 4.5 more hours. That's pretty good. But she was not impressed, but you still liked it. I mean, that's fair. Like, oftentimes these things like that happen. Valid, understandable, relatable even. Let's see here. Okay. Now, where and actually, you know what? Let me just check the summons Taikasova pool real quick to make sure explosive bounce is in. I'm fairly sure it is. I just need to double check. Oh, you mean Donnie Darko? I see. I see. That makes sense. I get it now. Now let's see. Okay, yeah, we do have explosive bounce. Okay, so it is in there. And the other thing we're looking for is heavy shot, because we can't seem to have enough of heavy shot, realistically. Like, heavy shot's great, and we need more of it. And, you know, for whatever reason, we don't be getting enough heavy shot. You know, I don't know why. The heavy shot just, it ain't showing up the way it's supposed to, right? I want more heavy shot, but it ain't, it's hiding and shit. It's like, why you hiding, Mr. Heavy Shot? And Mr. Heavy Shot have no reply because it's an inanimate object. I hope you have a I hope you have a great evening, Bayhue, and sweet dreams. Oh yeah, like, Donnie Darko, yeah, like, it's indeed got, like, you also go on bounce, but yeah, you got it. I was glad to have you, Dawn. I hope you have a lovely evening. And I hope you has some sweet dreams. Or just a good time resting, whatever the case may be. I hope your day is good. Nothing of note there. Let's see. Anything noteworthy here? No. Anything noteworthy here? Nay. Okay. Honestly, I think I'm probably gonna use one of my significantly simpler summon Taikasova wands, and then just use one of the just use, let's see, what let's just set this wand up so that it can kill shit. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Homing plasma. That'll work. All done. Indeed. I do not agree with nihilism. This is truth. Let's see. let's see here. So I will get into the nihilism in a sec. Yeah, not to worry. Yeah. Nihilism, I mean, for one, it's basically just an admittance. So in many respects, well, first off, the biggest, most important thing to me is that I'm of the view that in life, you make your own meaning. That meaning is made. You make it. So to say that there is no meaning is merely to say to me that you are unwilling to make meaning out of life. And to me, I don't find that very compelling. Not at all. Quite the opposite, actually. I find it thoroughly uncompelling. Nihilism is the worship of Bill Nye the Science Guy, right? It's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. I've never heard that. That's hilarious. 10 out of 10. That is thoroughly amusing. Okay, let's try to just use... Oh, yeah. I forgot about this attempt. How to summon Taikasova 1 that also handles the actually dealing with the summon Taikasovas also. Wait, is that just Alchemic Precursor just chilling there still? It is. How fun. Neat. Oh yeah, I remember this spot now. This is where I just set up a whole bunch of random shit. And was copying a whole bunch of materials so that I could have a lot of it. Oh, wow. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, this works pretty well. I'm a little surprised. Like, it's not perfect. Oh, you bastard. How the hell dare you? How dare you get in the way of my summon Taikasova farming? I cannot believe the nerve of that enemy doing its job. Can you believe this shit? I certainly can't. Nay. That was so... give me a second. Give me a moment. Okay, just give me a sec. Let me do a refresher. Traditional values and beliefs are unfounded. Existence is senseless and useless. Or B, that the doctrine that denies any objective ground of truth, and especially of moral truths, a doctrine that no reality exists, a doctrine or belief that conditions in the social organization are so bad as to make destruction desirable for its own sake, independent of any constructive program or possibility. Program 19th century Russian party advocating revolutionary reform and using terrorism and assassination. I didn't know that. That's a definition I've never seen. Weird. But yes, let's then go to the Wikipedia, see what Wikipedia has to say about it. You see the diver says, "Oh, so like crazy people." That's pretty funny. Let's deploy the little homing plasma also. Oh, good. I am glad that that particular fellow just kind of perished and removed that problem. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's start over in at this end of the wands. Ooh, homing. I will take it. Homing, better than bomb cart. True. And let's see, wait. Damage field, I will also take that. Kinda hard to have enough damage field, realistically. It's just a very nice spell. I mean, sure, I'll take the add mana, but like, it's not what I'm looking for. Nihilism is a family of philosophical views that reject the existence of any objectively meaningful purpose, moral value, truth, or knowledge. Nihilistic views span several branches of philosophy, including ethics, value theory, epistemology, and metaphysics. Nihilism is also described as a broad cultural phenomenon or historical movement that pervades modernity in the Western world. Existential nihilism asserts that life has no objective meaning or purpose. The idea that all individual and societal values are ultimately pointless has been associated with varying responses. They range from a general indifference to existential crises to transformative reinterpretations of established ideals and a creative embrace of personal meaning-making. Moral nihilism, a related view, denies the objective existence of morality, arguing that moral evaluations and practices rest on misguided assumptions without any foundation in external reality. In epistemology, or the theory of knowledge, nihilism challenges knowledge and truth. According to relativism, knowledge, truth, or meaning are relative to the perspectives of specific individuals or cultural context. This implies that there's no independent framework to assess which opinion is ultimately correct. Skeptical interpretations go further by denying the existence of knowledge or truth altogether. In metaphysics, one form of nihilism states that the universe could have been empty without any objects. This view holds that there is no fundamental reason for why something exists rather than nothing. Mereological nihilism asserts that there is only simple objects like elementary particles, but no composite objects like tables. Cosmological nihilism is the view that reality is unintelligible and indifferent to human understanding. Out of all of them, cosmological nihilism is by far the very least compelling. I'm not saying, I don't really agree with any type of nihilism realistically, but out of all of them, I find by far the very least compelling that one. Cosmological nihilism, because to me, I do not believe there exists anything that is thoroughly and completely beyond understanding. Well, okay. Perhaps human understanding, but not Eldritch Slime understanding. But, in any case, that doesn't so much matter. Really, at the end of the day, it would be the understanding of some sentient creature, right? It is fundamentally what we're talking about. And always cast reduce lifetime with, terrible stats, I think. Could be worse, could be worse, could be worse. But, no thanks. And let's cast a few more of these up here, maybe. Come on, give me some explosive bounce. Come on. Where's me explosive bounce? Gimme. I mean, I'll take the projectile area teleport for sure. But, like, where's my explosive bounce? Am I right? Give me my explosive bounce. That's what I'm looking for. This is my explosive bounce. This shouldn't be so difficult, I'm telling you. Like, this should not be so difficult. Where's my explosive bounce? Gimme. My explosive bounce. Oh, that was a spot for a 22 or 20, 25, so 26 slot wand, I think. No, it just looked like it. I feel deceived. However, that one was, because I know that sprite. That's one of the delicious sprites. The ones that's like, oh shit. That's a great wand, because it's got a bunch of slots. Thusly, it is best storage wand. See? Best storage wand. I don't know what it is, but the spell Recoil, I seem to just come across it dozens of times over. Like, is it just way more common than the other spells? That can't be the case. It just has to be ridiculous luck of like a not so great variety, right? It just has to be. Surely. Right? Surely. That must be it. Surely. Why am I moving these things to this wand? Because I know for a fact this particular wand is probably not going to be the type of wand to work as well in practical terms. As quite a few different other wands. Yeah. So I will be much better off just putting the damn thing away. Being done with it. But so and Meatball, to answer your earlier question, which was, so if someone refuses to accept your philosophy regarding meaning, you claim they're wrong. Not especially, no. I do, however, entirely rebuff any attempts to be persuaded against my own belief if they don't believe that meaning is made. Right? Because to me, it is the making of meaning with people we love that brings vibrancy and color to life. That brings meaning and essence and value to things and people and the world. And as a consequence, I can't say that, like, yeah, no, I don't exactly say that they're wrong per se, because the wrong thing is, like I said, I don't try very hard to convince people of things. So, Schlifu, yes, that is one type of nihilistic thought, yes. That, not nihilistic thought would be like, the nothing has meaning, and that's fine, and I guess, because, you know, who needs meaning anyways, and that's all well and good. Right, that's okay. If you think you can handle that, that's all well and good. My issue is that such a viewpoint weighs heavy on the soul, and it becomes a burden to bear. And I'm of the view that beliefs, so long as they don't directly harm your ability to be in contact with reality, and so long as they don't harm other people, you should probably believe things that make you happy as opposed to believing things that don't. Given that you have autonomy over what you believe. Right? Yeah. That's kind of how I see it. There is more nuance to that, but that's not exactly what I feel like getting into this particular moment. Because I don't want to, goddammit. Yeah. Let's see. A few more bibbins, and then we're caught up. Well, if nothing matters, then what is the point of the 90% of the technology and all of the internet? Yeah. Good question. Why German? Who knows? He's sooner dire. No reason at all. Don't care. And I mean, it is pretty funny. It's a pretty funny answer. Like for someone to be like, well, the nihilist is just a label that people put on things. But if nothing matters, then what's the point of 90% of technology? Don't care. It is funny. It's objectively humorous. To enjoy life or whatever is important to you. Maybe family and friends. And also, I would say that if I had to, like, say what type of, like, philosophical alignment I generally have, I would say that, like, utilitarian, yeah, like, I generally subscribe to a utilitarian ethical view. Not generally, like, rule utilitarianism too terribly much, but, like, fuck, I forget what the other one's called, but it's fine. In addition to, like, I also tend to subscribe to hedonism significantly. I believe that hedonism is as long as you're not hurting other people, mind you, that maximizing, you know, like, pleasure, enjoyment, happiness, joy, and the like is a good thing. An objective good. Not liking being hungry, good, valid. Technology helps make that happen. Wait, the being hungry? Oh, you like not being hungry? Yes, makes sense. So technology helps you not be hungry. Yee, good shit. Yes, time is all that really defines us. Why am I German again? I don't know. I don't know. Probably just for practice, TBH. Defines us what we spend our time on. Is our existence. Personally, I am of the view that we have a greater type of, like, an existence beyond merely memory and our conscious experience as we from the day to day. But yes, and you're right, that is easy for an eldritch slime to say. You couldn't name anything that isn't mostly outside of my understanding. That's actually quite fair. Except for moss, maybe. So here's the thing, though, right? Not understanding the world is the default state of reality, right? Understanding is not... understanding is something that is earned, grasped at, found, fought for, simply settled into, and something that is left behind when other things are gone. Right? Understanding is usually the distilled, like, it is the essence of wisdom in many respects. But it is a complicated phenomenon, I would say. Both from just purely, like, as understanding exists as we know it, like, from day to day, and many other respects. But, yeah. So as a consequence, not understanding things is quite valid and reasonable and understandable. It's the natural state of affairs, I would say. And that it's okay not to understand things. In fact, making peace with not understanding things, I think, is what many people, like, it's the main draw to nihilism, I think. In my eyes, right? Is that you make peace with not understanding anything. Right? That's not to say that you stop trying to understand, but a lot of people do take that particular interpretation when they stop trying to understand. But in my eyes, it is very important both to never stop trying to understand the world around you and the people around you, and also to always seek to make meaning out of it. Out of that understanding, right? Yeah. You missed the moss, Shlifu? That's understandable. Moss is very cute. I love moss. The moss is very patient, and it explains it to me so that you can. So that so that's the only reason why. That's understandable. You miss the mass of a mess of moss. And yeah, that's fine. I understand that they don't care whether it's right or wrong, but I am making a value judgment and an assertion that nihilism is unhealthy for people and their cognition. And Meatball, ask Laplace's demon. I'm sure they'll give you the reason. I hope somebody else here gets that joke because it's rather clever. But yes, optimistic nihilist is what coitus be. Let's see, Nordic, Czech would be closer. You know, honestly, yeah, you're right. You're right. It is closer to like a Nordic Czech. You're totally right. Yeah. Right, Meatball. But I am not merely asserting that it's not good for people generally. But I'm also not speaking of it necessarily because I understand that you don't care that much about it, right? Or at all, even. That means that it's not intended for, like, you in specific, right? Right? Because, like, if you don't care about it, then it ceases to be for you, right? And at that stage, you know, like, because my assertion is merely that it has a lot of detrimental trajectories that a lot of other ideologies and ideological orientations do not. So I'm not saying it's like something you can't believe in and whatnot. Might be a night exercise, it's true. But like, as a consequence of all of these things, I'm not that fond of it. But also, I'm not going to make a true assertion about it being like wrong or anything. Because it's more about what's healthy for you, right? What's healthy for you cognitively and also just biologically, right? Because by not allowing yourself to fully extract meaning from things, it's the human body and mind are not designed to operate healthily while not extracting meaning from the world. Like, psychologically, extracting meaning is very important. It's just how it is, right? And so, like, it's just one of them things. How dare you fall past me? Stubborn type of Sova, I say. How could they? How dare they? The nerve. The absolute gall. The galling nerve, I say. How dare they? How dare? How dare indeed? Where's my explosive bounce? Are you for real? This is absurd. Like, the fact that I have not seen a single explosive bounce so far is kind of ridiculous. Because I've spawned so many of these freaking Titosovas, and it's in the pool. There's no reason it shouldn't be showing up, right? It's just like, where it at? Where am I supposed to bounce at, huh? Got remove bounce. I mean, that's closer, I guess. Not really, but you know. Because I understand how these RNG type of things work. Like, there's no such thing as truly like closer. You either hit the thing or you don't. But you know, grumble, 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 grumble. And I don't necessarily agree, Meatball. I believe that, once again, like I said, meaning is made. So, whether or not it's like I mean, it could also be the case, right? That for some people, indeed, it's not a choice, and I simply do not know. Right? There's no reason that can't be the case. Right? Because, you know, I can't know everything. For sure, for sure. But in my eyes, it's just like one of them things where it's just like the most sensible, rational, and like digestible type of understanding of the world would be one in which you make meaning out of it. Right? Lovely. Interesting. More damage field, sure. Sure. Let's see. Shlifu say that they feel like they can only understand most things when they are heavily simplified, but understanding something in its entirety is either impossible or at least seems impossible to you. Let me think. Let me think for a sec. I don't know. Although I struggle to imagine something that would be totally incomprehensible to me given infinite time, I don't know that that is the case for everybody else, but I would assume it is. That if you were given infinite time and effort, that eventually nothing would be outside of your grasp. That's my presumption. I could be wrong in this presumption just as easily as anybody else could be wrong about anything else, I guess. It's a rather generous presumption, I suppose, but I don't feel like it's fully unwarranted. Certainly I feel like if you know, you take people in aggregate, right, together, that in that case, certainly I don't think that there's anything outside the grasp of, like, people as a whole. If they're working together and the like. The thing is, although I don't have a clue who said this first, I do like the phrase somewhat. Although Ren doesn't like this phrase, I like it. If you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough. I like it because it, like, of my interpretation is part of why I like it. my interpretation of it is simply that, like, what simply means just has to be adjusted from thing to thing, right? So, like, if it's a super complicated topic, you have to adjust what simply means down quite a ways, or, like, upwards quite a ways, to something far more, like, frankly, it could end up being super ridiculous, you know? Like what is complicated for, you know, like string theory and quantum physics, or pardon me, what is simple for those things? It's still pretty fucking complicated, right? So, yeah. But I do like the phrase, because to me it kind of highlights that, at the end of the day, the benefit of having specialized knowledge and understanding is that you can explain it in a simple manner to people to have a grasp of the essence of the topic, right, as it would apply to their life, right? Because most of the time, the deeper minutia of various things are not super relevant. Yeah. Yeah. Smooth as an 8-ball, you say? That's funny. I mean, well, I wouldn't know, because I have a distributed neurology. I'm a slime. My cognition is distributed both throughout my entire nanocellular structure and fractal body, as well as throughout, like, the entirety of, like, my slime. Where, oh where, is my explosive bounce? Like, where, oh where could my explosive bounce be? Surely, there should be some explosive bounce, here or there. Or anywhere. Where have you gone, oh explosive bounce? I will indeed. I will indeed. You're right. You speak the truth. The Awu is one of those great truths about reality. Awu. Awu, it's true. Kind of like Trobio. Because Trobio understands. Trobio understands the nuances of life and death. I am so glad you understand, Shlifu. I am so glad you understand. Oh god, I haven't even played Silk Song, but just, I did watch Dunk play through most of it, right? Yeah, it's so good. I love Trobio. Trobio's great. You see what I did? I gave Trobio a few second per user cooldown.
No.
However, you'll notice.
No.
You guys can work together to Trobio to your heart's content. I encourage it.
No. No.
I am so sorry it was necessary, I'm afraid. Because I love Trobio so much, you have to know when to put Trobio at a distance. Otherwise, you may get sick of Trobio. And I just can't be having that. In fact, like, it's such an unthinkable thing to me to have you get sick of Trobio that I had to take preemptive measures. You understand? I'm glad. Because, you know, Trobio. Trobio is love, and Trobio is life. Okay. Let's move some of these things over to here. Grumble, 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 grumble. Why can't I just have my explosive bounce and eat it too? Indeed, these things do have to be done, and your sadness is valid and understandable. I also kind of wonder what happens if, like, you stack remove bounce and adding the bounce. Does it eventually, like, does it cancel out? I'll have to find that
This
out.
run made me literally despair.
Why be sad when you can be mad? Because being multi-attribute dependent has quite a few issues, you see. It's very silly. Okay. Yeah, come on. Where's my goddamn? I'm about to give up, really. I'm so about to give up with this shit. This is getting so frustrating. I want my damn explosive bounce, and I want it now. It's my explosive bounce, and I want it now. The 5 stages of grief about the Trobio spin. I mean, that's totally valid. I totally get it. Incredibly understandable. Is that another 20? Is that a spot I might be able to reproduce to get more 26 slot wands? Maybe. Possibly. My bud. My bud. Did you seriously just delete my other 26 slot one that was just there? You complete another bastard. How could you? I can't believe these sons of bitches. How dare the Noita engine do this to me? And then cast Earthquake just to add insult to injury. Frankly, them casting the Earthquake too, that's just like an extra bit of Noita savagery to go say, how dare you? Just to say, like, go fuck yourself is what that shit say. And I say, how the fuck dare you, Noita? How the fuck dare you? Also, what combination of spells was on that wand? Whichever one of these guys cast that. Like, what the fuck was there? Obviously, propane tank, right? Let's see. I cannot believe this. I can't believe they would go in and do Earthquake. Talk about petty. Talk about the, you know, this is part of like why I feel that Yolk's beliefs about like Noita being sentient, just despite him and other people and other speedrunners, there might be something to it, right? Because it does random shit like this, you know? But not just like random, right? But like random in a way where it's like, this is designed to just wreck your shit. It's incredible. Truly incredible. You thought the longer sounds would be the first to get timers? I put some solid amounts of thought, like into which ones got the cooldowns and like what lengths of time. I probably missed a few that I would probably want to have the things, but also I feel pretty satisfied with where it is for the time being, for sure. Gunpowder and oil drill. That's mighty weird. Yeah, I'm about ready to give up with this shit. How dare. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I have a smart idea. A very smart idea, I think. Okay. I'm looking for the delightful little, yeah, it was this one. Yep. Mm-hmm. Superb. Yes. Beautiful. Awesome. Now I can sit at the same pixel height and not worry about it. Excellent. But it was poor old Trobio, indeed. Because I want people to be able to enjoy Trobio for generations to come. Because Trobio's the greatest. I haven't... Oh wait, whoops, son of a bitch. I promptly put away my summon Thykosoba wand like a fool. Great. But that's okay, it won't take me too long to bring it back out. And this, good citizens, is why you put away the wands. The wand tab when you are done finding what you were looking for. Alright. Wait, what the hell is this one? Oh yeah! This one is unhinged, but awesome. Like, I absolutely love it. It does a great job at just delivering destruction. It's so good. It's so much fun. It's so pretty also. It's a gorgeous wand. But it's also so simple. Right? It's not a super complicated wand. But it does its job so well. It is a very admirable wand, I think. And very good, almost there. I could also do this one. This one's possibly the stupidest one, but it also produces them the fastest, is the issue, right? God god, it really cracks me up just how it really does just produce so many Tychosobits. It's very silly. 20? That's not very good. Like, it's okay, but it's not great, I tells you. It could do a lot better. Okay. An ad mana? And I'll always take an ad mana. Well, so I think I'm gonna move this wand over to here because it kind of belongs more in this category because it's super... The immediacy of its utility is much greater. Okay. God Transmutation. Okay, that is another one of those that I did need more copies of. And phasing. That was another. Like, I would say that maybe the null shot would be somewhat useful, but I struggle to think of that many interesting experiments, like with null shot, that I couldn't just do without an always cast. What is this? Not terribly useful is what? Shit. I didn't know it could delete things like that. That's fascinating. Oh? At least one of those wands is the type that I tend to like, which is a 26 slot always cast. There it is. It's True Orbit, no less. Now that's a keeper if I've ever done seen one. Hell yeah. I have enough spark bolts with double triggers. I really don't need that anymore. Okay. Very good. Excellent. Nothing I need there. Sure. And also, like, the bounce is really nice about, like, for things like healing bolts. I can actually show you very, very immediately. Observe. You can fire it, and, like, it's very likely to bounce right back into your face if you angle it right. Right? It just drastically increases the odds that it'll, like, bounce and hit you, which is awesome. Yet another reason why I am astonished that bounce has not seen more use. God damn. I tell ya, this shit unhinged. This wand I made to, like, just make... I think it was one I got from the fucking, like, Noita wiki. It just makes a whole bunch of, like, Taikasovas, it's like, it's one of the most unhinged Taikasova builds I've ever seen. Because it just, first off, it fires them with such absurd velocity that I have to ask the question, what, why? How? Right? I'm just like, what is going on here? And it's just, it feels absurd. And just so excessive, right? It's just such excessive velocity. It feels like it was just designed to cause trouble. Part of me just wants to throw a glittering field on there and call it a day, which I might do. Okay. Maybe. Let's see. Yay! More ad mana. I mean, like, sure, I could consider the number of ad manas that I have gotten, generally speaking, a win. But, like, I really do want to know, where the hell? My summon Taikasova at? Oh no, where the hell my whatcha-jiggers at, you know? How dare you? How dare you try to run away? 26 slot, always cast one. How dare you? You do not get to escape from me. There is no escaping Mina. Mina will find you, and Mina will have his pound of flesh in the form of Van. It will be mine. Victory will be mine. Oh, it's not a 26 cast, but it is a very good always cast. Not like good in the traditional sense, but good in the sense of I look forward to experimenting with this utter nonsense. Maravilhoso. What in the god? What have these people? What is getting fired? Like, why is it? What? I have so many questions, but I don't need them answered. It's fine. Clearly, chaotic transmutation was on there somewhere. Clearly. Let's just toss all the things I ain't gonna use down to here. I'm going to presume and hope that all the things that I just produced are likely going to be enough, I hope. I can only hope, realistically speaking. Explosive projectile, you say? Sure! Why not? Sure! I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. Oh. And always cast with decent stats, downward larva? Oh, hell yeah. That sounds marvelous. Hell yeah. 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 Let's see. Okay. Lovely. You're making progress at voicing broccoli soup, you say? That is fantastic news, indeed. Hell yeah. That is great news. You go. I'm proud. Cause yeah, that shit, it's a project. It's an undertaking, and I'm proud that you're doing something cool. I look forward to seeing it once you're ready to let me see some of it, because it's gonna be fantastic, I have no doubt. Mind you, my expectations are not like sky high or anything. It's just being able to see a cool thing without having to, visually read it will be nice. Indeed. Okay. So here's something really interesting about the bounce spells. Like, there's certain things, like the bubble spark things, that like it benefits quite a lot from it, because like it makes them do a lot more bounce. It makes them do a lot more. And it's great. Not a very good example. I didn't really do a good job of showing that off just then, but that's okay. Let's see. Okay. And what do we have on this platform? Okay. Oh, was that drilling shot? Or is it more matter eater? I mean, I'll take some more matter eater for sure. Because I do not have enough matter eater. Certainly not enough charges. I will certainly take that in place of the one with the 3 charges. That's for sure. Fascinating. That's right. I also wanted to see how this particular design on the Summon Taikasova thing worked. I wanted to see if it did as I would hope it does, which is to say that it makes and then slays the Taikasova, generally speaking, about right where it is supposed to. And the answer is some of the time, it would seem. That is wacky and strange. Chaotic transmutation, sure. I am thoroughly amused. Yeah, they very much did. They decided to be like, let's just take care of our. Let's just be a problem that takes care of itself. That kind of thing with all those like saw blades. That was pretty funny. I have not yet farmed treasure chests for the end of everything. Frankly, the end of everything is extremely frightening to me. Like, yeah, like it's scary enough. I don't it's scary. It's scary. Okay. That's what I'll do here. Let's just toss these guys. Very good. And let's move these guys over here. Well, actually, this would be a better one, but I'm not. Actually, you know what? 17 is that is an upgrade enough that I'm okay with putting up with this tedium here. Okay. Lovely. You are correct. I could just use cessation, but here's the thing. Cessation is a very, very, very... You didn't have as much time the last few days of progress. It's been a little slower, but you're getting there. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. That's big valid. But yeah, my big thing about cessation is... So here's the other issue, right? I would need... I'm pretty sure that even still with the poly immunity you get from eating polymages, is there still not like one frame out of every like 182 or something that you are still vulnerable? I'm pretty sure. And I gotta be totally honest with you. That is my understanding of it, and I'm gonna be real. Knowing my luck, I like. I am not convinced that that would go well. You don't know that many things. That's very funny. I need to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. I will see you all in a brief little bibbin. Itch. Itch. Oh shit, it's time for my afternoon medication, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take that. Cessation should work, yes. I'm just a bit of a scaredy cat, you see. I'm very scared of cessation. Because it's scary. Now let's set the timer. Timer set. Good shit. Okay. Especially like with reduced lifetime, that's terrifying. There we go. And I'm back. Good stuff. Profile picture. Yeah. Cause yeah, like honestly, I feel whenever I think about using cessation, TBH, I feel fear in my heart that I will somehow be silly enough to accidentally put reduced lifetime on it, and then then I'm really screwed, right? Yeah. So I'm glad you respect that, cause yes, it's just terrifying, man. It's terrifying. There's very few things that can wreck a character who's this well established, right, at this stage in the game, quite the way that reduced lifetime cessation can. And like, what's terrible also about part of what makes me like, no, Schleifu, no, you do not, no, yeah. It essentially bricks the save for all intents and purposes. You have to quit. Your character is irrevocably dead. Yeah. Theoretically, if you leave it running for like something like weeks or something, maybe I think that it's possible your character may come back. But realistically, at that stage, you'd be much better off pausing the game right when it happens, opening up a second instance of the game, and then I think there's another step to basically make it so that it crashes the game out and you have to use a backup from like a while ago. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. There are certain things about Noita, such as that. Oh my god, that is so fun. That is so funny. Designed by a friend of mine when you were 15. That is so funny. Bizarre. Interesting. But yeah. Like, frankly, it's one of those things about Noita that, like, made it so that for, like, the first year plus of watching Dunk play it, I had to keep asking myself, why would anybody play this game? Right? Because it does not respect your time. And it's just, the devs were so antagonistic. Right? And I have questions as to, like, why they did it that way. Because it's very mean. Like, it's a very unkind game design. Right? Because they did not need to make Cessation's initial lifetime such that exactly one reduced lifetime. And I agree that it can be a big part of the fun, but like, think about that. Think about how fucked up that would be to have a many months going god run, right, and then to accidentally cast like just one removed lifetime cessation because you were like switching your backpack wand or something, right? Like, bruh, that'd be terrible. That would be the actual singular worst thing ever. And you sit there waiting for it to end, and then you eventually just look that shit up to find out what happened, and learn that there's nothing you could do. You got fucked. And it's just like, I don't know. It's just this really unkind, hostile game design, and that particular decision I don't support, right? Because they could have made it one frame different. It would have been no trouble to them, but no. They chose the exact frames needed to do that shit. Noita Russian roulette? In what way? Explain. Okay. Okay. Many black hole spells. I see. Huh. Oh, more ad mana. I will take it. Happily. Interessant. So, a shuffle one with cessation and a bunch of increased lifetimes and one reduced lifetime. Oh no! Oh man, that's really funny. That's a really funny idea, actually. Like that, honestly, like I think that could be really funny to have Yolk and Dunk do as some type of goofy event, right? Where like that's yeah. Like that just sounds marvelous, right? That just sounds so funny. Perish, please. Mr. Taikasova. Por favor, perish. Thank you. Oh, look, rare enemy. Add mana. I'll take it. And the speed ups, because also I don't really have very many speed ups, so I'll certainly take that. I'm not going to say no to such a thing. But I am going to say, where the hell are my explosive bounces? Like, really, though? Where in the goddamn? I have so many questions. Like, how could the RNG be this bad? You know, this is part of what I mean, right? I actually have no idea how it interacts with triggers, if I'm gonna be real with you. I've not got a singular idea, not done any experiments with it. It's also very low on my priority list to experiment with. Although it could be fascinating and interesting to experiment with, it's just like, what a risky-ass spell. Why bother with the risk when I could not? Right? That's definitely my thought process. I would also love to know what happens. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you it's an uninteresting topic. It's a very interesting topic. Right? And this is what part of why I just kind of wish that, you know, Noita had like a straight up save game system. It would make my life a lot more convenient in that respect. I wish they just has like I would even be fine if they would like named it baby mode or some shit to be real mean about it. Right? If they're that committed to being so mean, but like to not even program it in as an option, I feel like that's a bit excessive. Certainly kept me away from the game for a long time. That makes sense, yeah. I mean, and do let me know what you come up with, because I'm very curious. I would definitely take a look at the wiki if I was you first. And that's also really quite true. Noita does feel rather quite unfinished in a lot of respects. Yeah, fair. Okie doke. Now let's eat all the food. As in the. Well, first, let's turn this stuff into mana. You got it. You have a very scientific idea, is that so? I look forward to seeing how it goes. Also a very good question. I would also like to know the answer. If it's scientific or specific. Who could say? Who could say? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it does seem as though I was never able to make a summon Tychosova one I was really happy with. Shame. Because, yeah, like, I feel as though there is some perfect summon Tychosova thing that, like, makes a nice perfect. I want something that makes them a perfect set of them in a line, right? That's what I really want on platforms. And I know it used to be possible, but I know that they changed a lot of stuff. And I know that a lot of stuff they changed was in regards to Summon Tychosova. And a lot of it was meant to be a nerf, if I'm not mistaken. What exactly is this guy? Okay. Okay, so this guy's a warp cast type of thing. Actually, I'm not quite sure what the hell I was cooking with this guy. Interessant. Let's go ahead and give it a slithering path. A second add mana for sure. there's that. Good shit. Cool. Now I can deal with that fella in a skidge. Alright, now this guy. Meh. I will move the chaotic transmutations. Feels appropriate. And the summon wall. Then again, maybe... I don't know, the summon wall feels... I don't know. Many reduced lifetimes, and other such modifiers. Let's move a single chain spell over to here. Single rainbow glimmer. Oh, stretch. Good stuff. However, I think I'm okay moving that to the... that one. Okay. Now that's another explosive bounce. So we have one there. 2 more explosive bounces, that's good. That's 3 total. And that's right. I did want to test out this little machine gun sort of thing. Like this. Man, that's some great sound effects, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is incredible. Like, that's some fantastic sound effects, am I right? Like, you hear that? God damn, that's awesome. Golly, I love the hell out of that. That's so cool. Okay, so I think I might just want to... Oh, really? I accidentally killed a Steve. That's hilarious. I would like to make... Okay, because I don't feel like messing about too much further with this. With the summon Tychosovas right just this moment, I'm gonna just go back down to my base of operations. You're back already? Do tell. Wait, what? I can't hit the Tychosovas with chain bolt? No, I can, but it just doesn't want to always do it. Very strange. Or I can do it with specifically the strange. Yeah. Oh, it does not interact with triggers? Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Grab this. Grab this. Good shit. Cocoa. Good stuff. Bang. I really do love the color of Alchemic Precursor, it's so pretty. Speaking of, I have whole flask of it. I have more than one flask of it. So pretty, am I right? So pretty. Did you try with both add trigger and with and did you also try with delay spell? That's another important one that it may interact unusually with. I'm just not sure. Oh, and delay spell? Really? Fascinating. That's quite bizarre and interesting. Huh. Oh, homing. Yippee! Because homing is one of those other spells that I am just rather very short on. Just don't ever quite have enough of it. But really, what I really wanted was explosive bounce. Grumble, 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 grumble. Huh. Huh. And not a single heavy shot either. That is bizarre. Whatevs. Suppose that's fine. My presumption is that Gumpuda probably fine. Most likely, one would hope. just froze for a few seconds and you got an error screen and turned it off. Makes sense. That tracks. Relatable. Oh yeah. I have an idea. Conclusion. Don't experiment with cessation ever. Tee. That's very funny. Juan moment. Juan moment. That's funny. Okay. Well, at least I have a few more of the types of spells that I need a lot of. I guess that is a good thing. I really like that wand. That is such a fun wand. Holy shit. It's a real good one. It did turn back on, so that is great news. As far as I'm concerned, that's not just good news, that's great news. Okay, that's right. It's coming back to me now. I recall why exactly trying to make the goofy ass chain bolt wand of my dreams was extremely arduous. It's because it's basically entirely and only suitable on reverse mana charge wands. Because Chain Bolt is just so mana hungry. Which is crazy, by the way. That shit unhinged. Open source of info is Windows Event Viewer. Type Event Viewer in the Start menu or whatever. Atrocity Windows has for a Start menu nowadays. Valid. That's understandable. Yeah, it can be rough. All right. Flip flop these guys. Give it a speed up. Give it a phasing? I thought I had a phasing on here. Must have put it away. Darn. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. And we can have this guy. So then it can be a directal, one-to-one kind of thing with that guy. That's good. Put this fella down. First, I don't think I need that many freaking spark bolt triggers. It's a few too many if you ask me. Let's go ahead and do this. Excellent. Computer. Oh, and I agree with you. So if I'm gonna be entirely honest with you, like I find it a little criminal that like part of like baseline education was not like programming and like other computer skills. Like it feels genuinely neglectful on the part of the state to not do that shit, right? I'm a little bitter about it because I certainly would have preferred that, you know. I would have very much preferred to have such information than not have it, you know. Let's see. Huh. Yeah. Do this. Move this fella there. Put this guy here. I'm very fond of Explosion of Thunder. It's a very fun spell. It's so good. It's so much fun. So here, and I would honestly, and I will take you up on that someday pretty soon, Meatball. So like I know a fair amount about the part of computing that I struggle the most with is not like the basics shit of like how it's made. In fact, the manufactory aspects are the parts I know the most about, I would say. The transistors and the like, and like the silicon wafers and everything. But the parts I know the least about are, in fact, once it gets built. Right? The actual interfacing with it, you know. That's the part I really struggle with quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot. Honestly, not a bad idea. Oh shit, what are transistors made of? That's a good question. Certainly not, it's not silicon. It's definitely not silicon. No, give me a sec, I've got this. It's not rubber, is it? No, it's, I've got this. Yes. Lead is what comes to mind, but that can't be right, can it? Ceramic. Maybe. I did know at one point. Oh, it's silicon. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Oh no, I wasn't cheating. I wouldn't cheat. That defeats the purpose. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking about was the other shit in it, like the insulators and crap. I was legitimately like looking upwards, like searching my memories for this shit. Trying to be like, oh gosh, what is the answer there? Because yeah, like I was curious, but I didn't want to look it up because you know, again, it defeats purpose. I'm trying to figure it out yourself. I mean. Okay. But yeah, definitely the important bit be silicon. For sure, for sure. Okay. Very good. And what do we got here? Some timers and shit. Okay. Huh. The next time, let's see. And I know, but I know you wouldn't care. The veracity of my claim about knowledge? What do you mean? Which one? So, like, it's not actually that important not to look it up, I mean, in general. It was just kind of important to me in this particular instance. Because the idea was to demonstrate the actual, having remembered it, or having known it in the first place, I guess, right? Yeah. Okay. Horizontal path shall be switched with this boyo there. I can toss him though. here's a thought. What if it's long distance cast and all-seeing eye? Okay, so that means I can more easily pinpoint and choose the spot it happens at, but it doesn't appear it's doing that. Well, so what happens then? Am I able to orbit LARPA? All-seeing eye. Does that work? Yeah. It sure does, but that is wacky as all hell. Oh, here's another idea. Oh. Yee. God damn it. Fascinating. So it can be used to deliver the something like liquid detonation. Yeah, effectively even. Wow, that is so cool. A divide by? That's a good idea. I don't have any in my hotbar at the moment. I don't think I have any in the extended spell inventory, but when I come across one, I'll do that. So that's a good idea. It's a very good idea. Okay. Oh my god, that works! Fuck yeah! But it also... What? No. Possible. Why? What's different? Why do you use up a charge inside of a trigger? What? What? That's insane. I have no comprehension of why it does that. But that's okay. Let's also mess about with Matter Eater here. I want to see Matter Eater interact with All-Seeing Eye. Interesting. Wait a minute. So it makes a projectile that just drops down? Oh! That's a great question. I would love to know the answer. Now this is useful. This is incredibly useful. Profoundly so. Because this is a simple 2-spell digging combo that doesn't use infinite digging combo. Let's go to the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye, wiki page. Noita, all-seeing eye. Spell. Itch. Itchy foot. Itch. Why is it so itchy? I don't like it. Itch. 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 Why? Oh yeah, there's literally nothing about this in the wiki. So let's do that. Let's add, let me make sure. Well, actually, the first thing I would like to test is
Pretty smart, dude.
why, thank you. I appreciate it. I'd certainly like to think so. First thing I want to test is the... Okay, let's take the liquid detonation off for a moment. I want to see...
Space. Let's go to space.
Let's go to space!
Let's go under the sea. For that special.
Let's see. Give me a sec.
Here we go. Let's go to space. Let's go to space.
Hey.
Let's go under the sea. For that special.
It's interesting to me the way this is behaving, right? Oops. Okay. What if I fire it straight down? Whoa. It works just the same. It's the same. Guys, it's the same. I have a genius idea, guys. What if I do both? Absolutely nothing happens. Oh no, that's Pulu. That's Pulu is who did the let's go to space. Interesting. I'm not sure. Yeah, I would need to set this up on a different wand. Actually, you know what? I will do that. I will set this up on a different wand. And it will be a utility thing. But yeah, let's also... But that's the thing. I also wanted to do this. I wanted to see without the long distance cast. Because TBH, long distance cast is not very common. Right? It's not a super duper common spell, right? So, really, how often are you really going to be able to have that opportunity to make that shit work? Not that often, I don't feel. However, this combo, or like this particular utility, I think it's definitely just, it's there. Like, it's a thing I think you'll be able to do all the time. Let's just do it, okay? We're gonna fire this. Look at this. It just fucking drills downwards. And it's just fantastic, right? Just go wha-bam, and then it just falls down. And it matter eaters through things. And consumes no charges. Hell yeah. I think you probably could add a trigger to this. I'm pretty confident that you'd be able to do that. I'm not certain, but I'm confident. I'll give it a go in a bit. Excellent. Save changes. Matter Eater. Unlimited digging with all-seeing eye. Added to tips. Save changes. All done. However, maybe what I'll do... Actually, I have an idea. Here's what I'm gonna do real fast. The first... Well, actually, wait. Where is the... Those other... There they are. There's this other one. Okay. Good. First thing I want to do... is... I need to put this one right down here for a sec. Actually, no. Why do that when I could just grab the vacuum mouse off of it and be done with it? And then put it away. Yeah, actually, let's do that. That's the better call. Move the piercing up to here. And... actually, yeah. Yeah, this is fine. Put this fella away. And let's go here. No, let's do this one. Let's grab one of the shorter ones that I have here, like this guy. Yeah. Or actually, maybe this one. This one is less interesting. Okay. Excellent. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's go. Yeah, let's just dig. Yeah, we will do the digging experiment right on top of here. And then I will make a little clip out of it and just put that on the wiki. Oh, that's right. I added anti-gravity to it. I'm a silly little guy. That's right, Angel. Oh, shit. And it worked just fine. Holy shit.
Help me out, Jake. Jake, help me out. Help me out. Jake, help me.
Why
Jake?
in no work suddenly?
Jake, help me.
Inexplicable. I actually have no idea what. What? I have questions. So that's one usage. Then with anti-gravity, it'll just dig straight upwards. Now why should dig down too though? Is there a reason? I mean, it'll certainly do with gravity, it's not a question. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. So we got, you can do it with gravity. You can do it with anti-gravity. See? Just like that. And then in addition to this, you could just do it without either of these. It's a simple 2-spell combo to just have infinite digging. Or maybe it doesn't want to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I guess it's a 3-spell combo. God damn it. It might also have something to do with the wand it's on. Because it seems that some wands... like, it might have to do with the specific, speed of the things cast out of it, right? In fact, yes, that is precisely what it is. Jesus, wow. That's crazy. Okay, so this is gonna be the last take for making this crap work. So so that means that this wand has got, functionally speaking, something wrong with it for the purposes of this. Well, that's... actually, wait a minute. You know what? It's fine. It doesn't need to be perfect. That's a great question about the gravity and the explosive bounce. I would, you know, that I'm curious enough at this stage. Do I have it on right? No, I don't have it on the hop. This is part of why I wanted more of it. Because there's never enough explosive bounce. Grr. Actually, wait. But this does bring up the important question. What happens if I put bounce on this? Jack shit. What about with gravity? Doesn't seem much different realistically. Here's an idea. Interesting. Okay. So if I take the chaotic transmutation off, will this still work? No. So it's the first Lua component that seems to possibly... No. It does still work. What the fuck? It's just finicky. So here's the thing, Shlifu. The Matter Eater takes several frames to, like, start working. As a consequence of this, there are a lot of situations where, it'll... Oh, gosh. How do you phrase? Okay, Lexi, give me a moment. I will get back to that. I would like to... I'm just going to do this demonstration, and I'd like it to be a short clip that's concise.
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes!
Oh god, that's fantastic. Simple spell combo, infinite digging. Okay. Now we clip it. Give me a sec. Now, the title will be Matter Eater plus All Seeing Eye equals infinite digging. One moment. Almost done. Okay. Perfect. Save clip. And then we're gonna share it to the YouTubes and we're gonna be done. YouTubes. Share to YouTube. Do da do da do do da do do. Yeah, little Widgeons, who's a good little kitty man? That's you. Who's a good little fuzz nipple whipple? Who's a good fluffy guy? That's you, Mr. Man. Who's the good little fuzzy mittens? And now I'm gonna copy the clipboard. And now I'm gonna go to the Noita wiki. And now I'm gonna edit. And now I'm going to insert Can I insert? No, I'm just gonna cite. Who's a good, sweet little little fuzzy was. Wait, Link! Link! Yes! No way, I need to reload. I don't want to keep this change. I pressed the wrong button. Add it. Okay, yes. Who's a good kitty man? Who's my fluffy mitten? Oh! So the kitty is burying his face in my elbow. In the crook of my elbow is very cute. Wait, well, where's the link go to, you son of a bitch? Where's the... what? Yeah, that's fine. Ah, text. Change text, yes. Perfect, thank you. Like this. Save. Now we can just save and be done. Yippee! Save changes. Save changes. Added source. Added source. Save changes. Lovely. Beautiful. Art. Good shit. Now. Exploding bounce. Now. Glimmer to the all-see. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, sweet little kitty. Let me run a little 2-minute ad real fast. Because the kitty wants all the snugs and scritches, and I have no choice but to abide. Okay, kitty, let me give you all the scritches and love. Who's my fluffy man? Who's a fluffy mitten man? That's you, Mr. Kitty. Who's a good Mr. Kitty? That's you. Who's my good little guy? That's you. Who's a good fluffy man? Okay. Who's a good fluff? It's you, kitty. You's a great little fluff man. Okay. Good shit. Coco. Just press this button. No, not that button. This button. Okay. So many buttons. Too many buttons. Okay. Lovely.
I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes!
Teehee. I think the phone needs a good restart. It's just not bloody cooperating. And frankly, I don't want to deal with such an uncooperative goddamn phone not cooperating, you know? Alrighty, so we're adding what? Kitty up. What you doing? Little fluffy mittens. So he kind of like stomped up right next to me so that he would be like directly kind of like right up in my grill. It was very cute, but it was also rather problematic because it means that I couldn't it was kind of hard to do things. Okay. Oh, okay. There's that one. I remember I disposed of that one. Oh, okay. I think that this is below the mountain. Maybe. Unsure. Probably, though. Maybe. I was right. Look at that. Hell yeah. Oh, it says I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes. I presume you're being serious. Yeah. It says I'm Sherlock Bleeding Holmes. Is it that the sound effect's not very clear or something else? Or just hearing issues or just did it get drowned out by the sounds in the game? Okay. So first things first, let's just let's set this one down for a second and find some chain bolt. And then we can be done with this particular wand for a moment, because I just need to get some chain bolt so that I can make my chain bolt machine gun kerthunk kerthunk happy sound dreams come true for this wand. I've got no idea where it's from, by the way, Meatball, so I'm afraid I can't help you. In that respect, yeah, because I definitely don't have a clue where the hell it's from. Schlieffel produced it for, no, I don't, they didn't make it, but they put it in the Discord. As far as I'm aware, that's the only, like, I know it's not literally from the Discord and Schlieffel in that way, but like, for all intents and purposes, it may as well be. Here's a glimmer. Superb. Okay. Well, that really doesn't help us see it that much better, which is fascinating. It's really in. Oh my god. Guys, I just had an incredible idea. You see the way it's disturbing the liquid? You could use this to mix stuff. You could make it mix things, guys. Right? Exact. I am, even though I haven't done it yet, I'm putting that in the wiki. Because that's smart. That's a great idea. I'm just gonna be, I'm gonna use the word may. May be able to be used for, you know, mixing materials faster. The shockwave that disturbs liquids when you fire it may be able to be used for mixing liquids faster. Save changes. Very minor edit. Save changes. I feel like it could be funny. Me, I go to sleep. It's midnight. What's funny is he just finished the day's monster. So, an interesting thing is that that's a telltale sign that you almost assuredly, although I can't diagnose you, but that's basically a telltale sign that you almost assuredly have, like, ADHD, because that's a very common caffeine response in people with ADHD to stimulants, is that it causes them to, get sleepy. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah, caffeine causes, it doesn't do that to normal people. People who do not have ADHD will never feel sleepy from caffeine. In fact, I know that one of my grandmothers, I believe it was, maybe it was one of my great-grandmothers, used to drink black coffee in order to go to bed. Oh, no, I'm just saying that it would prevent you from going to sleep. That's what I'm saying. And the fact that it doesn't means that there is a relationship. Yeah. Wait, I have an idea. What is the... How wispable is all-seeing eye? I wonder. I wonder. Oh, I see. I thought you were suggesting that you might go to sleep because you were suddenly sleepy. Oh, I understand what happened, Meeple. My bad. I did an oopsie boop. I read may I as I may, which completely changed the meaning of the things. Oopsie boopsie, I was wrong. My bad. Although what I did say about, like, it, generally speaking, is true, but yeah, in this case, it does not apply. It's not your fault. It's just the communication hard. You know, it's just not easy. It's hard. And that's okay. These things happen. Now, let's go. Let's take a look at the wisps. One moment, y'all. My mother? Or actually, you know what? Never mind. It's a fine time to wrap up stream, TBH. I might as well just do that. Or not. But you can't, oh, you can't sleep. I see, never mind. In which case, never mind. It's all good. I don't need to wrap up yet. It's not really, I actually don't feel like wrapping up at all. I, too, am not tired. Yeah. It's just that my mother will be dropping by in about half an hour. Or, no, wait. In like 50 minutes. Yeah. And we'll be dropping some salmon by. Which I'm very happy about. I love salmon. Salmon is delicious. You used to love salmon. What happened? And it true that do be thick. That is a thick streak. It is the thickest streak, actually. Okay. Well, also, indeed, you ate too much and got fed up. Ayo, indeed. That is the exact number of streams I have done. Yeah, it is a damn impressive one. And you know, what can I say? Ren is a very, very big impressive. That's right. I needed to press buttons. Haha, this button is the one I needed to press because I wanted to move. No, wait, yes, it was the other way around. Move the slime mist over to here. And now we've got those mists on this one, which is lovely. Move the acid over to here. Scooch this guy, scooch this guy. Okay. Maravilloso. You did like the salmon before? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that you're a vegetarian, which is, I don't know why. I keep forgetting. Probably because my memory's bad. So I do try to pay attention to details such as this, but, you know, I forget easily. That's right, we are looking for a couple important little bit. Well, actually, what happens if I put spiral arc on this? Will it, in fact, spiral arc? We will find out. Yeah. But yes, when my mother comes by with the food, I will put on some music and, yes. One of the biggest issues in America with trying to go vegan or vegetarian is that it becomes difficult unless you're extremely rich to be able to actually get enough nutrients to not starve to death. It's a problem. But if it's possible for you to do such a thing and you would like to, I encourage it. I would certainly support such a thing, you know. I'm glad that you have an eye on it. That's certainly a good thing. Yippee, I can have the Matosade and the Meteorosade on the same wand. Indeed, I can also do this. And what precisely do you mean by they don't starve to, they just deteriorate? I mean, like, speak for yourself. I certainly don't. I don't eat very much meat. I mean, I would like to. If I could, I would. I would eat all of the meat. I would, because I'm an eldritch slime, you see. I am a carnivorous slime when I want to be. Really, I'm omnivorous, but you know, I can eat anything. But the eldritch slime, it does best when they do carnivorousness. Let's see. So we got this guy. Ooh. Ouch. Itches. Sometime an itch makes you go ouch. It's just how it is. It's just life. Okay. Excellent. And now I can put the 5th Radu's lifetime on this wand. Okay. I'm just being a little cheeky at this stage. I don't need all of these, but I kind of want to have them on the same wand for the entirely just for the giggles, right? Like there is no real advantage to this silliness, but it's fine. I find it rather humorous to have all of these things here. It's just it cracks me up. What can I say? But it's extremely funny. So, Schlifu meat is good for a lot of things, but one of them is in fact the protein and vitamin B and stuff. But there's a really important thing that a lot of people don't talk about, which is the fact that the fat in meat, it contains a lot of essential micronutrients, right? Like like a lot of things yeah, like it's just got a fuck ton of like vital micronutrients that you kind of need to be continuing doing life and stuff. Yeah. They important. Certainly you can get by without them, but they're important for your overall health and shit, yeah. And that's just kind of how it be. Would you look at that? A wand with nothing but fucking modifiers. Crazy. Hi, kitty man. Excellent. Now we can test out all of these types of modifiers here in just a moment. On this most peculiar. Give me a sec, I'll look it up. Micronutrients. Contain in micronutrients high. Intake of micronutrients high in animal sources. Foods is associated with better growth in rural Kenyan school children. The types of things that they have are things like vitamin A, vitamin B12, iron, calcium, one sec. That is but one of the sets of things. It's got quite a lot of stuff. Or a large amount of like essential fatty acids of a wide range of kinds. Let's see. Linoleic acid, omega-6, omega-3s, certain other things. Let's see. vitamins A, D, E, and K. And it also serves cellular and hormonal functions. For example, they're key components of cell membranes that are involved in hormone production and whatnot. That basically I'm not quite sure how it helps or like what exactly it's doing here. I'd have to read the actual paper itself, and that will maybe give me a sec. I'll click on it later. Various fatty acids. Now let's click on this one, because I think this one probably has what I'm looking for. Oh, and like, Shlifu, do not misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying, like, that you cannot get these things elsewhere. Just that human beings evolved to be omnivorous, and that animal fats are one of the main ways that historically we have gotten a lot of that food, is to occasionally have something with a lot of fats in it that's really good for us, right? Yeah, like, I understand that, yes, you can get certain aspects of these things from other shit. For sure, you're totally right, in fact. No worries, and it's all good. It's just that, you know, yeah. Trust me, Shifu, I totally get it. I really do. I often have to argue with people who think that, like, losing weight is, like, some type of fucking moral good or some shit, and I have to be like, guys, for one, that's not a problem that I have to deal with. I have to deal with not being able to keep weight on, yeah, right? And so, like, funny, and yeah, it's just hard to deal with people of this nature. It's difficult. It's difficult. Hate's a strong word, but yeah, it's difficult. Let's see, but here we go. This is an incredibly detailed thing. It's taking me a second to parse this extremely complicated set of information. Like, holy shit, is this a lot of stuff. It seems to change certain aspects of the way that certain mitochondrial DNA function is expressed. Yeah. In a positive way, I mean. Okay. Most important benefit. I'm glad I finally found it. Jesus, that took an age and a half. So, they are a carrier for the vitamins A, D, E, and K, and the precursors B, carotene, and cholesterol, and the transport of these into the body, partly through active transport and passive diffusion in fat, has been recently reviewed. Deficiency disorders for this are well known. Blindness, rickets, and bleeding disorders are the well-attested results of frank deficiency, but low levels of these vitamins are associated with bone weakness, osteoporosis, calcification of the arteries, CHD, I don't know what that is, type 2 diabetes, depression, and other mental disorders. Animal tissues, especially organs such as the liver and adipose tissue, the dairy, although I don't know about the liver. I got questions about the liver, let me tell you what. And dairy products are a valuable source for several of these fat-soluble vitamins. although the importance of fat-soluble vitamins is extremely well known, with recommendations to consume less fat and less animal tissues on the one hand, or absence of these foods in some developing countries on the other, vitamin supplementation is often needed. The fat and other tissues of a wide variety of land animals, not just oily fish, contain chain N3PUFA. Poofa. It's very silly. Hey, Bombay. Yeah? Would you be able to go downstairs to pick up the salmon? Mother's coming by to drop some salmon by. In about half an hour. It was a question. Alrighty then, don't worry about it. Red is not feeling great. So I shall come down when you arrive. See, Bauta, welcome on in. You going to bed? Well, sweet dreams, Bauta. I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to have you here while you're sleeping, or just to drop by. I appreciate you in either case. Oh yeah, don't get so what you speak of, Meatball, is the phenomenon known as bioavailability. And I'll type it mostly for Shlifu's benefit at this stage. Bioavailability. It's just something to kind of be aware of, which is because one issue is that a lot of such things are like, it's not that they're not useful for you, and they're certainly better than doing nothing at all. It's just that, like, the ability in the body to really absorb a lot of that stuff is kind of limited, which is a shame. But it is. Yeah, dude, that's good. That's good that you know about it. That makes me happy. Because frankly, it's an important thing to consider, but also it's most troublesome, if you ask me. The whole thing. I wish it wasn't so troublesome. And that does happen. That does track. It is good to have the supplements, though. That's certainly a good thing to have them if you need them. Yeah, and they do work on very long time scales. This is true. And, you know, the oranges being good for your immune system is true. Well, that's not actually quite so true, Meatball. About you can in fact scarf down oranges for a few days, and it does in fact measurably improve your immune system temporarily, right? But I do also agree with you that it's generally important to just have the stuff in your system on the whole. But you know, it is indeed the case that the immune system gets a solid bit better, even if just temporarily. With a large infusion of vitamin C. Wow, that's a lot of decelerate. That's so many decelerating shot. Holy shit. Yeah, it's like a lot of decelerating shot, man. I'm not sure that anybody could need that many decelerating shot. Okay. Okay, very good. Move the knockback down to here. Good shit. Okay. And that is also true. Some vitamins you can have too much of. I mean, potassium is a great example. So, like potassium, the body needs basically exactly 1 banana's worth per day. And if you have more than that, it can fuck you up. Like unambiguously. It can just fuck all your shit up. Pretty hardcore too, right? It's just one of those weird things. I'm sure that my grandfather would nod sagely and say, all things in moderation. Because that's how he was. And he did in fact live to be 100. So he wasn't coming from nowhere. But he was also a bit of a goofy man. If you ask me anyway. I think he was a pleasantly goofy feller. But yes. I love my grandpa. He's quite a good feller. Let's see. Seems that if your body gets a huge dose, it has nothing to do with it. That makes sense to some extent, for some of them anyway. Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem if you think about it. So it seems that the vitamins in food are in a form that the body can more readily use. That is true. Because, yeah, fun fact, vitamin D is actually more accurately characterized as hormone D. Because it's a hormone. Insert jokes about whores moaning and D and whatnot. I'm sure that you could make a very clever joke with that. What exactly would that joke be? I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure it could be excellent. Wow, that is very fast for the speed of the TNT. That's quite funny. It's as fast as a spark bullet trigger. That's actually strange as all hell. The fuke? That's bizarre. Huh. Very weird. Very weird. And I will catch up in just a moment. Okay. Aha. This is a couple things I do need, which is a couple of you guys. Don't need that many of that, so let's do that. Put the tentacle there. And put this guy there. Grab this fella. And, you know, it's fine. I will put the knockback here as well. It doesn't matter that much. Cool. Phasing! And is that explosive bounce I spy? It sure is. Okay. So what I can do is put the teleporting cast there. Good shit. Waffles. Wafers. So I don't actually know what the difference between hydrophil and other types of vitamins. Shlifu, since you seem to have looked into it, would you mind informing the class? Because I have a feeling you probably know more than I do at this stage. Because I've never looked into particularly in depth the specifics of such things. Because I just assumed that most vitamins were not likely to be very useful. But if you are suggesting that there are types of vitamins that are, in fact, rather quite useful, I would like to know this information, as well as how to distinguish them. That in particular sounds quite handy to know. Okay. We can grab these two, figure something out there. Cocoa. Let's see. Insane dose of these things. You can't actually be poisoned by vitamin C, so it's probably a different one. If I had to guess, because vitamin C is it's water soluble. And so basically if you have too much of it, you piss it out and you're done, and that's the end of that. Resumes eating lemon cream wafers. That sounds delicious. And that is very true about the nutritional quality of a lot of foods being quite a lot lower than they were in the past, which is very unfortunate, really, very unfortunate. You know the crazy thing about all of these strange bounce builds? I haven't really even begun to figure out what the best interactions with piercing are. Right, so theoretically there's a lot of shit you could do with piercing with that, but homing is probably better, but the thing is there might be situations where I'm gonna have to look into it because it could be a bit of a sleeper option. And it could be hella kick ass for all I know. Actually, maybe light is the call here. I'll put the light there. And then we're gonna put this one away. Yeah, all good. Cool. And then I'm gonna put this guy right here for a moment. Grab the light, then put the light on here. Swap that out. Then grab this guy. Fantastic. I still haven't found chain bolt. That's crazy, actually, but that's fine. Okay. So if something's hydrophilic, then it can be dissolved in water. Yeah, that tracks. But if it's hydrophobic, it does not dissolve in water as easily. Most vitamins are hydrophilic and can therefore be flushed out of the system by urinating. Makes sense. And hydrophobic vitamins, like the vitamins E, D, C, A, are not as hydrophilic, and can therefore not be removed from your system as easily. Fascinating. Interests me that these vitamins can be very harmful to you if you consume or consumed in too high a dose. Really, vitamin C. Fascinating. That's really peculiar. That's strange. I was under the impression that it was very hydrophilic. Yeah. Huh. Next stream's test. That's very funny. I am thoroughly amused. Okay. Okay. I would need some type of triple. Oopsie, didn't mean to push the mouse. There, that's okay. Nope. I do still, however, need a freaking chain bolt. Where's my goddamn chain bolt? Oh, here's a digging bolt. I was needing a digging bolt to fully reproduce that other build. So, I mean, I'm happy about that. One, two, three. Excellent. However, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need... Well, actually, yeah, no. I wanted this to be separate, so it would go... Wabam! Fire this. Oh yeah, that should cancel that out just fine. Now the recharge time, I do need to do something about that. What to do? Probably just need more Lumi drills, it would seem. Okay, now let's see. Oh, there's maybe. Did you study biology or chemistry? Let's see. Vitamin C is hydrophilic. Vitamin K is high. I see. Okay, that's good. You mixed up C and K. That's totally understand. It's okay. We all do a mistake sometimes. That's life. That's a very that normal. Oh, I forgot about this really fucking incredible, awesome as all hell, modifier that is the best ever. Just happens to cost a solid amount of mana is all. And yeah, that would, I guess I probably wouldn't need two of these, but it is what I will leave it there just in case. Real question here is whether I can find a damn chain bolt. It's a lot of holy bomb. Actually, I think I can get rid of a few of these holy bombs. That's just so many holy bomb. Why do I have... what could possibly make me need that many freaking holy bombs? It's just too many. Where's all my chain bolts hiding? Where they all gone, Pa? Where the chain bolts go, Pa? That was very silly. Okay, I mean, it's fine, I guess. Actually, I do think it would be wise to yoink these guys out, because I stored these fellers mostly just because I did not have place to put them at the time. Yeah, Shlifu's intelligence not really got nothing to do with yeah, like no joke, Shlifu, the education systems and intelligence metrics, like, first off, the education system does not do a good job of determining if somebody is smart. In addition to this, it basically screens out people who have any type of learning disability, which, I hate to break it to you, attention deficit disorder is a learning disability. Meaning it's designed already to work against you, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you or that you're not smart. Quite the opposite, in fact. There's a pretty solid correlation that indeed people with various learning disabilities tend to be smarter on average when you actually take that into account, like, and whatnot. But that is a truly and veritably incredibly separate discussion. The TBH, maybe when I get back and I'm eating salmon, we can have that discussion, because it's a whole ass thing, I tell you. It's a whole ass thing. Tutalo, I hope you have a lovely evening, Meatball. Truly. And some good sweet dreams. Okay, now let's see here. No chain bolt. No, I didn't yet, Bomby, but I do plan to. Okay, we grab this. Okay, I can't remember. I think we might have gone a full loop. So I guess that means that I need to go down to into the actual place, into the Holy Mountain. Except I know I have a couple chain bolts there. That's really quite funny, Sleep, with you can be both learning disabled and stupid. That's very funny. I mean, certainly you can be, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you are. But in any case, yeah, such systems have a lot of issues. In particular, they don't take into account a lot of different varieties of, like, just the human experience and the essence of people. Certainly not like what makes people good at various things. They basically narrowed down into, like, oh, are you good at memorizing things? Oh, are you good at, like in an extremely stressful situation, can you remember all the things that we asked you to memorize? Oh, you can't? Oh, suddenly that means that somehow that you're not good at, like, stuff and things in general. And also, fuck you, by the way, is basically how that works. In terms of these, like, systems, right? They're just really kind of fucked up in that respect. And frankly, I've got quite a lot of antipathy towards them because they're just not that great. So here's something. Being able to recognize yourself as not very smart, in all due likelihood, indicates that you are, at minimum, smarter than you think you are. Keep that in mind. So the thing is, being able to talk as though you're smart, that is a type of intelligence all the same, right? Just because it's not like... Just because you're not valuing this highly doesn't mean it's not like a type of intelligence, right? But I mean, like, in any case, it's all good. I just don't want people be thinking unnecessarily down about themselves. Especially when it's not, like, even, you know, like, it's just not necessary to be thinking down on yourselves, and people be thinking down themselves in such a way, because society is kind of maliciously constructed with that sort of, like, thinking down on yourself type of stuff in mind. And like in fact, the entirety of like the education systems and whatnot are again designed to like make people think that they are way less smart than they are. They do this because it is beneficial to them. That is to say, the people in power. It's a whole thing. I tells you, it's a whole thing. Very good, very good. There we are. Interesting. Yeah, that could be pretty handy. That's a pretty nice combo in a lot of respects. I like it. So, Shalifu, I will get into this when I get back from my mother dropping the salmon by. But everything about what you just said, in a most ironclad and definitive way, proves my point. Right, because like everything about the nature of the perception of laziness and then how that applies to people, as we're discussing, people with ADHD are not lazy. You are not lazy. It is merely that you needed various bits of assistance, including, you know, treatment for ADHD. If you needed some medicines that you didn't have access to, it doesn't make you lazy. It's unfair to yourself to think of it that way. I'm not telling you you need to do education further. In fact, I'm not. So given that you know that you're not lazy, the fact of the matter is that just because education is not designed for you doesn't mean that, like, you don't deserve to have, you know, better education, right? Not that you need to do education, right? But that even if it's not something you will ever receive, in your heart, I think it's good to know in your heart of hearts that you deserve to receive a tailored education to help you, do stuff in life and pursue the things you care about. That's what you deserve. Yeah. Yeah. I see. That's just what she was told and whatnot. That makes sense. It's unfortunate. Oh, absolutely. So my mother should be arriving soon. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Mother says. So I will. But yeah, essentially, don't. It's not. I would never consider it to be the type of thing where it's anything other than like a failure of the education system and of society that you didn't like get the education that you're not really able to get the education that really you deserve. Not a personal failure in any way. That's nice. This is a good one so far. This is good. This is good. Okay, so what I need is at least one more. At least one more. Oh, it's this castle. I know, no doubt, no doubt. That tracks, actually. That makes perfect sense. And look, no, here, I will tell you exactly what it changes, Shlifu. It changes your internal world. It means that rather than it being a situation where you could have done something different and, like, you failed in some way, it means that the world failed you. That your parents, even though they tried their best, that they told you things that emotionally were very harmful to you, right? And they probably didn't do that on purpose, but that indeed that's what happened, and that's okay. These things happen, but it lets you move forward from that like understanding and of like what you've been through in such a way that you don't. There is no feasible way to blame yourself. And that's good for your mental health. Yeah. So I think it's a bit more than just a nice what if. Nothing really counts for something personally. Let's see. Reduce recharge is what I need. That's understandable. I certainly don't expect you to accept it all at once or anything, especially if you don't feel like it. I get it. Okay, so what I really need is more reduce recharge. Which I do have. I do have more of that. I'm glad you get what I mean. Cause yeah, it's good for you, and you're welcome. Cause yeah, the thing is like a lot of these things. These are the same types of things that bothered me when I was younger. Was that I was often told that I could have just been like try. I was very smart and that I could try harder and whatnot. But in reality, there were systemic barriers preventing me from succeeding. And that was not my fault. It was not my mother's fault. It was just society's fault. It was as simple as that. That there was nobody to blame but society and the people perpetuating such systems. And so truly, what blame could I or you possibly have? The answer is none. And I appreciate it, but, you know, so long as it's an empathetic sort of sorry, not a personally I done something wrong sort of sorry. I appreciate it. Oh, that's probably my mother. Yellow! Alrighty, I'll be right down. Alrighty. Now, let's put on the music. And I will be back in a jiff. Alrighty. Let's go to here. And then we're gonna go to the other one here. And this particular song I titled Forest of Knowledge. It's about the exact things we were just talking about. Let me just make sure that you can hear it and stuff. I just had to turn the audio down for a moment so that I could say hello again. Yes. And, I'm eating cookie. I decided not to eat the salmon immediately. Because, you know... That's, like, although it's not, like, the heaviest of meals... And, oh shit, me standing be a real viewer. Oh damn. It's true. But yeah. The cookie is really good, actually. It's a very, very good cookie. I ain't gonna lie to you. So good, in fact, I think I'm gonna have a second one. I have 3, and I think I'm gonna eat 2 out of 3 of them. Yes. But yeah, the fun thing about the music, Shlifu, is that much of this music, this album in particular, is in fact written. It's basically just about, like, the reason that the second song is called like The Promise of Education is because the entire song is about, like, the entire album really is about, like, I'm glad you like this, Shlifu, that makes me happy. Yeah, like, the entire thing is it's a series of tone poems about, first, how education promises to be a way to, like, free you of your ills, and is to be a path to freedom and whatnot, and financial and otherwise, as well as to be the salvation to all mankind's ills, only to, functionally speaking, lure you in, drain you of your youth and happiness, so that eventually you arrive at a situation where you are listless, drained of energy, and have been bled dry of your youth and have little to show for it. I am so delighted meat standing by that smile. I am so delighted by it. Speaking of, how is your education going at the moment? Remember you were having a test a while back? Seemed like that was a bit of a thing. Yeah. This thing took so long to get together. I'm really glad you like it a lot. This thing took me something like, TBH, like 8 to 10 years. The entire thing. To actually, like, finish and be done with. I wrote most of it over the course of, like, 4 or 5 years. But the actual putting together, editing, and, like, snipping of the things, getting into, like, a proper good format. And that was basically the same length of time it took to write it. It's true, it took a very long time. That particular one was a dud. Today, you've talked to someone that has reminded me to start nicely. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Meat Standing. Could you rephrase that? That test was a dud? To start studying, perhaps? I see. Well, nice, and that's good stuff. Did you end up getting any getting a diagnosis for the ADHD and whatnot? Because, yeah, that would, I think that is certainly worth pursuing. It's okay if you didn't. Like, you know, I understand. Like, these things can take much like how art takes a long time. It's okay that some of the time getting a diagnosis and stuff takes a long time. So you certainly won't find me judging you for that. The cookie is very good. Damn tasty, in fact. I understand. That's valid, meat standing. I can understand how that happens. And you know, it's okay. Some of the time, these things do take years. That said, I will tell you this much. It will be easier for you to get diagnosed if you do it while you are in college. Or university, just school in general. If you wait until after you're no longer doing the college, it will be a more difficult task. That said, once again, I understand. Doesn't matter, meat standing, but I guess the answer is basically you might find that the first or second doctor you go to do not diagnose you with it. You may have to try more than one doctor, basically. Whereas there's a much higher likelihood that if you do it while you're in college, there's a way higher chance that the first person will do it. Yes, bias. Yeah. Yeah. That's just how it be. Honestly, it's like kind of wacky. In this particular instance, like it's not every day that like the what do you call it? What do you mean? What's not an actionable step? Oh, just them having bias, you mean? Yeah, that's... Yeah, okay, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. What do you mean by that? Do you not have the money or anything? I take it your parents, for one reason or another, are unwilling to pay for a doctor visit? If so, you have my sympathies. That can be really hard to deal with. I get it. That's valid. I understand. Does your action paralysis come from fear? Anxiety? Making the wrong choice, or what? Kind of curious, honestly. Says a lot about a person where they're like if they're getting paralyzed from that sort of thing, where it comes from. My mother got tear gassed in Paris, apparently. You don't know? Understandable. Yeah. For my mother, apparently the lungs is really what's hurting her right now. Yeah, just, apparently there was like some sports event, and for some reason, tear gas was deployed. She went there for a library conference. I know, right? All I know is that my mother had a sense that would it be a good idea to leave, but that her friend did not want to leave, and then yeah, and yeah. Remember what I was saying about having like generally speaking, if I like my whole life, if something bad is gonna happen to me, usually I get like a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach before it happens, so I don't really worrying about such things as when something really bad's gonna happen is usually not useful or even relevant to me a lot of the time, especially when it's pertaining to like really harmful stuff like a tornado, right? Like because for me, like if something that bad was gonna happen, I would have already gotten a feeling about it. Pretty sure that my mother. I get that from my mother, by the way. So you could call it a type of prescience, slight precognition, mayhaps. Or just a very good intuition. Matters not. Who's a fuzzy little mitten kitten man? That's you, Mr. Kitty. Who's a good fluffy man? Would you like some snuggle? Or do you just want to sniff my hand? But yeah, my mother just got tear gassed, and like apparently she's just been laid up in bed the past week. Because you know my mother's getting a bit older. So tear gas is pretty bad. Not good for him. Who's a good fizzy mitten kitten, man? I really like this. I think it's either this song or the other one that I really like. That always helped me deal with my education. Because a big part of why and how and the point of me writing a lot of these songs was all about the dealing with the fact that the education system was not built for me. It was built for basically people who are not like me. And that, you know, the promises of education were fundamentally not for me. It was, you know, it's basically making the best of the situation and how to go about doing that. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll get back to playing here in just a sec. I'm just digesting food. I'm also eating this really tasty, like... So I read, it's called a kefir, cultured low-fat milk thing. It's basically like a yogurt thing. But I read kefir, which is very funny to me, like kefir from Which Had Atelier. Nom 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 nom. I didn't actually start with this song, but this is the song that is the promise of education. That's the title, right? To me, I feel it really does describe kind of like, I feel like it cuts to the core of the issue. I would love to know if you guys feel the same, TBH. I totally feel that vibe, Shalifu, I really do. When it's really hot outside, it's very hard to feel like you're alive at all. It's just like, oh, I've got no energy. I feel like a desiccating husk of a person. I feel that vibe. Nom nom nom. The kitty wants to sniff the yogurt container. He's like, what is this? I don't know how it feels about this. Are you sure this is edible, Pa? Are you sure? Because to me, I feel like this song kind of like does. I feel like I did a good job like illustrating the sinister undertones of education, right? While still capturing like the promise of what the concept of education promises, right? Like, really contrasting that ideal against the reality of the situation, right? I am pleased that the combination of the sun setting and the music, it got you almost lucid again. That's delightful. I'm gonna have a piece of bread. No, pound cake. That's what I want. Yeah, pound cake. Want to smell the pound cake, kitty, to make sure it's not poison? I feel like the kitty's like, I'm not convinced it's not poison. Yes, kitty, I know. But yeah. See, what is the first song of this album while I'm eating this food? So this song, yeah, this song's titled First Meeting. What's fun about it, in my opinion, is that it's actually got two meanings. Well, it's got several meanings, but in particular there are two. It is both about the first meeting of somebody you like care about and like are coming to love, but it's also about the first meeting. So it's essentially like when you are first introduced to the idea of like a library, like the concept of a repository of knowledge. You got a new spider friend, you say. Is that so? Do tell. Not that good at interpreting music, especially if it does have lyrics. But you do like how it makes you feel. Also, I'm pleased about that, for sure. But yeah, essentially it's like, it's meant to capture the sense of this song is meant to capture the sense of wonderment and excitement about coming into contact with, like, a repository of knowledge, right? As well as how education promises to be a connection to humanity's repository of collective knowledge, right? You open your window and let the cool air in, and now he lives here, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. What kind of spider is it? Is it venomous? There's no venomous spiders in Germany. Really? News to me. You know, is this EP any good? When did I release this? I don't remember writing this, by the way. I see the most venomous wasp thing. Meat standing say you love the small, little thicker leg type that runs along the floors and walls when found. Which types are those? Because I don't know anything about such things. Because like the type of like spiders that live anywhere are always different. Interesting. Why don't you explain to the chat and the stream what the difference between a hornet and a wasp is, so that we can know. Oh man, this is good and tasty pound cake. Oh man. A third of the width. Interesting. The wasp was a third of the girth of a hornet. Fascinating. I agree, Schleef. Getting stung by a hornet is terrible. I still remember, like, I think it was a wasp, though, that I got stung by. Oh my god. I remember thinking as a child, like, that, like, I remember thinking to myself as I got stung by this wasp, right? I was like, I remember I wailed out in, like, agony and pain. I was like, this is unfair and fucked up and wrong that there can be pain this intense. Like, I was like a 4 or 5 or 6-year-old or something, so I was very, very young, right? So I had not experienced that much pain at that stage, right? I remember remember I was just like thinking to myself, like, what kind of fucked up world and universe do we live in that amount of pain is possible at such a young age from something so fucking small? How'd you make everything worse? Do tell. Did you maybe get like follow-up things or something? Ah, scratching it. I did not know that, Shlifu. Interesting. That's good information to have. Interesting. Like, I sincerely barely remember putting this album together. It's called Life and Everything in It. I don't remember writing it. Or at least I don't remember editing it, rather. Must have been a long time ago. That's funny. A wasp is a long bee. A hornet is a thick wasp. Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. That tracks, actually, yeah. Did you get second-degree burns? The heat should not be delivered by a fork that was heated up with a light. Oh, I see. Yeah, that is definitely some cauterization shit, yeah. Which, I mean, like, I have cauterized, I've cauterized a few wounds before, so I get it. It's not very pleasant. 2 to 3 out of 10. Would not recommend unless you're bleeding out. Took the skin clean off your knee, did it? Damn. And if you don't know what the word cauterize means, it means to burn shut a wound. Yes. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty terribly unpleasant sensation, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was just bleeding pretty badly, and I remember I had to stop the bleeding. And it kept soaking through the shirt that I was using as a bandage. TBH, if I had not acted so, what's the word? Swiftly, and with great yeah, it's fine. I'm all good. The thing is, it's a totally different type of situation, right? Yeah, totally different situation. Right, because one is like, you know, For one, the fork is gonna be like, it sounds to me like you kind of stab yourself. That sounds like a whole thing, right? Whereas, like, I basically just kind of heated up the side of a box cutter and like cooked it. It was on the side of my hand. In the fleshy part of the hand. It was very close to an artery. Maybe not an artery, but a major blood vessel, rather. Yeah, major blood vessel. That's the one. It was pretty deep. It was about a third of an inch deep. So let me see, about a centimeter and a half. Slashed open by some glass. No. It was on the hand itself. However, I also had one on the forearm that also had to be cauterized because it was also bleeding profusely. The side of the palm. So you know, put your hand on your palm, take it to the opposite side of your thumb. So basically, if a human being had two thumbs, it would be in the spot where the second thumb would be coming from. Scrunchy part? That's very funny. I like that. That's hilarious. The scrunchy part. I still can't decide if this album is any good at all. TBH, I'm feeling like maybe it's not. I mean, I personally, to me, the worst part about bleeding. So not very many people I know share this opinion. In fact, I don't know that anybody does. But the thing that was most painful to me when I was bleeding was as the blood was like flowing out of my body, it felt like every pump of like the heart, it caused me like physical pain as the blood left, like as it flowed out of the wound. I found this sensation extremely painful, but the actual wound itself didn't hurt very much. Outside of the pinky finger. Outside of the pinky finger. But close to the wrist. So like, right, the very bottom of your palm should have like a bone. A little bit above that spot. And then it went up the side of the hand. Yeah. It was a most singular sensation, I say. What the fuck was this song about? I think it's a lament. But I'm not sure. You've had some nasty burns are pretty bad. Meat standing, I think, now that I'm thinking about it, I think, yeah, you were the other person in Dunk's chat who, like, shared this opinion with me. That, yeah, it was, that it was painful to lose the blood itself, right? Yeah, because for me, that was, like, as it flowing across the nerves and shit. Just to me, that's what was hurting, right? Oh, and I agree, actually, Meat Standing, that, like, they can be an interesting and kind of fascinating experience as long as, yeah, they don't debilitate you or make you have, like, chronic pain and shit, but, you know, or, you know, traumatize you terribly. Yeah. I mean, here's, like, I can understand why so, some people tolerate being injured better than others. So such is the grand wisdom that, you know, the Eldritch Slime can offer you. It's that some people, like, everybody tolerates different types of experiences in life better than others. Some people handle disappointment well. Some people handle getting maimed better. And some people, seemingly like myself in meat standing, just handle being injured pretty alright. As long as it's not like a long-term debilitating and gives you chronic pain, right? Yeah. But again, it differs for everybody. However, the type of injury matters. But also, Shlifu, based on what you've told me, my bet is that, like, you're kind of imagining the ways in which you've been, like, badly injured and whatnot. However, frankly, I think that falls into that third category that I added to the meat standings thing. That was the two things he said with the, as long as you're not debilitated or gives you chronic pain. And the third that I added was, or traumatizes you badly. Right? And the thing is, certain things are more likely to make you get traumatized, right? Yeah, frankly, I don't like this album very much. Palette cleanser, we're gonna listen to Antiquarian Library. It's the final song in my etudes. You don't know about that take? Valid. Valid. Understandable. Fun fact me saying, I did something similar when I got rope burn. I slid down a rope too fast. Tore up the sides of my fingers real bad. Yum. I don't know about that. But that's quite funny. Yeah, and it was definitely very fascinating watching the wound healing process and messing with it at various stages and watching the scar matrix form. However, I also noticed that, like, if you go about it in a certain way, that you could prevent the scar matrix from being as scar-like, I guess. And I think there's a similar thought process in, like, I believe that they basically made a thing not recently, as in the past, like, 5 to 10 years, they made a thing where a guy was able to regrow the entirety of the tip of his finger. Right? But, of course, yeah. You've had an appendicitis? Oh my god, my condolences. Shlifu, that's rough. Yeah, that's a fucking rough one, that. Sincerely, my condolences. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, my sympathies and condolences. Not 14, that's really rough. I'm sorry about that shit. That's a shit go of it. Yeah, that's rough. So, Shlifu, let me lay something out for you. So let me tell you something, Shlifu. Let me first make sure. Shlifu, are you in a place where, like, do you have headphones in? Yeah, that's the question. Okay, that's good. So let me just tell you something, Shlifu. what you just told me about your parents, that is an unacceptable amount of negligence on their part. Truly. Thoroughly unacceptable. In most every respect. I'm not upset at you or anything, right? I just, you need to know in your heart of hearts that you deserved much better, and also that, frankly, that's pretty bad in terms of like, that's a pretty bad bit of parenting stuff right there, right? You should be aware of that, you know? Like, it's one thing to make a mistake. And you're not even on a farm. That's rough, man. So yeah, basically what you're telling me with that is that your parents are entirely ignorant to the ways of medical science, and that they, yeah, it's inexcusable. Like, that's totally inexcusable. Yeah, right? And that not only your parents, I hope you don't take it personally when I say that that means that your parents are kind of fools and cruel to boot, because frankly, there's no excuse for that, right? There's just no excuse. So you have my most sincerest sympathies. You get a hug. If it was, I think that it would probably have been, like, based on what I know so far, would that have been 4 years ago or something? And why is that, Shlifu? Do tell. I also need to set a little alarm. Boop-a-doop. Because, yeah, I'd certainly like to know why. I mean, that's it's just the type of thing that would excuse. That they would not excuse, but it would explain, type of thing. Well, my first thought would be instead that the parents basically, you know, had trust issues on their own, right? Because frankly, there's not really too many good reasons not to just go to the doctor if, like, your kid starts complaining of, like, really severe pain, you know? And of course there's a chain bolt that I missed, just sitting right there. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Oh, Noita. Yeah, Shlifu, and my guess is you have tried to explain that to them many a time, and they just haven't really accepted it. Realistically, Shlifu, best case scenario, they're really fucked up and that's not okay. And they aren't totally fucked in the head. That's the best case scenario, right? But of course, like, I don't know, but I don't know that I don't know that we have reason to believe that one. In fact, I think they've lost quite a bit of credibility in that sort of regard based on a lot of the other things you've said. I would not trust them personally. That's just where I would be, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't, but that's where I would be. Because truly, you are the only person who can make a judgment call like that one, you know? Explosion! Yeah, you are incredibly correct about that, Meat Standing. You are so fucking right. Like, holy shit. You have entirely hit the nail on the head. You are so incredibly correct. Yeah, that our parents, and we do just kind of live in totally different eras because of technological advancement and government being corrupt consistently, yeah. Like, the perspectives of each of them, perspective of each group is so drastically different that it leads to a situation where doing the most basic amounts of, like, relating to one another can be challenging at the best of times. But that it creates this gap of understanding that is, I would call it gulf of like miscommunication and misunderstanding due to the sheer magnitude of that which is not understood by them. Watch your little brother. He's a very high achiever, and he gets a lot more support every way because your parents he isn't like lying to get up. Okay, so Shlifu, do you know what the golden child is? Yeah, do you know what the golden child is? Concept. Well, so no, you don't. Just because the basic answer is something available to you, that is not the only thing I'm talking about here. It comes up in people who, especially, so sociologically, in a small families, or a small system sociology, basically, so a family, something that comes up often, especially with people where one of the parents has basically somebody in the family, a parent usually is who it is, has narcissistic personality disorder. That they are a narcissist, is the way people say it. In cases like that, what happens is that they basically create an unhealthy family system in which one child is the golden child, and they basically are conditioning that child to also have the personality disorder as well, right? That said, oftentimes, like, issues can arise where both parties end up with such things, but that's not always the case for anything. It's just, it can happen. Not suggesting that you do, just, you know, it's how that often goes. And basically, the way these things kind of shake out is that in these kind of family dynamics, they'll just abuse one of the children and kind of like they're the scapegoat of the family, right? The quote is quoted wrong. What do you mean? Beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. Wait, did Meat Standing? You said that one, and it wasn't Meatball. If so, I'll fix that here in a sec. I will fix that in just a minute. Yeah, because you deserve the credit. Don't worry. Because it's always the type of thing that can be fixed later. It's always what I say, so I'll fix it later, and the later will be now. So basically what I'm trying to say is that functionally speaking, like, your family is just kind of like creating an abusive family system for you, Shlifu, and I'm very sorry to hear that. Sincerely. And not only is it something that I have personally, experienced. Future you really hates you. It's fine. That's humorous. But it's also something where, like, it's like the type of shit I studied quite a lot. And it's fucked up, man. It's rough shit. And ain't nobody deserve that. You certainly don't deserve that shit. And, I hope you can get out of that situation as soon as you can. I forgot what spell I was even looking for, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it. That's right, it was Reduce Recharge. I may have actually seen that, but it's fine. Okay, actually, here's an idea. I think I might be more likely to find it in here. That's the type of thing I'm very likely to just leave on certain ones. Especially the ones that need it. There it is. I was right. Okay. That makes sense. I can understand that, Shlifu. And truly and sincerely, best of luck. You got this. And I believe in you. Yeah, it can be difficult sometimes. Can indeed be very difficult at times. Let's see. Do this. Grab this. Scooch this guy. Scooch that guy. Scooch that guy. Well, not that one. Grab this one. Yeah. And then we're gonna move this guy back here. Actually, probably could have. Actually, no. You should probably go elsewhere, but that's fine. I'm glad you're having a lot of valuable insight from my explanations, because yeah, like understanding these things can help you have a better understanding of both your situation and yourself, right? And not blame yourself for their what is just abuse and cruelty at the end of the day, right? Because frankly, like, you deserve better than their terrible neglect. And you're quite welcome, yeah. And I guess that would also suggest that, yes, it'd probably be solid to, you know, once you get, like, the job you were talking about, you definitely get, sick of being honest, banger of a song. I believe I've heard that one, and I do agree, yeah. Banger. How does this have such slow time? Surely. It should be faster than that. Oh, I get it. I understand. Okay, so maybe I need to scooch this. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay. I could also give it some more chainsaws, but no, it's got recharge time problems, not the other thing. Okay. Interessant. Interessant. Realistically speaking, I think... Oh, I know what I need. Oh, I know. Maybe I should just do this. Let's see if this works real quick. It is better. But it's the exact same, I can't tell. It can be misheard, and that's the best part. Really? Does sound pretty awesome. I'm gonna run a little 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. There we go, perfect. Let's do this. Okay. Well, I suppose I can just do this real fast. Yeah, this is good. Maravilloso. A woo indeed. You so right. You so right, Schleifu. I'm just currently contemplating what would I tell somebody in your position, knowing that now. I suppose simply to do your best and resolve that you've always been doing your best, and the people trying to tell you otherwise, full of shit, and that the only person who can truly know whether you've been doing your best is yourself, and that, you know, even if other people be talking, including, you know, like your parents and shit, be talking shit to you, and be telling you a bunch of lies about yourself that aren't true, to be true to yourself and to know yourself. That would be the best advice I could possibly give. To be as true to yourself as you feasibly can, and to never let other people tell you to be untrue to yourself. Yeah. Because sincerely, if you guys don't know the word odium, I will actually pull up a definition. It's a lovely, it's a beautiful word. It's one of my favorites. An odium, according to Merriam-Webster, is a state or fact of being subjected to hatred and contempt as a result of despicable act or blameworthy circumstance. Hatred and condemnation accompanied by loathing or contempt. It's a synonym would be detestation. A third definition is disrepute or infamy attached to something. And a synonym would be opprobrium, yet another fantastic word. An opprobrium is something that brings disgrace. Yes. Yes. And that's perfectly alright, Sleeper, but thank you for letting me know, because I was considering wrapping up stream here real soon. I think I'm gonna raid into 0 damage. In fact, I think I'm gonna do it right now. I agree, let's dispel corruption around the world. You cast dispel corruption. Just like that. And you know, you say increase squish. And as a consequence,
nice,
dispel corruption happens. Don't worry, Trobio will fix everything. Trobio will fix the corruption. And the squish power. Trobio! Oh, I love Trobio, they're so great. That's right. Let's see here. Raid controls. Zilfro. Damage. Let's go ahead and raid it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Cause I too running low on steam. It's been a long stream. Da-do-da-do-do-do.
You're pretty good.
It's true. It's been a good stream. I had a lot of fun. Doing a lot of shit. It was good stuff. I had a great time, really. And I appreciate y'all being here. It means a whole lot that y'all stuck around, especially for me standing. I agree. I appreciate it. It's great. And a bunch of people radiate away. And that makes sense. Sometimes you gotta eat. I appreciate. Yep. And I hope you guys have a lovely evening squeak. Indeed. Good shit. Alrighty. Toodaloo.